That's a 2020 campaign.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy and dark California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right. It's Monday News Day, baby. It's a gloomy ass Monday. I'm having a little fun with it though. It's shitty out here. It says it's 80 degrees and hazy, but it was 64 the entire morning. 64 degrees the entire morning. And honestly, that's pretty cold. That's unacceptable. 1 degree below 65 is like officially super cold. In Los Angeles, California, folks, we're live and alive. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world, because today's going to be a beautiful day. Regardless, I took a weekend off, as in what every single person normally does. You know, like when they don't work the weekends. I did that, and it was pretty fantastic. It was pretty awesome. It is October 14th, Monday, October 14th, 2024, and it is 11:41 a.m. and I am a little late on top of that. I not only took 2 days off, which is, you know, the weekend. I was still working, of course. I was still making content, and I'm going to be talking about that. But I feel pretty good. I feel pretty spectacular. I feel like my brain is good after 2 days of just like not being extremely locked into all of the latest and greatest, all of the most insane things that are happening in the world. And yeah, I gotta admit, feels pretty good. I got my spouse watching your streams, and he got so mad he took a weekend off for like the first time ever. Yeah, the thing is, I didn't actually get to take the weekend off because I was still doing stuff. I had a photo shoot, I had a podcast, I had all the stuff going on, and that's why I guess, quote unquote, took the weekend off. But it's a little bit like a vacation. Where are your white glasses? What do you mean? Has every Trump assassination attempt been on your days off? Yeah, but it doesn't count. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, what can I tell you? Personal news wise, what has happened in the world of Hasan Abi Piker? I ended the broadcast on Friday. Woke up early on Saturday, and I went all the way over to Camarillo for Jesser's tournament, and it was pretty sick. It was really awesome. It was a 16 single elimination bracket, one-on-one tournament. If you get to 7, you win, right? It's make it, take it. Loss of possession implies change of hands for the ball. And yeah, I did that shit. I was supposed to be, like, in my estimation, I think I was invited to be one of those guys that you just like beat the asses of. Oh, by the way, for those of you wondering, why am I wearing a Vietnam hat? It's because my brother just got back. My brother just got back from Vietnam. And I told him to get me a bunch of shit, and this is the only thing he could give me last night because I was in the tub. I was naked. So he came over to pick up Fiona, and we didn't get to talk too much. So he just like kind of dropped this and was like, I have more gifts, but this is the only one I'm gonna give you right now. But yeah, it's sick. I love it. So yeah, I'm wearing it because I think it's a sick hat. So this isn't the start of a POW MIA arc? Yeah. Are you gonna pay for Cutie's fiddle tuning? Oh my god, yeah, I forgot that's the Fear End episode. Yeah, Saturday I played basketball. I'm not gonna give you guys all the deets. I'm gonna give you some of the deets, right? I don't want to leak it too much, but I'll just say I had the biggest upset. Okay, I had the biggest upset of the entire tournament. It'll be out in the end of November. You guys can watch, but I played insanely well. Like, I don't know how I played so well. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what was going on. But yeah, I had a crazy upset blowout. Okay, crazy upset blowout. Like, people were not expecting it. Nobody was expecting it. I was not really expecting it either. So yeah, it was cool. It's because your ass finally hooped indoors. That could be it. Anyway, shot the podcast, banger episode of Fear End. Hope you guys enjoy that, because I thought it was really good. I talked about me a little bit. I don't normally do that. I don't normally do a me episode, you know? But we did. We did the me episode where I talked about myself. The greatest day of Hasan's life, because that was my Saturday. The greatest day of my life was the day where I was not spending it with Chad. So do with that information what you will. I had a fantastic weekend. Okay? Fantastic. All I'm gonna say also is that I think I'm a much better defender than people give me credit for, and I think people will see that. Defense does win rings. It does win championships. It is the greatest skill that a swagged out white boy will always have, which is that most people care a lot about offense and they just genuinely don't care enough about defense. But if you actually clamp up a little bit and use your size to your advantage, yeah, you can always make up for your lack of offensive capabilities. So that's something that people should remember, because it's, in my estimation, defense, even more so than offense in basketball, is the one area where like conditioning and cardio will legitimately help you. It's just effort. Like, if you have more cardio, if you have more conditioning, if you have more gumption, you will literally be a better defender. Most people just don't do it. Bro thinks he's Pat Bev. No, I suck. And my defense isn't all that great either. I'm just saying that unlike the average player playing pickup basketball, if you just like work a little bit harder than the average person, you know, you can wear your enemies down. Also, unlike Pat Bev, okay, let me tell you something, okay? I'm more Hezbollah than the Iron Dome in terms of like defensive and offensive capabilities, because honestly, I was I went nutty mode on that upset. All threes, okay? Literally all threes, some of which were contested, some of which literally not only were contested threes, but like we high five afterwards, okay? So I cannot wait to see the fucking movie, okay? I can't wait to see the movie that Jessica comes out with. Get my man a contract, yeah. I was lobbing hypersonics, okay? Hasan being a 3-and-D guy, yeah, except, I mean, that's expected of any fucking white boy who is 30 plus, okay? Any white boy who's over the age of 30 is gonna lean into that. That's what, like, that's just it. There's not much more you can do. The problem is most of those guys will always have like decent fucking shooting technique. I don't. My shooting technique looks ass. I really want to change it. I really want to I want to get like a shooting trainer and just like fix my jumper. It goes in. So most people will say, who gives a fuck at this point? 33 years into your life, like you don't need to fix your fucking jumper. If it goes in, that's what matters. And they're kind of correct. But having said that, I think I care more about it looking good. You weren't shooting threes until you did the 1,000 free throw challenge, so it's wild. You're not bad. Yeah, that I do have to you know, give a shout out to Ludwig on that. If it wasn't for the 1,000 bucket challenge, I had never shot 3-pointers in my fucking life. And now I'm like, now I just legitimately have that in my inventory, in my bag. Not as much as you play, it's as much as you play, it's worth changing. Yeah, I play every day. Are you saying you want to change your 3-point game for aesthetics? Yes. I think it will probably make me a higher percentage shooter as well. Ugly jumpers are a thing, but a bucket is a bucket. Dude, I also don't know what the problem is. Okay? That's the other issue. I've like filmed this man over aesthetics. Oh, this guy. I mean, this guy's annoying, dude. I kind of hate this guy a little bit. I know he's a meme, but like, I've played against guys like this all the time when you play in public courts, and it's like, it kind of triggers me a little bit, his behavior. He's like, no, that's like the classic Unk build, dude. Just unnecessarily aggressive, constantly talking shit, taking it way too fucking seriously, and also simultaneously saying the most unhinged shit, clearly fouling, and worst of all, that's his court. Okay, a lot of you don't understand. Home court advantage means like there are people there that have been shooting there for like fucking 10 years. So, like, that's his court. Put him on any other court, he is not making any of those buckets. But in that court, he's got 100%. He is shooting at 100% consistency. It is like insane. Move him to the next fucking rim down the street, and he would get destroyed. Okay. Just say you wish you were him. Yeah. I do. I wish I was him. Anyway, yesterday was a fun day as well. By the way, we're not done yet with my personal news part of the broadcast. Yesterday was a fun day as well for me. I basically spent the entire day just chilling. Okay. In the morning, I did a photo shoot for the new merch. It's coming out soon. Okay, I was gone because I was winning a day of falconry with RFK Jr. and Don Jr., so it got better that way. I was very excited about that. I was just trying to win it as best as possible. That's why I took the day off for myself. I was like, you know, sometimes you got to have a me day. Wow, New York Times. Look at that. That's crazy. More like Hamas times. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Yeah. We'll get to all that in a second. Just hold on. Just listen. We're not done yet. Personal news wise, we'll get to that. Is honesty or galaxy more important? What? Anyway, I did a photo shoot that obviously wasn't like, this was just a white side. We were just testing it. But yeah, I did a photo shoot with Lil Miss Kaya. She was in it. I'm wearing the new merch today right now. I haven't even shown you the merch yet, but yeah, and then I spent after the photo shoot, I hit up Will and I was like, bro, you want to go and I was like, you trying to go and maybe ball at the park, you know, because I got to take Kaya to the park. I got to take Fiona, my brother's dog, to the park. And he was like, oh, well, I don't want to go to the park, but we can go to 24-hour fitness. And I was like, all right, well, I got to take Kaya to the park first. So I took her to the park and I took Fiona to the park, and literally getting there. And then by the time I got back, Will was already working out. So I was like, all right, fuck this. We couldn't link up. So what did I do instead? I went to Mammy Italian Kitchen. Okay. My parents had gone there a while back. It's been something that I've been meaning to do. And because yesterday I had, the day prior on Saturday, I had like exerted myself like fucking crazy. I was like, it's fine. I can eat it. I can eat a sandwich. Eat a sandwich. I did. Let me tell you how many sandwiches I ate. 3. Okay. I got the Diva, which was the recommended from the guy at the counter. Mortadella, stracciatella, and chopped pistachio and arugula. It was fine. And then I asked him, what are the most popular ones? To me, to that, he said, prosciutto di Parma, viale di Parma, prosciutto di Parma 18 month, fig jam, crema di gorgonzola, chopped pistachio and baby arugula. He said the other one that was like the most popular was the prosciutto di Parma, 18 month, Italian brotta, fresh presto, truffled cream, chopped pistachio, baby arugula. And that's what I got. I got the viale di Parma, I got the di Parma, and I got the Diva. And I ate all 3 of them. When I tell you, this was a fucking spectacular experience. Believe me. Okay. Also, these prices are insane. I spent $65 on 3 sandwiches, and I ate all 3 of them. And let me tell you, I can't even say I ate the sandwiches. I think I had sex with them with my mouth. I had mouth sex with these 3 sandwiches, and it was fan-fucking-tastic. You understand me? It was incredible. I sat there, I watched Elusive Samurai, and I ate all 3 of these sandwiches. And oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It was so goddamn good, dude. What a fucking day. What a goddamn day. Oh God. Yeah, I took the girlies out to the park after the photo shoot, and I ate 3 sandwiches. And I sat and I watched all the Elusive Samurai episodes. Elusive Samurai is incredible. It's a masterpiece, it's a work of art. Okay. To be fair, the reason why I got 3 different sandwiches is because I wanted to try them out. So what did I do? First, I had half of the Viale di Parma. Okay. And then I had half of the Diva. Okay. But then I was like, well, I got to try the half of the Di Parma. So I tried the half of the Di Parma. So I started off with like 1.5 sandwich. Okay. And I was like, ooh, I'm full. And then I was like, okay, I need to like get some protein in. So I had a bag of Quest chips, and I had an Elite Core protein shake. Because this is not enough protein for me, right? Like I need to eat like at least 220 calories or 220 grams of protein. So I did that. But the unfortunate reality is that it wasn't enough. I waited maybe another half an hour, and then I had another half, and then another half, and then another half until it was all gone. Now, I got one of these sandwiches for my mom. Technically, I didn't get 2 sandwiches. I didn't get 3 sandwiches just for myself. I got one for my mom, but my mom was like, oh, thank you so much for asking, but I already ate. So I ate it. Okay. So I fucking ate it. And man, that shit was awesome. It was great. I'm back on the train. Like I'm back on the obvious, like I watched the Arnold, or not Arnold, sorry, the Mr. Olympia this weekend. It made me want to do steroids. Shouts out to C-Bum, 6-time Mr. Olympia, classic winner. Shouts out to the open contestants as well. God damn, they are such fucking specimens. Okay. And that's it. Honestly, that's all I did really. It was a fantastic weekend. I wrapped it all up with a nice little. Oh, I also groomed Kaya a little bit. It was insane. She still has so much more hair because she's in her shedding era. She's in her shedding arc, and it is unbearable. But yeah, I finished the day off in the tub. Fantastic day, fantastic night, and I'm here. I'm finally here. Make a smaller Kaya with the hair? I could. Have you ever tried the Bay Cities Deli in Santa Monica, the Godmother? Yes. The Godmother is an incredible sandwich. The problem with Bay Cities is that it's impossible to get. It's impossible because it's just like unattainable. It's so long. It takes so goddamn long to fucking to actually wait out, and it's like a whole day's worth of a trip basically. Parking sucks. It just sucks. It sucks. Okay. Anyway, Hasan, after the Nobel Prize, can you interview Professor Daron Acemoglu? Why? He is, I mean, as a Turk, I'm happy that a Turk got a fucking Nobel Peace Prize, but I read his book like a very long time ago, and a lot of what he talks about is basically just a lot of what he talks about is you know, some fucking neoliberal bullshit. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. And China, back when he wrote his book, back when he wrote his book, I guess like at that point, he could have made an argument about like China being too authoritarian and whatnot, but like China breaks his entire book. Like the Chinese existence and the current Chinese economy, what do you mean Turk? He's Armenian. He's Turkish Armenian, isn't he? His last name is Acemoglu. I'm pretty sure he's like, chat. I don't know if you know this, but there are Turkish Armenians out there. Yeah, that is a thing that happens. Yeah, I think he's Turkish Armenian. Yeah, he was born in Istanbul. He has a Turkish citizenship and an American citizenship. His education is University of York and London School of Economics. My dad loves him for obvious reasons. But yeah, why nations fail? Here, I mean, his entire fucking concept, his entire body of work literally revolves around. His entire body of work revolves around how like authoritarian forms of governance is the real reason why nations fail, and it's not because of it is anti-materialist. That's what it is. Like his entire body of work is basically trying to create an alternative reality that is the opposite of materialist thought. It is a way to try to describe why certain nations under capitalism prosper and certain nations under capitalism fail from the exact opposite point of view of the way I see the world. But you know, it's fine. It's just funny because like I've mentioned, this right here, like these two books, Economic Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy and Why Nations Fail, but especially Why Nations Fail, China bricks this entire concept. Like China is the reverse of Why Nations Fail, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah, Why Nations Fail is solid, but it leans too much on institutions as the end all be all for development. He downplays the role of capitalism in perpetuating inequality. Yeah, his described as a centrist, he believes in a regulated market economy. He regularly comments on political issues, economic inequality, and a variety of specific policies. Um, he would say, exception that proves the rule, dumbass. Yeah, it's. I also agree on how you diss Mersheimer and Fukuyama. I want your honest take. Which of the two realist authors you would roast the most? What do you mean? Mersheimer, I would consider to be far more important than Fukuyama, especially considering that Fukuyama's thought is completely bricked in this day and age. Virtually every single daily Hasan Abi broadcast occurrence is like yet another indication that like his attitude was completely broken. Um whereas Mersheimer whereas Mersheimer I think is definitely a lot far more prescient. Have you read Chris Hayes' book, Twilight of the Elites, America After Meritocracy? I haven't. I wonder if that's the book. Yo, Chris Hayes, by the way, not only is he a firm, not only is he a firm Hasan Abi head, this man was in my DMs on my Instagram for like months, and I had no fucking clue. I was just like recently checking my DMs on Instagram. I'm like, Chris, we are mutuals on Twitter. Like, why don't you DM me on there? Because he was like, oh, we got a ball next time I'm in LA. I was like, dude, why don't you hit me up on Twitter? He's like, oh, I just don't use Twitter that much. But yeah, he's trying to ball next time he's here. He's trying to also lift weights. So we'll see. That'd be pretty sick if I was balling with Chris Hayes. Like we did an IRL ball stream. Do you think materialism view works better? Doesn't it make everything cold and soulless like our jobs? What do you mean cold and soulless? You're like looking for a spiritual assessment of like just a specific way of analyzing world events and history. What? Materialism is just reality. There's no, it is what it is. You know, there is no. Your Twitch title says IOF instead of IDF. No way. That's crazy. Mearsheimer's political worldview is basically live the fuck up, but his analysis of events is spot on. He recognizes the genocide in Palestine when he sees one. He also recognizes the apartheid regime of Israel. He's literally outcast of U.S. foreign policy establishment because of his views. I personally like Sachs more. Um, I think. I mean, I could ask Daron Kamal Daron Acemoglu on the broadcast and have him explain to me his worldview. That could be interesting. He cooked my ass. He's significantly more knowledgeable than myself. I just think I have disagreements with him because if you do not have a materialist underpinning of your analysis of global events, you are going to have a, in my opinion, gaping hole, a blind spot in terms of a blind spot that leads you down an idealistic notion that ultimately revolves around good bad dynamics, ultimately revolves around like good nations and bad nations. It just it will cause you to it will cause you never to reckon with unequal exchange in terms of global trade and like it turns it basically turns the entire concept on its head. You either understand that countries engage in imperialist endeavors because they can, because of a way that to consistently seek out a further and further profit from the developing world, keep them underdeveloped deliberately, whether by chattel slavery, colonial occupation, or imperialism, neo-imperialism, the debt trap, and whatnot. Or you just simply think, you know, some nations have stronger institutions and that's why they thrive. and other nations have weaker institutions. So, you know. Even biblical scholarship uses materialism these days called critical theory. I'm a theology student and it's the only thought that's really taken seriously these days. Alexa said yesterday that Alex is hotter than you. You agree? Yes, I agree. Öğreneceğim Galatasaray mezunuymuş. Typical. Klasik. Tabii. Anyway. What if I was Bernie Sanders, I would kill myself in front of Amy Klobuchar, altering the course of the rest of her life forever after saying this about me. Senator Klobuchar and Baldwin have joined Governor Tim Walz on a students event. Klobuchar, we're going to see like a bus going through Western Wisconsin with, I want you to picture this, Bernie Sanders, Dick Cheney together holding a sign that says Brat Fall. Oh my God. Okay, that's facts. God, my goat is washed. When you find out that your goat is washed. Okay. All right, let's fucking blast off. Let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we got a lot to talk about today. Obviously, I've taken 2 days off, so there is a tremendous amount of news that occurred in the past 2 days that I took off. You already know. Israel unleashes hell on earth in Gaza, plus bombs, plus attacks UNIFIL in Lebanon, while U.S. sends 100 troops to defend Israel. Third Trump attempt. Libs panic as polls tighten for Trump. Bill Maher is a cretin. Chapel Roan video and more. The third attempt is not a real attempt. He was a Trump supporter. We'll get to that. Okay, you're making me spoil it. God, I hate Bill Maher so much. It's crazy how much I hate that motherfucker. I swear to God. Okay. All right, let's blast off. Let's blast off. What is this? Oh, I missed this one. Y'all made so many blast off memes, dude. It's crazy. Okay, I'll use this tomorrow. Yeah, the first one was a Trump supporter too. I know. Dude. So was Ryan Ruth. Ryan Ruth voted for Donald Trump in 2016, chat. Like, I'm sorry. Every single person so far that has been apprehended as an attempted shooter or whatever is literally all former Trump supporters or active Trump supporters. Like this last guy, he's like, I don't know why you guys are doing this to me. I am a Trump supporter. That's what he said. While you were on books, what was the book about how Obama betrayed his base and sold him out to the DNC or whatever? Been looking for it. It's We Got People, Ryan Grimm. I think it was called We Got People, right? It's his first book, not this last one. Anyway, folks. Look at the people he met. Well, oh, this is the guy who who was arrested. Yeah, yeah. He literally got arrested because he meets the markings of an assassin because he's the most average fucking Nevada Trump supporter of all time. Of course he has a shit ton of guns and he has a fucking fake like sovereign citizen license plate. What are you talking about? I can't believe there was an armed man at a Trump rally. Wow. Like, what do you mean? Anyway, I also did the Pod Johns. I also did the Pod Johns on Friday morning before I went live on Friday, and apparently that one was very well received. Here's one clip off of TikTok that they posted. There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces. Everything is completely dominated by right-wing politics. If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by center right to, I wouldn't say far right in the same way that it was back in like the 2016 era at the end of like Obama's administration, but like definitely center right to Trumpian right, like openly Trump right, not like genuinely neo-Nazi. That part is quieted down a little bit, but like they're like 90% of the way there for the most part. And that's it. Everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic, thought leaders, influencers that they subscribe to. And I think that that is some of the reason why you see this movement. The YouTube comments are incredible. Lots of 40 plus people claiming you changed their decades long belief hustle. Yeah, that was actually kind of shocking. I was genuinely confused by this. Part of the reason why I was genuinely confused by this is because like there are apparently a lot of you showed me to your parents and they like actually watched. Hasan is right. I'm a Democrat at 41. The campaign is making me sad. They keep moving right. I want them to move left. My daughter introduced me to Hasan 3 years ago, and I've been listening to him ever since. He helped change my perspective on Israel, trans people, socioeconomic politics, and religion. His influence has been massive for me, and I wish more of my demographic could be exposed to his long play content. I have gratitude for him. That's crazy to me. I did not know that it was like that. I didn't know it was like that. As a longtime listener and a fan of Crooked Media, Offline is my favorite of the bunch. It was really interesting to hear someone talk who is very clearly left and not just liberal. It kind of opened my eyes to the fact that PSA can be a bit of an echo chamber sometimes. Having this fresh perspective injected into the show was really good for you guys and the show in general, I think. I'm also impressed with how much information and statistics this guy has ready in his head like that. He really knew his stuff and didn't talk out of his ass, but backed it up with data and polling. Great interview, John. Yeah. You are good without derailing chatters. Yes. I think that one of my I think that I forget how much better I am when I'm just simply talking to a person who is listening and and I'm not just like getting derailed. I've shown the video of you and NMP Law today and countless other times you open their eyes, and I'll be forever grateful to that. Yeah, I think the conversation that me and Nick Paulum had, which is ironic because like if you ask LSF or if you ask like weirdos, the only takeaway from that was oh, he showed Nick Paulum a fucking Houthi video or whatever. But I think ultimately that video was very instructive, very informative for someone who like kind of doesn't understand the basics or whatever. I don't know if we ever actually posted that. No, we did not. Or did we? Did we post it? No, I guess we didn't on the main channel. But if you find it somewhere else, go watch it. And the clip channel, you can show it to people. We should have absolutely posted that on the main channel. I don't know why the fuck we didn't do that. That's crazy. But at least Hasan Abi Productions is eating good. Did he post it? He didn't even post it. Oh, he did. Hasan explains the Israel-Palestine conflict to NMP Law 2 weeks ago. 233,000 views. That's good. I introduced you to my mom in 2020, and recently you gave her a shout out, and now she listens to you every day on YouTube. She's a 60-year-old teacher. I work at a state college and help non-traditional high school grads start college and getting my master's. Hope to run for Congress in the next 20 to 10 years. Hell yeah. Anyway, I try my best, and I think it's I get a little discouraged from time to time, but it's good to see that like I have some level of normie appeal like this, because we do get trapped in our echo chambers online, and we do end up forgetting that like normies and their reaction to my sentiment, to my commentary, is entirely different than the people who are desperately trying to make me look a certain type of way. You know what I mean? I'm glad Hassan the Hun is sounding the alarm about right-wingers' total dominance over the young male demo. If you're a dude under 30 and you see it in your group chat, social feeds every day, so far the progressive establishment has failed to invest in creative solutions to compete. I think a lot of people don't understand that like my analysis of the situation isn't simply to like flood the market with like liberal content though, because I think that there is a problem far larger than that. And I think there is an education gap for young men. And I think that education gap creates an opportunity gap for a lot of young men, especially when you pair that up with the entitlement that is baked into a patriarchal construct that you are born into, that you're conditioned into socially. When your expectations of what society is supposed to be designed around does not match the output, does not match your outcomes, you end up becoming resentful. Okay, you end up becoming resentful, you end up becoming angry, and you find yourself infinitely more susceptible and infinitely more open to and primed to right-wing radicalization. There's the other side of this, of course, that is like really silly, but I think a lot of people ultimately look at this stuff and say, oh, it's because the left is so intolerant towards men or whatever. I'm not. I'm a man. I'm very broy. Sometimes the other aspects of the quote unquote online left get mad at me for those particular values or the aesthetics, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, right? It literally doesn't matter. It like in the eyes of so many of these people that like watch, I guess like Sneeko or watch Aiden Ross, like they don't see me as a masculine figure regardless. They see me as a pussy. And I think that that is, in some ways, wish casting, because they see me as a pussy, basically, because like I'm a liberal in their minds. I'm a libtard, right? So for them, they don't like. It's more so just like the ideology. That's what matters more, not like your physical presence, not the way that you carry yourself. None of that matters. What matters is, are you a right winger or not? If you're a right winger, that means you are actually a masculine figure. And for a lot of these people, they don't fit that mold either. They don't fit that mold. It's aspirational. So in their minds, it's like better if you, in their minds, if you're like kind of a loser, if you're kind of insecure, in your mind, it's better for you to be perceived as masculine online as long as you say right-wing things. Therefore, you are also masculine that way. That's it. They're just LARPing. Is that why you tell people to suck your dick? You're being broy to appeal to young men? No, I tell people to suck my dick because I am that person. I'm not being broy to appeal to young men. I'm just not fucking changing my attitude or my sentiment so that I can be like more, I don't know, more kind or more aesthetically left or liberal or whatever the fuck. Okay, that's it. I find it to be stupid. This is just who I am. Why the fuck would I change it? This goes back to the UFC conversation about creating a character because you said you don't do that. Exactly. Yeah. I think it's also a dynamic about being online. Okay. The more we present ourselves online, the more we exist online as opposed to existing in the real world, the more our outward presence online changes. Like the more that becomes a more important part of our lives, right? And that's the thing. I think that when you're online, your outward presence online can be very different than who you are in the real world. That's why a lot of people personally think, like amongst content creators, so I'll give you an example. A lot of people personally think that being toxic and being edgy is actually the only way you can be real, right? Like they think someone like myself or even the likes of like, I don't know, Pokemon or all these other content creators are like faking it. They're actually fake. They're not real. Like they can't be real because like when you're online, you say edgy shit all the time. Like you have to say edgy shit. That's like the only way to showcase authenticity. You cannot be authentically yourself and be like a person who doesn't want to harm marginalized people. That's inauthentic. That's inauthentic. Like that is the fucking baked in sentiment for a lot of people, right? They go, you're virtue signaling. You're virtue signaling. You're not real. You're fake. They just can't fucking like comprehend that. No, like this is just my genuine opinion. I don't want to be a fucking dickhead, right? Sorry. That's just who I am. And the same goes for right-wing sentiment as well. Like the more masculine you, the more right-wing you are, the more masculine you are. The more you present yourself as right-wing, the more masculine you are. That is the attitude that a lot of people have. You know? It's more about wish casting an alternative reality to make up for what you feel you lack, to make up for what you feel you lack in the real world. It's vulnerable young men who are very insecure due to a multitude of different like normal conditions that existed even when they were, I don't know, better off materially than they are now. But then also on top of that, it's like a lack of opportunity for them. They feel like, you know, society's leaving them behind, and it certainly doesn't match up with their expectations of what society was designed for. They see how things were for their father's generation, and then they don't see that matching up with their current existence, and they get mad. So they look for alternative reasons as to why it sucks. And there are a shit ton of people. There are a shit ton of people out there that will immediately go, yes, perfect. It's because of bitches. It's because of girls that have not fucked you. That's the reason why everything sucks. You know? Yeah, it's because of black and brown people coming into America, and it's like stealing your jobs and your opportunity. You were supposed to get that, but you didn't. DEI, woke, all this shit. It's a great way. It's a great puzzle piece for a lot of men who are seeking out answers. If you don't try to communicate, if you don't try to fucking address the harm, if you don't see where these guys are suffering and meet them where they're at and try to fix at least one of the major problems that they have and try to instill confidence in them, you are going to have a lot of fucking losers like this constantly chirping and constantly crying. That's it. Isn't it just optics and don't have any substance? Like, one thing that I used to say all the time that I kind of brought up in the Pod Save America episode as well was that it's counterculture as well that plays a role in this. Like, I called it immediately. As soon as Joe Biden was the presidential candidate, I was like, we're going to go back to the culture war shit. And we did, right? We did. But the thing is, it wasn't Pod Save America. Sorry. It was one of the Pod Johns' episode is called Offline, I think. But we went there. We're there now. We're back in that space. And one of the things when Trump was president that I used to tell people all the time was, hey, notice how your life isn't fucking better? Because right-wingers were coming to my community all the time with the same resentments and the same anxieties and the same anger that they had towards trans people, towards gay people, towards black people, brown people, immigration. And I would always ask him, like, okay, Trump is president. Why hasn't your life gotten fixed? And they had no answer for it because that's just immaterial at the end of the day. In, you know, from where they're standing, obviously, it's not immaterial for black people, brown people, trans people, but like it is immaterial for them because it doesn't matter. Like harming undocumented immigrants in the country is not going to save your life. It's not going to fix your life at all. It's not going to make it better. It's just a simple distraction that they're using. It's a vehicle for the Republican Party to focus and funnel your frustration towards an acceptable, appropriate target because they don't want you to ever think about the way the society is designed. They don't want you to think about who's actually causing you harm. Don't get mad at your boss. That's a capital owner. That's a good guy. That's a productive force in this society. You, on the other hand, should get mad at people who have less than you. And the more insecure you become and the more scared you are of your future, the more susceptible you are to this sort of priming. Okay? Islamophobia is socially acceptable again right here in this clip.
Not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
What the fuck? Ain't no way he's talking about Palestinians, right? Ain't no fucking way. May as well be watching the whole clip. Most normal Asman calling for the final solution to the Muslim question. Oh my Lord, bro. Asman Gold is an organization owner, and one of the people that owns the organization is literally Muslim. How the fuck are you this far removed from like all aspects of real life existence? Like have a conversation with Tips, man. Please. What the fuck?
It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Oh my God, I hate this argument so much, bro. This is crazy. Holy fuck. What is this? This is the full clip?
Want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people. They have genocide built into Sharia law.
Bro, oh my God, bro, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh.
right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing.
Asmongold, come on, dude.
And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't.
It's so funny because like this argument literally is basically, you're laughing, but thousands more now believe this and everyone just lets them do it. I'm laughing because his analysis right here is the liberal analysis. When you scratch the surface of like the average American over a certain age and why they are so blind to the obvious dynamic, the obvious inequalities, the obvious inhumanity of Israel's operations, they literally agree with this. They also think this. You only arrive at this conclusion after years and years and years of social conditioning that justify the war on terror, America's war on terror, and the unironic justifications for this war on terror required the dehumanization of Arabs and Muslims and every single person that lives in that part of the region. Because if you were to look at the situation, okay, and recognize that humans are being blown apart every single fucking day so that America can secure oil fields in Iraq, you would go crazy. So you have to either, on the one hand, omit key details, but also every single time you cover the atrocities, have to make it seem like they are, you know, worthy targets or collateral damage that is permissible. Why is it permissible? Because they're not really fucking human beings. Now, I thought we as a society had moved past that point. You know, Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. I thought I was wrong. I mean, I thought that like maybe America was turning a page on Islamophobia. I was wrong. I mean, it was wish casting. Okay. Obviously those underlying resentments never really go away. And it takes so much more time to actually rewrite and make people understand that, like, no, these people are human beings, right? Having said that, however, of course, it makes sense that he has Palestinians never hurt anyone. They've been colonized, occupied, persecuted their whole lives. Palestinians are an ethnic group of the Levant. They're not all Muslims or Arabs or Christians. The way they're conflated and generalized as a whole is racist as fuck. If this was done to any other minority, people would be up in arms, wailing like demons. So incredibly racist, peak insanity. Yes. Okay, that is the whole point. But this is the same exact dynamic when Trump says Haitians are eating cats and dogs, even though they are documented immigrants working in U.S. soil. He considers them to be illegal aliens who are eating cats and dogs. Where is that coming from? Do you think it's because Haitians are actually eating cats and dogs? No, it is a group of black immigrants that Donald Trump is using what he perceives as permissible white supremacist sentiment over. It comes from a place of anti-blackness, and the same exact situation exists here. There are no acceptable monolithic groups that are barbaric and Palestinians are somehow outside of that group. It is just a catch-all for all Muslims or people that are perceived as Muslim because they are from the Levant. They are from the region. They're from MENA. Okay? What you're saying is it gets worse.
Don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture.
Asmongold, your co-owner of your organization, you are calling a person from an inferior culture. What are you doing? Log off the internet, stop reading fucking Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please. I know you could talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake. Talk to Tips. Talk to a human, please. This is like, holy shit.
That is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple.
Bro, this is straight up 1-to-1 what Nazis said about Jewish people, what like the most right-wing approach to this conversation. This is insane. Okay? This is absolutely nutty. I hold on. Oh, I forgot to answer the fucking. I forgot to respond to fucking Newsweek. Reactionary propaganda. I'm gonna. Okay. Oh my God. I can say that I see Americans as terrible people who have genocide based in their system. This is just like, guys, how can someone not immediately recognize the problem with calling another culture inferior? Americans, man, Americans. This kind of attitude is like American exceptionalism through and through. This kind of attitude, American exceptionalism, literally is the same thing. You're just removing American exceptionalist sentiment that is baked into American society, Western superiority. You're just taking the thing that shelters it and the thing that makes it like the norm. When you remove the outside patina, the skeleton remains. This is the skeleton. This is the bare bones, okay? This is the bare bones of the argument. That's it. This is the bare bones of the argument that like America is the best country on earth. When you remove the outside stuff that makes it, I guess, seemingly more appropriate for liberal consumption, okay, in an otherwise liberal society, this is what you arrive at. You know? I think he popped off on this, not thinking that like this would be, there would be a lot of repercussions for this. I don't think he understands like how unimaginably fucked up this statement is. Like, it's not even necessarily a country. You're no longer justifying like military action against the country. You are now basically saying like an entire culture is inferior to Western culture. The build up to the clip doesn't just make it worse.
And you know what else is disgusting? That people in the West that enjoy more privileges and freedom than anywhere else in the world romanticize their behavior or their lifestyle as anything other than barbaric.
This is what people think you say about Israel. I know. I know. Like, if you were to say this about Judaism, understandably and rightfully, you would get banned, and you should get banned. Like, if I were to ever say this about, like, if I were to ever say, like, oh, Jewish culture is this way, I would literally be Adolf Hitler, okay? It's fucking ridiculous. For the record, I don't believe that about Judaism, regardless of how much my fucking psychopathic rabid haters try to claim I believe it.
Thank God I was born with that at all. I know plenty of Muslims that respect gays. Well, I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about people in Palestine. The truth is that that's what they do.
Dude, come on, dude. What? Palestinian culture as a whole? How the... Dude, this is your brain on Reddit. This is your brain on Reddit. If you don't interact with normal people, if you don't talk to people on a daily basis, and the only way that you're getting information from, your only outlet to the outside world is just simply Reddit, you arrive at this conclusion. It's like literally a vector of radicalization against Muslims, Islamophobia, and also specifically Palestinians. That's crazy. It's also additionally ironic when we talk about LGBTQ support, because this community fucking, like, his community hates gay people in representation and shit in, like, video games. So what the fuck? That's the other part of this that I don't understand. It's like, oh, Western culture is so superior. We love the gays, except I fucking throw a fit every time I see them in my video games. If I see a woman in a video game, I lose my fucking mind. But it's bad when Palestinians, I have imagined an alternative reality when Palestinians also do that. And I hate it when they do that. What the fuck? Yeah, his subreddit is really bad. I know. His subreddit is just Stormfront 2, and he said this so casual because he knows his chat will love it, and it's just a normal thought for them. Most of us left these Nazi greaseball WoW types in 2007, but they're still around. I mean, this is literally, it's ironic that we're looking at Asmongold, because, like, I'm going to cover this in a second with a liberal from a much larger platform, Bill Maher. Like, that is... This is so... this is sad and very frustrating. Palestinian culture, and all he brought up was Sharia law. We know which online forums. He logs off on a stream. Oh, my God.
That's what they do over there. So no, I'm not going to support a group of people that would be the ones doing the genociding if they had the power to do it. I'm sorry to say, I'm not.
The idea that if Palestinians had the capacity to fucking do Israel shit, they would do Israel shit back to Israel is a silly one, because if Palestinians had a nation state with sovereignty and nuclear weapons, then Israel wouldn't be able to do anything to the Palestinians, and therefore there is no fucking world in which they would do the exact same thing back to Israel. You do not know that. All of the Palestinian resistance is within the framework of anti-colonial resistance. That's what it is. Okay? There are methods that you do not agree with. There are methods that I don't agree with. Okay? But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, who is responsible for the larger harm? Who is radicalizing people into taking action into their own hands? it is obviously going to be the colonial state. It is going to be the larger state. It's going to be the playground bully with a bigger stick. That's it. And there is no world in which, if we were to simplify these terms, you would ever say this about other historical issues, right? Nat Turner rebellion was insanely violent. Ta-Nehisi Coates talked about this with Ezra Klein on his New York Times podcast, where he said, I go back to the Nat Turner rebellion. They took axes and killed white babies. They killed white children. Does that change the dynamic and the overt cruelty? Some historians might even say, and there is back and forth on this, that Virginia was on the verge of the abolition of slavery, and yet the Nat Turner Rebellion was responsible for them not doing so. Okay? But ultimately, the morality of chattel slavery still remains. It is immoral, regardless of the reaction that it has invoked. Okay? That's it. The violent reaction to Israel's 76-year occupation and maintenance of apartheid does not justify the apartheid nor the consistent genocide of Palestinians that Israel is engaging in for the past 12 months. You're misunderstanding him. He's saying that people in Palestine have an innate hatred for Jews. I know. It is fucking ridiculous. I know. It is a way to try and justify Israel's genocide. It is a silly and idiotic sentiment that you can only arrive at if you exclusively fucking hear shit from Reddit. The fear that once the colonial occupation perishes, or once like chattel slavery is abolished, that the victims of chattel slavery will turn around and do the exact same thing to the people that once enslaved them is never borne out in reality. Okay? It's never borne out in reality. It has never happened. The Irish did not go and occupy England. Okay? The Algerians did not go and occupy France. Once the apartheid was abolished in South Africa, they did not turn around and occupy, I don't know, England again, or the Dutch. That did not happen. I DM'd him. I said, look, I could talk to you off stream or on stream if you want. It's fine. But ultimately, the violent reaction from the Palestinian resistance comes from 76 years of colonial occupation. Okay? It comes from the ethnic displacement of millions. It comes from generational struggle. What am I saying? Struggle. Okay? I don't even understand. There was no historical beef between Jews and Muslims pre-Zionism, for fuck's sake. Exactly. It also is historically incorrect. He's also taken in the context of gay and trans not having rights in Muslim society. He's responding to people having Palestinian trans flags in their handles. Yeah. This is also ironic for two reasons. This is something that I deal with on a regular basis with fucking a lot of right-wing people who have these kinds of opinions. It's like, one, many right-wing people don't want that in America. So what the fuck are you complaining about? And two, there is no opportunity for a gay or trans revolution in these places because all they've known is death and destruction. Okay? You can't get to that stage if you're still, constantly under the violence of a colonial occupation. It's a pretty basic concept. The problem is people don't understand this concept, especially if they live in the Western world, when they've never actually exhibited it, when they've never actually been on the receiving end of it. Okay? That's the thing. That's the reality. When people look to this situation and go, oh, dude, they're fucking not pro-trans or pro-gay. It's like, first of all, there are trans and gay Palestinians that are also getting killed by Israeli bombs. Okay? The bombs don't just like only kill people who are not woke. I don't think that if you're not woke, you deserve to be wiped off the planet anyway. I don't think that. I don't care if you're a right winger. I don't think we should bomb like white enclaves in Alabama, okay? For exhibiting the same tendency that you imagined all Palestinians have as a monolithic force, okay? That's ridiculous. And last but not least, you can't get to civil liberties and organizing and fighting for civil rights when you're too busy trying to survive under colonial occupation. It's pretty basic stuff when you really think about it, but you don't actually, when you don't have any empathy for these people and you have never actually fucking lived a world where you are under any sort of fucking colonial occupation, you can't comprehend the hierarchy of needs that people have. The number one need when your house is exploding is stop the explosion, okay? As a white leftist in a white enclave in Alabama, please don't bomb me. I'm doing my best here. I would never advocate for that. I don't, just like, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh yeah, Hurricane Milton, good shit. I'm glad it happened in Florida. Like, I don't believe that. I think that's fucking stupid. I want to help everyone. That's why I fucking advocate for Medicare for all. Medicare for all means for all, okay? Everyone needs healthcare. Everyone deserves healthcare, regardless of what their political advocacy is, even if they're fucking assholes, even if they're horrible monsters, even if they're Nazis, okay? Unconditionally. That's why I also believe in rehabilitation. I know you might go off on me, but say what it really is. Hatred and racism. This is racism and hatred. He said it so smoothly and comfortable. He was able to say the same to African Americans, Asians, anyone not white. No, it is. It is racist. It is absolutely racist. No, there's no other way around it. When you think that there is like the problem here is it's not just fucking Asmongold. The problem here is that the motherfucking president, the Democratic Party's leader, has said similar things. Okay? On Holocaust Remembrance Day, Joe Biden went on a national stage and said that Palestinians exhibit an ancient anti-Semitism. Okay? What has become permissible in these spaces in terms of like what you can say about Muslims, what you can say about Palestinians is unimaginable, dude. And I know the alternative is Asmongold could quite literally turn around and be like, you love terrorism, you love Hezbollah, okay? You love the Houthis, and garner a shit ton of support from some of the worst people online, okay? And that's it. That's it. Why do you always say the majority of Americans want a ceasefire, support Palestine? Seems to me that it's the opposite. You think the majority of Americans also agree with Asmongold about video games? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't have to invoke the majority. You can have a very outspoken minority that lasers in on these things and are like incredibly passionate. And that's all it takes. Anyway, let me finish this off, and then I'm going to move on.
I don't have any sympathy for them. I'm sure at some degree there are people that are caught in the crossfire. This is sad, but at the end of the day, this is an immoral, evil culture. I truly believe that.
I think there's nothing funnier than saying that the Palestinians live in an immoral culture an inferior culture while you live in the United States of America and you are advocating for the death and destruction and the genocide of the Palestinian people. I think that is the most immoral thing you can say. That's it. I think there is nothing more immoral than taking a pro-genocide position and try to justify it by saying, "Oh, well, the people that they're slaughtering are fucking immoral and barbaric and inferior." Holy shit. Like, I know everyone's like, "Oh, what do you mean? Have you seen Asmongold's bedroom? Like, he's saying that from a fucking house infested with cockroaches." Like, I don't care, okay? I don't care about the fucking aesthetics. I don't care about any of that shit. Like, that shit's for the birds, okay? That's like funny. Haha, I got it. He doesn't drink water, whatever. I don't give a fuck, okay? That part doesn't matter. I mean, that'll get you a lot of fucking likes on Twitter, for sure. But ultimately, I care more about how many Americans also exhibit this tendency and genuinely believe this shit. It's fucking terrifying. Like, saying they're inferior, saying they're evil to justify the death and destruction that befalls them is so fucking horrifying. Why don't you talk to him, bro? I want to. I reached out. We'll see. Might be too far gone on this, especially considering that his business partner and co-owner of the organization that he's a part of is literally Muslim. Like, that's what's so crazy about this. He has people that are in his immediate life that he could talk to, not just Muslim people, but like someone like Wake, for example, who is a brilliant, very smart, very kind, very empathetic person. Yeah, an Iraqi Muslim migrant. Like, anyway. That's crazy, man. That's actually fucking nutty. That's a nutty thing to see, especially when this is happening. This happened over the weekend. Patients connected to IVs were engulfed in flames after Israel launched missiles at the Al-Aqsa hospital. That's what happened over this weekend. Israeli attack ignited a deadly fire in a hospital tent camp at Al-Aqsa Hospital. Israel has also refused any humanitarian aid from going into northern Gaza, as it has greatly escalated its genocide in northern Gaza since the beginning of October. Here's what the White House had to say. White House National Security Council spokesperson: the images and video of what appear to be displaced civilians burning alive following an Israeli airstrike are deeply disturbing and have made our concerns clear to the Israeli government. Israel has a responsibility to do more to avoid civilian casualties, and what happened here is horrifying. Even if Hamas was operating near the hospital and attempt to use humans as civilians as human shields.
More than a year in, and still this war gives up fresh horrors. The sense of panic and powerlessness, not for what people have escaped, but for what they can see. In the wall of flames, those that can't be reached. The blaze sparked by an Israeli strike on a tented encampment for displaced people in the grounds of central Gaza's main hospital. Israel said it was targeting a Hamas command center in the compound. There were apparent secondary explosions, popping sounds among the flames.
You and I will never agree on helping everyone. You're naive. Man, that's your fucking biggest gripe with me right now. You're so dumb for that. Like, I'm not even going to entertain this conversation. Here, eat the fucking 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Like, that's your gripe here, right? You're watching man-made horrors beyond fucking comprehension, and you're like, I don't agree that Nazis also should get healthcare. The entire fucking point of that is to make it solving people's material issues makes it less likely for them to be radicalized. Okay? There will still, of course, be... Is Al Jazeera a credible source? Yes, it is one of the most credible sources, especially as it pertains to what is going on in Gaza. It's one of the few places where there are actual embedded journalists that are still in Gaza that haven't been fucking killed by Israel. Israel's killed a lot of their journalists in Gaza. Israel shut down the Al Jazeera offices in Israel. They also shut down the Al Jazeera offices in the West Bank, which is occupied Palestinian territory. But yes, as it stands, Al Jazeera is one of the most credible sources. They are one of the only sources on the ground operating inside of Gaza still. But it doesn't matter because we're not even watching Al Jazeera right now. We're watching Channel 4. Channel 4 is a British publication. Now, I need you to understand something here, okay? I need you to understand something. I mean, this is so fucked up. It is so fucked up. What thread? The thread has been deleted already? I don't even know what you're talking about. Israel has used for the past 12 months the same exact propaganda, only when it becomes an issue in Western media. Okay? They don't even feel the need to justify their atrocities when you don't pay attention. When you do pay attention and make a stink about it, then they deploy the same tactic over and over and over again. And the tactic that they deploy is they're using human shields. Now they're using it in Lebanon. Hezbollah is using human shields against Israel. At a certain point, you have to understand they know that it works, I guess, works enough because American Western media, mainstream media, goes along with it every single time and contextualizes all matter of Israeli violence as permissible. And they're doing this to the United Nations, okay? Israel also has attacked the UNIFIL encampment. These are fucking Irish and Italian and Western nationals that are supposed to be protecting by putting their bodies on the line, by putting Western white bodies directly on a blue line to make sure that Israel doesn't fucking pass that blue line. Now they're attacking a UNIFIL camp and saying that Hezbollah is using this UNIFIL camp as a human shield. What is crazy about this is that this completely goes against all matter of international standards. It goes against what like America's own personal actions have looked like in its endless conquest in the Middle East. Like Israel has gone above and beyond. It is now officially going past the point of what America has done and the way that it has conducted itself in its bloody endeavors in the Middle East. That is what's so crazy about the situation. So if the Western powers that are funding, facilitating, offering cover to Israel in all of this inhumanity don't even fucking care about white people, about Westerners who are getting who are now in the crosshairs of Israeli rockets, Israeli tanks, because Hezbollah is using human shields. What makes you think that they would ever believe that Palestinians are also, real human beings that aren't just simply human shields, collateral damage? They do. If they believe that if they believe the argument that Israel makes about white people, Irish people, the UN, UNIFIL encampments being used as a Hezbollah human shield, they will believe 1,000,000 times over that Palestinians are human shields. Okay? That's it. Okay, Asmongold wants to talk, he said. So I'm going to try to talk to him about oh, wait, oops, I called the wrong person. About his take. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. Asmon.
Okay. Yes.
In the interest of fairness, I want you to explain what you said that I saw in limited clips earlier today, I think.
Okay, so basically, I find it to be really problematic that people put like a lot of virtue signaling, and I think it is virtue signaling, for people that are supportive for like trans rights and LGBT rights when they support countries that kill people and prosecute them for being LGBT. I think that's a huge problem, and I don't think you can have both of those things.
So when you were saying like Palestinians exhibited inferior culture that's barbaric, you were simply talking about the hypocrisy? Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty much. I do. And somebody in my chat said that you said that I thought Christian theocracy was better.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, what a fucking surprise. Okay. Well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I want you to like fully explain, because I want to understand everything that you mean beyond the hypocrisy, because like the hypocrisy version, or the hypocrisy in and of itself, is one thing that we can address. It's a super simple concept.
Well,
but I
do you
think there's
feel
a
about that?
broader, there's always a broader point beyond hypocrisy, because online hypocrisy in and of itself, or even the invocation of hypocrisy or perceived hypocrisy, is seemingly a more damaging thing than like actual material harm, right? Oh, this person is hypocritical, and that's like a very common fucking thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure you experience it on a regular basis as well. It doesn't really matter.
Most hypocrisy, I think, is derived from a misunderstanding that is often deliberate. I see it oftentimes with you. You've seen it with me. Everybody has it happen. It's extremely common on the internet. Yeah.
It's the Andrew Tate phenomenon, right? Where people don't give a fuck about like what Andrew Tate may have done or may not have done, or all the shit that he has definitely done, right?
Right, yeah.
And care more about like, perceived hypocrisy. Usually they care more about that than anything else. So I don't
I think there's a Norm Macdonald clip about that. It was very good.
Yeah, I don't necessarily care about hypocrisy that much, but in terms of the hypocrisy of the matter, I can explain it to you.
Sure.
Number one, so in terms of LGBTQ acceptance, right? Trans acceptance, queer acceptance, you find that to be, in the United States of America, in the wealthiest nation on earth, one of the most prosperous nations on the planet, to be to a certain degree like a fancy thing to advocate for, right?
I don't think that you have to be rich to advocate for LGBT acceptance.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying? Sorry.
No. What I'm simply saying is that LGBTQ representation in video games is oftentimes considered to be something that is like unnecessary, or something that is considered
you're talking
to
about
be
like in games?
In games, in facets of culture, in facets of media.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It feels like it's inauthentic. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, is there a positive example of LGBTQ representation that you can think of in mainstream media in recent years?
Sure.
Just so I understand what the dynamic is there.
Did you play Final Fantasy 16?
I did not.
Oh my God. So they had a character in Final Fantasy 16. His name was Dion. And he was like the prince of an area. He was like the, like person who could like channel Bahamut, right? And he was gay, and it was part of the story. And they actually blocked sale for that game in some places in the Middle East because Square Enix didn't want to censor the game for that reason. And I respected them a lot for that.
But that was wait, they refused to block the game? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, Square Enix did not do that.
And that was a good representation of like gay or trans.
Yeah, I think so. I really do.
Okay.
I think that whenever you create a character, that the character's personality, sometimes it feels like when characters are added into stories, especially if they have like an LGBT like lean to them, they can be turned into being like a one-dimensional like I guess identification of that person. And it's like they make like an overt effort to talk about that and discuss it. And I feel like in a lot of times it can come off as patronizing or talking down to the audience.
Okay.
It feels very unauthentic to me.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there are instances where there's like gay representation, trans representation that's like ham-fisted and just simply added on as not a necessary vehicle for narrative development, but instead simply for identity points, right?
Sure.
To do diversity. Okay, so not to get too lost in the sauce, we can get back to this part of the conversation in a second. But my point was that like that level of LGBTQ representation, it's for diversity, it's for marketing purposes. Usually, it's just like sometimes it could be shitty narrative devices, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. But a lot of people still get mad at it, right? A lot of people in the Western world still get mad at it. And for me in particular, there is a hierarchy of needs for and that all human beings respond to, all human beings exist under.
Is this like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or is this like something else?
Maslow's hierarchy of needs is appropriate, but like there's a higher standard, because the Maslow's hierarchy of needs usually is under the confines of like at least a developed country, where a developed country that is not constantly being bombarded or victims of like colonial occupation. My point is that Palestinians are not inherently anti-gay or anti-trans or anything like that. There are gay Palestinians, there are trans Palestinians, both living in Gaza, in historic Palestine, and also certainly outside of Gaza.
Well, is it against the law?
The problem is there is no time or space or opportunity for them to engage in queer liberation, let alone, advocate for more representation in their artworks, for example, when they're too busy being bombed and destroyed and killed and ethnically displaced for 76 years under an apartheid regime that is a settler colonial occupation.
Okay, real quick. You don't think that I support Israel, do you?
I don't, but I think that... Good. No, I don't think you support Israel, but I think you saying that like Palestinians are immoral or evil or have an evil, antiquated culture or are barbaric is not only ahistorical. What's up?
I do think that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think you're wrong.
I don't know, man. Like, how can you be in support of a culture that tells people that they can't be who they want to be? Like, I mean, really, I mean, if I was advocating for what the laws were there, I would get banned for hate speech. How's that acceptable?
Yeah, I think you are misunderstanding what their culture is, what the Palestinian culture is, and you're also not setting the standard under the material conditions in which they exist.
I don't think that you can do that. So there are a number of other countries.
For example.
Okay, let me go after this.
Okay, you go ahead. But I will give you more historically appropriate points in a second.
So basically, the reason why I don't like what they do is because it's based off of a religious theocracy. And so you can look at other religious theocracies in other countries that aren't being bombed, and the one commonality that they have is that they all suppress people's identity and they express their freedom of expression. And I think that any culture and any type of government that is derivative of a religion is fundamentally inferior. I think this is true with any book. It's true with Judaism. It's true with Christianity. It's true with Islam. It's true with Hinduism. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
true with anything. And I find it to be very problematic that we're using these books as a guideline for like how to make laws when these books actively encourage killing people for different types of identities. And obviously, like, I understand that there's like a huge spectrum of people that are part of any culture. There's people that are way more progressive, people that are way less progressive. But what I see is that I see countries that have laws that haven't been bombed, right? You look at like Saudi Arabia or like Dubai. A lot of these other countries still have the same types of expressions or same type of restrictions on the expression for LGBT. And
Mm-hmm.
I find that to be problematic and inferior. And I think that I want to make sure that this is very clear because, like, I don't want you to think that this is something that's like oh, the brown people over there are wrong. I would say the exact same thing for us, like the church, like Christianity. Like if you look at, for example, like Salem witch trials, it's disgusting. It's horrible. So all I'm saying is that I think that there is a standard that's being applied, and I don't really understand how that's defensible at all. I don't like, and that's what doesn't make sense to me. Is
It's
that
not.
like okay,
It's
well,
not.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
But here is the problem.
Okay.
It's not defensible, but I think most people, including like the
Yeah.
gay Palestinians or queer Palestinians or queer Lebanese people,
Sure. Anything.
understand that there is no room for advocating for civil liberties in your own domestic policies when you are escaping bombing
So
campaigns.
I see your point,
So
but do you
this
see
is
my
the
point
reason.
that
This is the reason
go ahead.
why so many of these countries,
Mhm.
whether it be Iran, whether it be Afghanistan, whether it be Egypt, or many of these places that were far more liberal from Western standards, from the Western understanding of like social liberalism, multiple decades ago, before Western intervention, are no longer as socially liberal as they once were.
You're
Because
talking about like the 1917 Iran thing, basically?
not 1917, but yes,
Or it's
circa
1979,
1950.
excuse me. Yes, sorry.
And when you look at the history of these countries, and not to say that like I don't personally think that Saudi Arabia deserves to be annihilated for having a religious theocracy. I don't personally think Israel deserves to be annihilated for operating within like liberal confines, but still maintaining a religious theocracy that is baked into now their constitution.
Do you
Israel,
think that I support that?
no, I don't think you support that either.
Okay.
But well, in terms of the Palestinians, I think the quote was that inferior cultures deserve to be wiped out.
Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like anytime that you're killing people based off of anything like that, I don't think that Israel or America or anybody has the right to come in and tell Palestine how to live and for them like what they're supposed to do. Right? I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but if you want me to accept their culture as being equivalent to ours, I won't do that.
Okay.
And I do think that it's worse.
Okay, but culture, you understand that culture changes throughout time, and it is directly a consequence of like how people or what people are experiencing. In the United States
I
of
think
America,
that we're evidence of that. We're evidence of that because like we're
yes.
much farther along.
So
Yeah, I
so
think a
do
lot
you
of places
think like I don't think you would agree that bombing places makes them more tolerant to
Absolutely not.
yeah. Okay. And I don't
Absolutely
think
not.
I don't think that you think that like nuking America, for example, circa 2013 when gay marriage was
We're not going to bomb the gay into them. I understand that.
okay.
You're totally right.
Okay. So
Yeah.
in terms of some of your statements, like not only I think you're wrong on the history of queer culture in Arab countries, in Muslim nations in general. I'll give you one example. The Ottoman Empire actually decriminalized homosexuality in the Tanzimat era. I think it was like 18th century.
Mm-hmm.
And before then, it was not even like a problem. It was never an issue. Far before Western nations ever actually decriminalized or made it legal to be gay. And this is oftentimes a not really mentioned aspect of the Muslim world or Muslim culture or the Arab history or the region's history at all. Most people don't know this, and it's like genuinely shocking to them. You might maybe even be shocked to find out that the Ottoman Empire, where Palestine was seen as a safe haven for Jews as they were escaping the Spanish Inquisition, for example, and many other pogroms that Jewish people experienced in, especially in Western and Eastern Europe. The Ottoman Empire in the MENA region, all the way that spans to Morocco, was seen as a safe haven and safe harbor for Jews, where they were allowed to coexist in far better conditions under Islamic rule, technically. That was far more
honestly,
tolerant.
I would go even farther than you are. I think that back then it wasn't just the fact that they were accepting of gay. I think that they were way more scientifically oriented. They were way more focused on learning and mathematics. I think that's evidently true. I don't think anybody would say the Ottoman Empire was shitty or anything like that. I think they were very progressive for their time. It's not even a question.
So
I totally agree with you.
But things have changed in the region since then.
They sure have.
So what do you think is the difference there? Like, what do you think has happened in the hundreds of years that have passed, that have gone by, or especially in the last 100 years? Why has the attitude overall in terms of governance changed so dynamically and so dramatically?
I think there's probably a bunch of different reasons for it, right? I mean, it's not like one reason, but I don't think that are we trying to imply that it's like American imperialism and interventionism that's caused this to happen? Is that kind of like
Absolutely.
where you're going with
no,
this?
I am saying that. America not only directly armed and radicalized fundamentalists in the region, including but not limited to Afghanistan, for example, with the Mujahideen, because they were seen as like a fighting force that they could use against the communist adjacent Afghan government or the USSR inevitably when the USSR did invade. But also beyond that, the most nationalistic or the most militant fundamentalists were perceived in Iran, for example, as the true liberators that were not willing to fight against the Western-backed Shah regime, the Western-backed monarchy in Iran. So that's the reason why a lot of people, whether they agreed with it or not, ultimately on the social front doesn't really matter. They were like, these guys are going to protect us. These guys are actually fighting back against this ruthless rule of the Shah that was, falsely torturing people on a regular basis.
Okay, so
that's usually
if
how
your argument is that, well, how do you reconcile that with the fact that there are other countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, that don't have that history but still have the same laws?
Oh, that's a great example. Saudi Arabia is allowed to exist like that because they have a valuable resource that they are gladly and willingly coordinating with the Western powers on, in terms of OPEC plus. They have oil.
Doesn't that?
So did Iran, but Iranian oil was refined by British Petroleum, Mossadegh at the time. It was a social democrat. Very progressive for the time as well, wanted to nationalize their own extraction industries. And this was seen as a massive slight and it caused massive harm to the profit margins of British Petroleum and the American intelligence and Western intelligence cooperated to overthrow Mossadegh very openly and very clearly. They implemented the Shah regime. He was brutal. He was a brutal autocrat. He was a monarch. People hated him. And at the end of the day, it was the Islamic Revolution and the fundamentalist forces that were the most successful in terms of fighting back against the Shah. That's the reason why they overtook the country and have been dominating the nation ever since. There are plenty of gay and trans people. By the way, Iran is actually weirdly very pro-trans, but I'm sure that you probably didn't know that. they're very homophobic,
I
but
actually didn't.
they are very pro-trans.
Weird.
A lot of cultures are actually very pro-trans, way more than the United States of America, maybe to a fault at times, like Iran when they do forcible gender.
I mean, you look at like Native American culture, I think it's extremely popular.
Yeah.
Norse culture, I mean, you could say the same thing about Loki, right? It's like the idea of being trans is like super, super, super old, like Shiva, right? Another good example. So I
Yes.
think that that's
Yes,
true.
there's a concept of third
Yeah.
gender in India, Pakistan, and many other places as well. So
Yeah.
but that's besides the point. So what I'm trying to say is we cannot exist outside of the material condition that we are subjected to. If you are living under a ruthless, corrupt autocratic rule, and there's a group of people that say, I'm going to, fight back against this ruthless autocratic rule that is like Western power backed, then people will be on board with that. They're going to be like, oh, this is great. I love this revolution. I'm on board.
Okay, so I can go even farther than that. I totally understand why groups like ISIS happen. Like if you look at people from ISIS, these are people that are like 20 years old. They've lived their entire life being occupied by a foreign power.
Okay,
I think that we're
there is a difference
doing
between
a horrible
ISIS
thing.
and Iran,
Sure.
though. Like I hope you
No.
understand that, right? And just like there's a difference between
Of
ISIS
course.
and Hamas and all these other like other.
I'm just giving
other-
you an example. I'm giving you
Okay.
an example of like, so I think extremist groups are created. So you got a lot of heat, you got a lot of hate. One of your most popular, biggest hits was that America deserved 9/11. Remember that?
Yes.
Bad day, bad day. But what you meant to say is that American interventionism inadvertently caused this to happen. Am I right?
Directly, not even inadvertently. Is a concept that
Okay,
historians
so
call blowback.
I totally agree with you about that. I completely agree with you. I think that you're right. I defended that.
Yeah.
So my perspective is that I don't think that we can blame, like, I don't see the logic that all of these other countries that are like, from the West, right, that are like much more progressive are somehow intervening and making this, like, these other countries in the Middle East hate gay people and like want to kill gay people. And I don't see how, like,
Wait, you don't
pushing
agree with
against-
that? You're saying
No, I don't. I don't really see how they're congruent.
so.
I don't see, like,
why
no,
do you
I
think
don't.
that? So why do you think that historically they didn't hate gay people, but now they do? Like, don't you?
I'm not sure.
You recognize that like culture changes. You said that you understand that like the Ottoman Empire
Sure.
was more progressive in comparison
like-
to its European counterparts in terms of like the way that they view gay people, even or homosexuality in general.
I think that we can come to the agreement, and like, we can talk about historically all you want, right? I think that in some cases, like, that's true. In a lot of cases, like, the way that this is perceived around the world, like, Romans looked at it differently, Greeks looked at it differently, everybody's looked at it differently. But I'm talking about what's happening today. And if I'm looking at those cultures today, those are cultures that are oppressing people based off of their identity. And at a certain point,
right now, the Palestinians don't have any structural governance to be able to do that regardless. So there is no like gay oppression happening in Gaza, because the only oppression that's happening in Gaza is that Israel's lighting them on fire with regular frequency.
and we're paying for it.
Yes. So, in terms of like Islamist fundamentalism, right?
Yeah.
In terms of Islamist fundamentalism, or the way that like you perceive Palestinians as viewing gay people.
Yeah.
There has never been an opportunity for Palestinian people to engage in queer liberation, because in the hierarchy of needs, the number one need for them is to stop Israel from killing them, is to stop Israel from dominating them since 1948. And even before then as well. But after Israel was formed in 1948, that has been the game for the most part. They have never had an opportunity to even think about queer liberation. If your house is on fire, you're not going to be spending a whole lot of time thinking about the color of your curtains, right? And that's what this is. There's a much larger problem at hand. And this is precisely the reason why a lot of people, actually, never fully comprehend this. But a lot of leftists in the Western world do understand that intersectionality. And regardless of like the perceived queer phobia from Palestinians and Palestinian governance, they still, of course, offer solidarity. I said this earlier, and I think it's a take bear repeating. I'm in favor of Medicare for all and universal social safety nets in the United States of America unconditionally. I do not believe in refusing to offer, for example, any sort of health care to a person because they're a Nazi even, right? That's an extreme case. And I think that they deserve health care.
I agree with you, and I would even go farther than that. I think that if somebody's an illegal immigrant, I don't think that we should ever I think it's disgusting to tell a doctor or tell a healthcare provider to let somebody die or to let them bleed out or something like that just because of that. I completely agree with you. I had to pay my taxes recently. I'm sure you're probably about in the same place. It was 7 figures. And so I have no problem with that.
I live in California. It's pretty significant.
You got a bet. Yeah.
But I don't care.
Good.
I don't mind that.
I don't either. I used to be paying for people used to pay for my food stamps. Now I'm paying for somebody else's. And if they raise my taxes to pay for Medicare for all, I would be happy and I would vote for that.
So if you understand that, right? So you recognize that. Would you say that like a religious enclave in Alabama, for example, deserves to be wiped out for their understanding of like gay people? Like a white religious enclave in Alabama?
Absolutely not. I don't think that they deserve to be wiped out, but I would not advocate for them. I would not look at that group and say, this is a group of people that I support.
So you can understand where the confusion comes from when you
and I can
said
see
that about
Palestinians. That's
right?
why I wanted to. Yeah, sure, right, sure, and that's why I wanted to talk to you about it, right? Because I think that you and we had a conversation about this before. And I can very much easily empathize with Palestinians. Of course I can. But I don't think that it's entirely true that Palestine, didn't Palestine support Hitler?
No.
Pretty sure they did.
No.
The mayor of Palestine supported Hitler.
What you're talking about is the British colonial British colonial occupation put forward a leader. Oftentimes in colonies, when you engage in like colonial actions, like and British Mandate Palestine was obviously a colony of the English, they will appoint a person into a position of power that is more acceptable to British needs and desires in the region to dominate the people. History is riddled with examples such as this one. The Palestinian Grand Mufti was a singular person who went and linked up with Adolf Hitler and thought that he could coordinate with Adolf Hitler in terms of like ridding Palestine of the Jews. Having said that, however, 11,000
and that sounds pretty bad.
It does. When you realize that one, there were also Jewish militias, early Zionist militias that also sought out Adolf Hitler's help and tried to coordinate with Adolf Hitler. You understand that this has no bearing on an entire people and what their actual attitudes were. Not only that, but also 11,000 Palestinians actually fought alongside the Allied forces against Adolf Hitler. So Palestinians, by far greater numbers, actually fought against Adolf Hitler than the one British occupation guy that actually linked up with Adolf Hitler. It's actually a common historic Holocaust revisionist talking point that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once famously utilized as well, where he falsely claimed that Adolf Hitler did not want to kill the Jews until he talked to the Palestinian Grand Mufti, who gave him the idea of killing the Jews and doing the final solution. This was such a gross historical revisionist talking point that obviously the entirety of Israeli society actually criticized Benjamin Netanyahu for saying such a ridiculous... But he did want
to get rid of the Jews, though, right?
Yeah, but it's a singular person that has no bearing on real Palestinian existence, especially when much larger numbers of Palestinians fought alongside the Allied forces, right?
I think that it definitely does matter if a figurehead of a country is supporting Hitler.
It's not a figurehead of a country, though. It's the figurehead. It's an appointed person
and
that has no bearing. And for example,
Don't you feel like it's a bit unfair for you to attribute every instance of bigotry and bad behavior to being the West's fault?
No, I
At
think I
what
have a
point
very
are
realistic and materialist analysis of these sorts of things where I think that people don't have time to fight for gay liberation when, like I said, they're too busy trying to literally rebuild their homes after it's bombed, especially by a force that, you know, doesn't have like automatic heat-seeking missiles that avoid gay people. You know what I mean? They're killing gay people and trans people in Gaza every fucking day. Like there is no, like, gay liberation is not a real conversation here. It's just a mere talking point that a lot of people who defend Israel, not saying you do, but a lot of people who defend Israel try to repackage Israel's violence and contextualize it and make it seem more appropriate to an American audience that is sometimes pro-gay and pro-queer. It rarely ever works. A
Yeah.
lot of queer people still don't give a shit. They're like, I don't care. Just stop killing these people. Is their attitude. So
Oh yeah.
that's it. That's the reality of the matter. Is that once Palestine is liberated, then they can have this conversation internally. But right now, Western forces are allowing the death and destruction of this people to continue.
What do you think the odds are that after this stops happening, that the Palestinians are going to get together and say that it's okay to be gay?
I don't know, because I can't even imagine a world where this death and destruction isn't constant. But I would say that just like in the United States of America, you know, there people inevitably evolved, inevitably fought
And
back, and
what do you think? I've actually got a really good
an
question.
environment for queer liberation, even though
Sure.
to this day there are still a shit ton of problems that especially trans people experience on a regular basis.
Oh, I mean, it to me, I'm sure you're on Twitter probably more than I am.
I'm not.
And so, really?
Yeah, I deleted it off my phone. I rarely go on it unless I'm live.
Nick did the same thing. I that's crazy. Wow. Okay. Well, okay. I'm on Twitter a lot. How much more racist do you think that it's gotten and like homophobic do you think it's gotten in the last like 2 years? I think it's
Significantly.
like 500x, right?
Yes.
Like it's insane. It's crazy and I think that it just keeps getting worse too. And I'm curious like kind of what your viewpoint is because we're talking about like kind of how like these different cultures are accepting people and like now what do you think about like Saudi Arabia and like the way that they're like I guess effectively sports washing things. I think that's the term that's being used a lot, right? With like esports, etc. Like what's your take on that?
I think that Saudi Arabia is also a religious theocracy that
Yeah.
is simply trying to moderate their viewpoint in an effort to become more accepted by Western culture and bring in Western capital into the country.
For sure.
Ultimately, if they did become a queer safe haven, for example, overnight, there's still plenty of issues in Saudi society in terms of utilizing slave labor, in terms of death and destruction that befalls like indigenous populations in areas where they want to do building projects, and beyond that, there is the whole genocide in Yemen. A lot of these things can be solved inevitably, and there were some initiative from China that brought Iran and Saudi Arabia to the table to stop the destruction of Yemen, for example. That was relatively successful pre-October 7. But like there are a shit ton of problems in Saudi Arabia still. Having said
Just
that,
recently they just let women drive.
yes,
Very recently. Yeah.
yes,
No,
a lot of the
I'm
things,
fully aware of that.
things
Yeah.
that people who use this kind of sentiment against Palestinians oftentimes will overlook Saudi Arabia or other Gulf states that have the exact same rules and restrictions. But once again, this is more so about allowing right-wing sentiment to fester and dominate a society. There are plenty of members in the Israeli Knesset, for example, that also don't want women to learn how to fucking read and write.
It's so bad. Like
This doesn't-
I absolutely. You're completely right.
And there are plenty of people in America who feel similar ways as well.
I've been
Some of
hearing a
them,
lot of bad things about women being able to vote.
yes, some
Yeah.
of those people gain more prominence in society as society becomes. Some of these people end up gaining more prominence in society, and slowly but surely they try to reorient society to their own desires. That's the reason
True.
why a lot of people fight back against this sort of thing. Okay? That's the reason why a lot of people fight back. Gay people, queer people, people who are aligned with them fight back against this sort of sentiment in an effort to make sure that it never turns into a society that does this kind of thing to gay people, queer people in general. So
Does it again? Well, we used to do it for a long time. I mean, gay marriage being legal is very, very recent.
yes, and it's
No,
already
I totally support that.
yeah. So my point is,
Yeah.
we've never given the opportunity to many of these countries in the MENA region to be able to have the freedom to continue developing and have their own civil liberties and have their own fight for civil liberties. And we will never be able to see what it would look like if they were given the opportunity without our intervention. We can only look to the past where that intervention wasn't as severe and point to a time when they were relatively open-minded, especially in comparison to their European counterparts. But the way that we see what they do, okay, is never translated to the way that we operate here in the United States of America.
How do
I
you
think
figure
that dynamic. I think that dynamic stems from dehumanization of Arab people in general. That is unfortunately all too commonplace in Western media and in Western society.
I think it happens a lot. I mean, like, and obviously, like after 9/11, I mean, I've, have a number of Arab friends and they've told me it was a very, very bad time. So I think that you're absolutely right about that. And it is problematic. I don't really
Okay.
think that I don't think that it's fair to say that, like, of course, like all people that are Arabs, and also like, really, it's not about being an Arab. It's about having a religious theocracy that enables you to dehumanize other people.
Yeah,
Because you want to talk
Palestinians
about
don't have a theocracy, by
dehumanization.
the way, just so you understand. Like they don't have anything. They don't have any sort of like real valid form of governance at all. They have never been allowed to have a real valid form of governance or any sort of autonomy or any sort of sovereignty, at least, especially since 1948.
Sure. But like in all of the other places in the same area, pretty much all of them that are doing their own governance
Mm-hmm.
come to the same conclusion about gay people.
Yeah.
They pretty much, yeah,
So,
they do.
okay. So this is really interesting that you're saying this because
Yeah.
you recognize that like a lot of those other Gulf states are in alignment with the United States of America and are allowed to operate in whichever ways they see fit, including but not limited to helping Israel, right? They get F-16s and fleets of American planes, and they get security contracts for their consistent maintenance of American interests in the region.
Do you think I support that?
I don't. I'm
don't.
not even
don't.
saying if you support it or
So
not. I'm simply
here's the
stating that
thing.
like
Oh, go ahead.
monopolizing an entire region of people and assuming that they all are operating on the same boundaries is incorrect.
Of
It would be
course,
akin to
there's always going to be people that are like that. But I also think that they do the same thing to gay people. In the same way that, like, you're looking at everybody and they actually will do it. It doesn't matter whether a gay person is a good person or not. If they're gay in that culture, they can lose their life, they can go to jail, they'll have their
okay.
life completely ruined.
Okay,
Uh,
you understand that there's a difference between a sovereign nation state that has been a monarchy that America has like funded
Mhm.
and allowed to foster with whatever kind of autonomy, sometimes impunity, as a matter of fact, versus like the Palestinian population, though, right?
I think that definitely there's a big difference, but what I'm saying is that I don't think
Okay.
that difference has been manifested. Like, the difference is that when you have a culture that is derivative off of a religion that I think is oppressive and it hasn't been modernized, you have people that are using it as a tool to oppress other people. I do genuinely think that cultures that are built off of religions like that are inferior. And I
Okay.
think that we've worked really hard to get away from that. And that work isn't done yet. I think it's still going on to this day.
Okay.
And it's disappointing for me because I've seen things go backwards a lot. I think in the
Mm-hmm.
last 2 years, they've gone backwards in a tremendous way. You see it on social media. I saw like there was some bullshit thing about how 21% of Gen Z think Hitler had some good ideas. That's very concerning for me. It's extremely
Mm-hmm.
concerning.
Yeah, I mean it's a lack of education in
It is,
America.
among
It's
other
really
things.
bad. But once
Yeah,
again, like what you are what you're doing is something that I see a lot, which is
okay.
a conflation of conservatism and
Mhm.
reactionary ideals with members of an entire religion. So in the United States of America, right, you have really, really freakish religious guys, right? You have people who want basically the same governance that the Taliban has over Afghanistan, but in the United States of America. Like there are people like that.
I think they've got a lot in common.
Yeah.
They do. I think it's 9 out of
But
10.
then in the United States of America, I'm sure you know plenty of religious people who are very tolerant, even if not literally pro-gay and pro-trans. Even there are non-denominational Christian
We've
churches, for
yeah,
example, that
we've
are
seen a lot of that. And I would apply I wanna make sure that, like, because I think a lot of times in conversations like this, there becomes, like, this othering of, like Arabs or, like, Islam. I don't really see that as an othering. I think that there's a lot of overlap between Christianity and Islam, right?
okay.
Especially in terms of, like, laws, etcetera, and things to believe. And I think that I would view a Christian, like one of these like super like religious zealot Christian people, I would view them trying to push that on other people as the same type of basically inferior culture. I think that it is inferior. That's why
Y-
we fought for years and years and years to get rid of it.
Okay. So yeah, obviously chattel slavery was justified by Christianity, and chattel slavery was abolished with liberation theology, which is also Christianity. So Christianity, religion, played a formative role in both sides of chattel slavery, both in the justification and maintenance of it, but also played a formative role in the abolition of it. Right.
That's true,
So
but I want to make
so
sure that we're drawing a distinction real quick between following a religion and then having a government that is a religious theocracy
yeah.
that bases its laws off of that religion. I think that most people that are of any religion just want to be able to get along. I
Okay.
think that's very much true.
So
But the problem is that if you have a government that is based off of that religion, I can't think of a single government that's based off of a religion that isn't bad.
well, I mean, Americans are the American Republican Party is desperately trying to bring that back as best as they can, but I
They're
think
trying to
you
make them they've made it legal to, teach it's mandatory now to teach the Bible in Oklahoma.
yes. So
You saw
so
that. Yeah.
yeah, I did. So you understand that those are people, some of which are genuine like religious zealots, and others who are simply utilizing religion as a galvanizing factor to be like, see, I'm a religious person, right? Like
Oh, I think
people
that
have
we know
different
somebody like that.
aspirations. People have different motivations for why
Yeah.
they advocate for certain things. Okay. So that
I
very
think
same
that that's very
principle,
common, that
yeah,
people use religion as a tool to, like, kind of enable that type of behavior.
great. So
Sure.
so herein lies the problem.
Mhm.
That very same principle exists in the Muslim world, which is endlessly diverse, and there are it's the fastest growing religion. It is,
It
I
is.
think it might have actually overtaken Christianity in terms of numbers,
I think it's
and
1.6 billion now. That's
and
the number
yes,
I last heard.
and
Yeah.
religious governance differs from country to country. I'm Turkish. I come from a country that is nowhere near as fundamentalist. It's supposed to be secular.
Mhm.
Obviously, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is very similar to Donald Trump in terms of in terms of how he utilized Islam to make himself to give himself a more prominent role in Turkish society. Was able to both bastardize religion and also simultaneously use it for social repression, social oppression, and cultural repression in general. So I personally understand like it withstood the direct consequences of that, of a society being redesigned. And perhaps that is the reason why I know that there's a difference between simply monolithizing an entire religion versus people who are championing religion, Islam in this case, to meet their own authoritarian governance demands. And that's simply what it is. A lot of people don't like the way that their government operates. There are gay Muslims, there are queer Muslims, there are queer trans people. They have unfortunately not had any breathing room to be able to advocate for civil rights in many parts of this region because they have been consistently pushed back against, and also don't have any fucking time or space to be able to do such a thing when they're under direct occupation. That's the issue.
But would you come to the same conclusion that basing decisions off of that religion and making laws based off of that religion is a bad thing?
Yeah, of course. I don't. What do you mean?
Okay.
I don't agree in theocracy at all.
Awesome. But wouldn't that mean that it would be inferior? Or,
no, I wouldn't say that any culture is inferior to one another. I would, however, say that especially as it pertains to Palestinians, the reason why I don't think it's inferior over the one another is that inferiority is a very dangerous and treacherous language to utilize, especially when there are hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded people that are in the crosshairs of Israeli violence.
I think that it works. If this is a semantics issue, and if like me saying inferior, if you think that that's dehumanizing or problematic, then I don't necessarily completely agree, but I can see where you're coming from.
Well,
I would say worse, or you could replace that with any other word that is just like not as good as.
Yeah.
But of course that doesn't represent.
But even then, it doesn't matter because then there's something that's better, right? The problem is American culture or like American actions are not necessarily better. That's my point.
They
on
are.
The basis of like on the basis
it's not
of,
even a question. If you have a country and a culture that allows somebody to get killed for their sexual orientation, that is a worse culture than a culture that doesn't.
I think that
there's no other way to look at it.
There's something. So here's the thing. There's something that we do in the United States of America, or in the Western world especially, that creates this veneer, this aesthetic that we are somehow morally more progressive and more superior than other countries. I'll give you an example of I can talk about like gay rights in general, but beyond gay rights, one thing that I could talk about especially is for example, slavery, right?
Sure.
We often talk about gulags and slave labor being done in the USSR, in the Orient, like all the way over there, and how damaging that is. Whereas like
being used now in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
whereas slavery is literally codified in the American Constitution under the 13th Amendment. It's just that slavery is appropriate as a mechanism of punishment for those who have done crimes. Another great example of this is bribery, right? We often look at like the barbaric nature of like Pakistani society or Indian society where bribery thrives.
Sure.
There's so much corruption. It's bribery. We have codified bribery under
lobbying?
Under legal terms. Exactly.
Right.
Lobbying.
Okay. So I see your point of view, but I don't agree with you about the slavery point. They used to take black people's teeth out of their mouths so they would give them to white people. We don't do that even to prisoners.
No, I know, but it's still but slavery is still an inhumane practice, right? Like you understand that, you agree with that.
I do, but I'm saying that the level and the severity of like the American like transatlantic slave trade is like several measures of worse than the way that prisoners are treated here.
Of course. No, chattel slavery is a unique evil, and every single historian will agree with you on that front, that many cultures have practiced slavery throughout time, none of which as uniquely evil as chattel slavery, because there is obviously a like scientific racial aspect to it in terms of like indentured
eugenics and
servitude.
stuff?
Indentured servitude, for
Yeah.
example, did not mean that like your next of kin was also enslaved in a similar fashion. Whereas chattel slavery is different because if you're black, that means you are inhumane. It means you're inferior. And the point I was going to make is that,
Sure.
ironically enough, whether you recognize it or not, the exact same arguments and sentiments were expressed towards black people in during chattel slavery in an effort to justify their continued enslavement, that they were inferior.
Can you
that they
elaborate
were,
on that? I'm not
Yeah.
sure what you mean by that.
black people were perceived in an effort to continue in American culture, in American society, in the Western world, in an effort to continue the dominance of black people, in an effort to continue
Right.
their subjugation. The Americans, or at least like people in positions of power, were like, we need a way to make this appropriate, to make this justifiable, to make this permissible.
Oh,
Because,
I mean, like,
because
well,
otherwise, if people start recognizing that these are human beings and not simply fucking capital, not simply, animals or something even worse than animal, then they're going to start feeling bad, and people are going to fuck up the bag.
It isn't new, right? It's not new. It wasn't the succession of kings back in the day. It was the divine succession of kings.
No,
I
yes,
totally-
yes and no,
I-
yes and no. So the reason why I'm saying this, because we both
Well, you're
recognize
saying
the
that there's
uniqueness
a
of chattel
religious-
slavery.
You're saying that there is a religious justification that was created so it could be justified that you could do this.
I'm not even talking about the religious justification. No, I'm talking about
Just like a
scientific,
moral one?
scientific justification.
Like eugenics.
Yes, eugenics,
Oh,
which is
sure.
now
Yeah.
which is now seen as a
Pseudoscience.
false science, as pseudoscience that was specifically created and designed in an effort to look at this racialized form of violence and justify it. And in that process at the time, or rather, the reason why they went to that justification was because, if they were to do this on religious boundaries or on ethnic boundaries, as they had done previously in previous societies, whether it be like the Romans or the Greeks or any other form of like indentured servitude that was practiced in other cultures and other civilizations, you could not engage in the continued dominance of black people that way, because what if they become Christian, right? Or when you bring black people here, they learn the culture, they can they can integrate into society inevitably. So in order to create this like continued dominance, they sought out the scientific, in air quotes, the pseudoscientific understanding of black inferiority, African inferiority. Their culture is barbaric.
I think, are you trying to draw a parallel between like the eugenics argument for like subjugating black people and my argument for saying that like the like a religious theocracy is inferior? Is that kind of like where you're going?
Where I'm going is that in order for Western cultures, in order for Western nations to continue their dominance over other nation states, there is a direct through line of creating an air of inferiority while simultaneously destabilizing these places in an effort to maintain their underdeveloped status, which oftentimes will result in people behaving in more violent manners.
If you fuck with people, they're not going to like it.
Yes.
I agree with you. I think that's very true. Absolutely. I don't really think that there's really much of a disagreement there. I think that like absolutely that's what's happened. But if I'm looking at it from like my point of view, I do think that like the culture that we have is a better culture. I don't think that you can compare it to eugenics. I don't think you can say like, for example, like with eugenics where they're like comparing like shapes of somebody's skull or something like that versus like whether somebody is allowed to be gay or not without being prosecuted or killed. I don't really think that these two things are equivalent. I think that one of them is absolutely a lot worse.
No,
it's much more.
I'm simply mentioning the rhetoric that is utilized in this process. Like one of the
I have no
examples,
problem.
one of the examples is like the indigenous population, right? Which is
Like Native Americans?
yes, which is ironic
Sure.
that we're having this conversation today. A
Columbus
lot of
Day.
the early justifications of settler colonial violence was met with, well, the natives are barbaric. The indigenous population is killing one another. They're practicing bloodletting. They're cannibals and whatnot. Some of which was not
Yeah.
true at all, and others that might have been true. Now,
Well, there's a lot of it that was true. I mean, they
Now-
did some crazy shit down there.
so ultimately, it still does not justify the inhumane and horrific practice of full-scale genocide, which is infinitely more barbaric than anything that you could basically say about the indigenous population, right?
I would say to an extent, yeah. Like if you want to talk about like how the Spanish treated them, yeah, it was really bad.
Okay, so it's
Sure.
a far greater evil, right? Like
Right.
instead of fostering a non-hostile relationship with the indigenous population and collaborating with them, instead of doing that, full-scale domination and ethnic cleansing was the far worse evil in that process, right? Because human beings are still human beings at the end of the day. You can like reason with them, you can talk to them. There is no greater evil in terms of like evil Olympics. Like genocide is up there. It's the worst thing you can do to a entire group of people.
You're totally right. I completely agree with you because like, yeah, you can't talk to them or anything like that. But what I'm saying is that I think that those people were killing others of them all the time. Like they were doing that too. This is, I mean, we're doing an evil tier list, right?
Yeah.
And so like you're saying that this one is kind of a little bit worse than the others.
No,
And I
not a
think that
little bit. No. I think far worse.
Okay.
Far more
I mean,
damaging.
that's
far more
fine.
damaging historically and throughout time. Like, I guess my argument is like, I
Yeah.
don't care if, like, for example, Jewish people in the Holocaust, like if they were homophobic, for example, like I don't think that would justify the Holocaust.
No.
You agree
Obviously
with that,
not.
right? Okay.
Yeah, of course not.
Then what your statements about Palestinian culture and the reason why a lot of people on Twitter are mad at you now is a similar sentiment being expressed, whether it was inadvertent or not, that their inferior culture is being wiped out, and you don't care if an inferior culture is being wiped out. Like that's
I'm not going to support a culture that demonizes and kills people for their identity. I'm never going to support a culture that does that. It doesn't matter whether it's Christian, Islamic, or anything atheist. Any time that a culture is killing people for their identity, that culture is evil, and they are committing an act of evil. It's completely indefensible.
Well, I think there are some issues with that sentiment, especially when you compare, for example, what the American government did in World War II. We support the Allied forces. We root for easy company, as my friend Felix Biederman always says, regardless of how America was segregated at the time, an incredibly unfair and inhumane practice, right? Americans were not exactly woke on gay people at the time. Americans were not exactly woke on black people at the time. There were horrifying things that we did to black soldiers in the aftermath of World War II, as a matter of fact.
And we've gotten a lot better since then.
But hold on. But ultimately, right, we still celebrate the Allied forces and their accomplishments in World War II, right? In defeating Adolf Hitler and liberating these concentration camps. The problem is, in terms of like the analysis, in terms of people resisting against like Israeli occupation, a similar dynamic exists. These are guys who I don't agree with in terms of their own domestic affairs, in terms of the way that they govern themselves. But the problem is they don't have, like, there is no opportunity for normal Palestinian civilians to go out and take it to the streets and like fight back against their own governments to be able to get to that point in terms of civil liberties for queer people. They've never had that opportunity. So I see it in the same exact way. Like, I ride for Easy Company, and I think that I am not going to sit here and criticize people resisting against the Israeli apartheid for that same exact reason, because it's a far greater evil than anything that people could potentially do. Genocide is the thing. It's the worst possible thing you can do to an entire population.
But they would be doing the genocide to people based off of their identity.
No, you can't imagine that, is what I'm saying. You can't and you can't point to Saudi Arabia as a reason for why you think they would, especially when historically they haven't. And beyond that, there's never been an opportunity for them to be liberated so they could even fight back against so that normal Palestinians could fight back against, like, you know, whatever kind of religious oppression that might come afterwards.
So your perspective is that you think that if Israel wasn't doing this, that Palestine would, like, basically progress through these social issues in the same way that we have.
I think all people, when they no longer are subjects of colonial oppression, will inevitably come to that recognition, just like Americans did, where there is more breathing room, where there's more of an opportunity for people to fight back, in that, like, work their way through those hierarchical needs. And yes, queer liberation is a part of that. Feminism is a part of that. Feminist movements are a part of that, and that's how societies are allowed to evolve and you know, become a different version of what they once were. The problem is there's never been an opportunity for them. Now, having said that, just like I talked about, you know, Easy Company and the Allied forces during World War II, like, you root for them against Adolf Hitler, right? Because Adolf Hitler was doing a genocide.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same principle here for the Palestinian liberation, is that regardless of what their attitude is, regardless of what their cultural attitude might be, the governance specifically, because Hamas in and of itself is an Islamist fundamentalist organization that has evolved throughout the years. But having said that, it is still, you know, they're definitely guys who maybe I don't see the world in the same ways with, and don't agree with their form of, like, internal governance. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, because their primary
bad.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty bad though.
Yeah,
I mean, the way
and the reason why I don't spend a lot of time and emphasis on that is because their primary role for existence in general, as Palestinian statehood has evolved, or the Palestinian emancipation movement has evolved over the course of 76 years, they have become the only party that is ready to resist against the Israeli settler colonial occupation. So that's my analysis there. It's that it's not going to stop. Palestinian people are going to continue to be mercilessly and ruthlessly dominated by the Israeli apartheid, as they have historically. And I'm not going to fault and find ways in which, like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the disagreements that I have with either their tactics or even the way that they would potentially govern themselves, because I think it bears no basis in the grander scheme of things.
I do criticize the tactics, especially, like, I mean, that was the October 7th thing. I mean, a lot of random civilians and people that weren't involved were getting killed. It's evil when they do it, and it's evil when Israel does it.
Yeah. But again,
I think that was a terrible
okay, that's a
thing.
great, that's a, you made a great statement. I have also condemned the death and destruction of civilians. Now, but listen, going back to the Nat Turner Rebellion, or the Haitian Revolution, or the Algerian Revolution, or the struggle against the apartheid in South Africa, history is riddled with violent actions that move the needle in terms of liberation. But when all is said and done, you don't think about the practice of putting a fucking tire around collaborators in apartheid South Africa and lighting them on fire. You think about how gross and inhumane the practice of the maintenance of the apartheid was. Because if you spent a whole lot of time on what the tactics of the liberation were, it would almost come across as a justification, right? And that's my point.
I don't. Okay. So you think like, and I could see where somebody would think that. Sure, I could see where somebody would come from that perspective. I don't really think that it's justified at all. I don't think that we should be fucking with them. I don't think we should be funding Israel. I think it's disgusting. It's a waste of everybody's money. Like you were talking about universal health care earlier. I think it'd be a lot easier for us to do that if we weren't shipping a bunch of bombs and resources overseas to kill random people. I totally agree with you. But I think that I very much think that it's wishful thinking that the moment that Israel stops attacking Palestine or Palestine has some degree of independence, queer liberation is going to begin. I think that that will only happen in the situation where a religious theocracy no longer exists in any capacity.
Well, for again, religious theocracy has never existed in Palestine regardless. They've never had a form of governance, let alone a religious theocracy, especially because
do you think they're not making decisions based off of religion over there?
yeah, there is no religious theocracy at all. They're not like following the rule of Islam or anything like that, or whatever your understanding of a religious theocracy is. No, there are religious fundamentalists within the governance structure, but once again, it bears no. It's not a part of the decision-making structure.
So where do you think they
it
got
is not
the
a significant aspect of their. It's not a significant aspect of their day-to-day existence because
where do you
they're
think they
being.
got the idea to kill gay people then, or to put them in jail? Where did that idea come from? If it wasn't from religion.
What do you mean?
Well,
I
like
mean,
so, yeah,
It's-
like where would it have come from?
it is ultimately irrelevant in the grand scheme of things because they are still under a permanent occupation. That's my
But
point.
it did come from. My point is that it came from a religion.
Okay, religious theocracy is a religious. Okay, it's conservatism that you're criticizing, not specifically religious theocracy would be the final stage of conservatism in general. But what you're not recognizing in this process is that Palestinian civil governance, in terms of like, their mistreatment of gay people or anything like that, is totally and utterly irrelevant, especially when the only thing that we are doing in terms of our intervention there is to literally galvanize people with some more fundamentalist, some more reactionary perspectives by killing every single person.
True.
So if
I
your
completely agree
goal,
with you.
if your goal is to allow, if your goal is to I guess abolish homophobia, destroy queerphobia in general, you can't keep bombing these places. You need to allow these societies to redevelop, and then civil liberation will come. Just like in the United States of America, some form of that has existed, some form of that occurred because a lot of gay people and their allies fought long and hard, and inevitably in 2013 we allowed gay marriage to happen legally,
right?
even though there's always going to be a constant push and pull. There are still plenty of people who are trying to take that back as well. But my solution for that is never to bomb and kill and massacre people who have these opinions.
I don't think that that's the right option either, but I'm not going to support a culture of people where that is the default. And I don't think that it's as simple as saying that because we're bombing them and because this Maslow's hierarchy of needs is happening, that this is the outcome. They like, I don't really see how it's congruent. That
You can see how it's inconsistent though, right? Because like you're saying that you don't want to bomb like a religious enclave, a white religious enclave in Alabama.
I don't
but
want
you
to
won't
bomb
support
Israel.
them. But if they were being bombed, I don't think you would sit idly by. You say this is fucking completely inappropriate. You wouldn't be like, well, they're inferior in terms of their culture, so they kind of, you can make up your mind on whether they deserve it or not. But I don't remember the exact quote you said, but like I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of like, they're gonna get wiped out, and because they're inferior, that's fine. So if you view your fellow American citizens as human beings, the Palestinians are no different in that regard.
I think it's definitely different if you're talking about people that are from your country or not. Absolutely, it's different.
Wait, why?
Well, because they're part of your country, they're part of your culture. You're accountable to them in a completely different way. Like, of course, I'm going to feel more accountability and I'm going to care more about somebody who lives in my country than somebody that's across the world. Of course, I would think that. It's not even a
Wait,
question.
no, they're not. Wait, but the underlying fundamentals here is that they're human beings with dreams
Sure.
and different opinions, or maybe even the same opinions and same exhibiting the same stages of life that you're exhibiting, and therefore all life must be cherished, and their lives are should be no different in your analysis. If we're looking at like right and wrong, their lives are no different, even if they disagree fundamentally with you culturally. They don't deserve to be bombed.
No. I don't want to have them bombed. Like, that's why I don't want to support Israel. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't want to support this. I
Okay,
don't
but
want to have
Israel is
anything to
still
do with it. I
bombing
don't.
them, and
Sure.
when you say one culture is inferior in the process of them being wiped out, saying that you're okay with them being wiped out and not being and not saying that you support them makes it feel like you're fine with the way that things are unfolding in the
I don't
area.
want to involve. I don't want to involve and entangle the country in another issue like that. I don't want to be involved with it one way or another. And no, I don't think that if they stopped getting bombed, they would just start being accepting of these other people with these
Well,
different
you
identities.
you don't know because we've never
Well, we do
experienced
know
that.
because there's other countries that are part of that same region
Wait,
that have the same laws, like Saudi Arabia or
but
Qatar.
they're not the same people. You do understand that, right? Like even culturally speaking.
They're coming from the same culture and they're coming from the same religion.
No, that Asmongold.
Do you really
I don't know
think
how to
that they're not
describe this to you. Well, one, because
okay,
you're talking to
okay.
someone who is from that culture and from that region, who is like of a Muslim background, comes from a 98% Muslim country. So, and you know what my fucking opinion is in general. You know what my worldview is. So I think you understand
I
that
don't see
there's
that
a
doesn't
genuine
that's what doesn't
diversity of thought there.
yes,
Monolithizing an entire region of
you
people
are
is literally
allowed that
just
you're allowed that diversity of thought because you're not there.
no, that's not true. There are plenty of Turkish people who fight back against the Turkish government currently, and Turkey was significantly more secular, many, many years ago before the Erdogan regime came through and utilized religion as a bastardized version of religion as a way to invoke social repression. Turkey is still far more modernized and far more tolerant than some of these counterparts that you're talking about. But ultimately, there is no like singular attitude that every single person from this region has. Just like there is no singular attitude in the United States of America. That's why I gave you the example of like Christian fundamentalists living in a white enclave in Alabama versus fundamentalists that exist in the region. They are not like there is no unified monolithic understanding within the Muslim world. That is not the case at all. And there have been plenty of initiatives to fight against social repression in these countries. It's just that it is virtually impossible to successfully implement these sorts of strategies when you're too busy worrying about like if America is going to bomb you or not. That's the point. Or if
Do you
America
think
props up.
Dubai is worried about America bombing them?
Who? Dubai?
Yeah.
No, that Dubai is the other side of Dubai is the other side of the equation. That's the point. It's either you're worried about America bombing you, so you can't even engage in any sort of like initiative to fight back against your own government, or the American government is offering you so much security in terms of like the military that a violent repression is all but inevitable if you try to push back. The point, however, is that do you think that there are no homosexual people living in Dubai? Of course there are. It's more so that they are repressed and are unable to fight back because America has propped up these monarchs and given them a shit ton of weapons to be able to continue dominating their own citizens.
I think that you blame too much of all of this on America. I think that America does
not,
play a role in
forget
this.
America. It doesn't matter. America is a catch-all term here. Like,
Sure.
it's whoever is like offering religious fundamentalists an opportunity to continue dominating their own population. If it wasn't America, it'd be a different country if they were doing the same thing. That it just happens to be that it is America right now because it is the global hegemonic superpower.
Sure. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I think that the big problem is that if you have a religion and you are basing your culture off of that religion, and that religion is used to oppress people, that type of culture is inferior. And whether that changes in the future, whether anything happens in the past, is irrelevant. At this current point, the way that they handle things is awful. It is
There
absolutely
is no, but
awful.
also again, we have to both recognize that like Palestinians are not handling anything but just a genocide right now. So there
You're
is no,
completely right.
okay. So when you recognize that, and you talk about um the barbaric nature or the immoral nature of like Palestinian existence without analyzing it within the framework of 76 years of,
I never said that it was barbaric or their existence. I said that their behavior and the way that they treat people is bad. It's
yeah,
extremely bad and it's
it's
inferior
not
to ours.
it's not a
It's
real
not
thing at
bad.
all. No, because it's not. You said they were inferior
I
when
did.
it is completely outside of the scope of Palestinians when they do not have any sort of sovereignty. I think you did use the term barbaric if I'm not mistaken. But once again,
Well, the
if you
behavior is
consider, if
barbaric.
you,
The people are not, obviously, right? I mean, like, of course, every person that lives in a country does not have the same viewpoints, but the country as an entity, or any sort of group of people as an entity, does have this viewpoint.
okay,
And the U.S. used to have this viewpoint too.
yeah. And in
Yeah.
that time frame, if the United States was being mercilessly and ruthlessly bombed by, I guess, an alien force that is, because like the power dynamic, the disproportionality of the power that like a nuclear armed militant state in the region that is backed by the hegemonic superpower America is incomprehensible from the perspective of Americans. So I have to use like an alien force with
Sure.
superior
Yeah.
technology in this situation. If we were getting fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by an alien force, I wouldn't give a fuck if someone was homophobic or not. I'd be like, thank you for fighting against the alien force. That seems awesome that you're doing that. I would actually arm up side by side with my fellow homophobic Republican, rabid Christian fundamentalist sociopaths to try and protect my home. And that's the point.
I think that that's probably true to an extent, but there's not really an alien invasion. I mean, that's not even what's
No, I
happening.
know. The only
Like
reason
you're
why I'm
talking,
using that as a
what
hypothetical is because there is
I
no world power that
yeah.
represents that disproportionality that America and Israel present over an occupied territory of Palestinians that literally cannot even engage in regular foreign trade, and Israel dominates their life to such a degree that like they literally used to deny cookies from entering the Gaza Strip or pasta from entering the Gaza Strip, a practice that the Israeli Kojat authorities considered putting the Palestinians on a diet. That level of ruthless domination over the course of 76 years is probably going to harden you against the group that is dominating you, is probably going to make you hate the
That's
group that is dominating you.
sure,
And it's
but you're not
righteous
being
and
dominated by
correct
gay
to hate
people.
them.
You're
What's
not
up?
being dominated by gay people. You're not being dominated by transsexual people. Like
What?
I totally agree that yes, of course, like it
No.
makes sense that Palestinians.
Gay people and trans people are not a part of what I'm saying. I'm saying that the gay people and the trans people that are living under those conditions in Gaza,
Yeah.
right, see Israel as a far larger problem in their existence than they do like Islamic fundamentalism in terms of governance, which hasn't even been like a real way that Palestinians be able to govern themselves because they've never had sovereignty. That's the point. And I talk to gay people in the region
Yeah,
all
sure.
the time. I talk to gay people in Lebanon. They have a similar opinion. It's not like Hezbollah is a fan of gay people in Lebanon.
I've heard about that. Yes.
Yeah, and yet they also view Israel as a far larger, far more violent, far more consequential force of evil than they do Hezbollah. Now, there are naysayers. You will find some people who are like, oh, I'm so glad that Israel is bombing Lebanon as a Lebanese person, certainly. But that is the reality that unfolds time and time again. And there are a million historical examples and a million contemporary examples I can point to when a much larger sovereign nation comes in and blows up your house. All of a sudden, you're not thinking about sucking dick, okay? You're just not. You're not thinking about getting gender confirmation surgery or being able to fucking get your HRT on time. You're thinking, oh my God, my house exploded. What the fuck do I do? You're thinking, I have to run. And you're feeling grateful for people who are fighting back. That's just it. And that's the existence for Palestinian people. It's not necessarily that they're like monolithically barbaric or immoral or inferior to Western culture. It's just that they're busy being like, I want cookies sometimes. And that would be nice if I could get it. And that's on a good day, by the way. On a bad day, like yesterday, they're thinking, oh my God, my family members burned in a tent hospital in Al-Aqsa because Israel lit it on fire.
Well, who says Israel's good? Israel, like, I don't think anybody thinks Israel is good.
But
I'm just saying that, like, that culture, and like, again,
it's
if
not
you go back
that
to it,
culture is my point. You can't monolithize an entire group of people, Asmund. That's the point.
No, you can't. But what you can say is that the people that are controlling it, like you said with Hezbollah, these people are not fans of this. And I'm not going to try to be guilt-tripped into picking the lesser of two evils. And I don't think that after this conflict is over, if it ever ends, I don't think that they're going to magically get together and just let gay people do what they want. I don't think that's what's going to happen.
You're imagining a world without any sort of evidence by pointing to other countries in the region that are literally directly at odds with these two groups of individuals that are directly funding and facilitating and allowing Israel to continue doing this kind of thing. By pointing to them and saying, well, this is just the nature of this people. And that is not the case. And that is my point.
Oh, it's not the nature of the people. It's a culture. It's an ideology.
It would be like saying, sorry, America is an inferior culture circa 2013, or America is still an inferior culture when Trump inevitably wins in 2024. And implement some of the things that they wanted to implement in terms of, like, the Supreme Court has openly stated that they want to fucking even revoke the Obergefell decision. Like, when that happens, I don't think you will say America is an inferior culture. I think you will say that there are a lot of religious fundamentalists that have overtaken this government and is now moving America in the wrong direction. And if you can understand that for your fellow citizens...
I would say that. I would say that it would become inferior. Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think that if you compare our culture that we have now to 20 years ago, we are superior than we were 20 years ago. And I think that if you look at 40 years ago, it's even more the case. And I think it continues to become more.
So you understand that. That's great. Okay. So my point, however, is that now add on to that equation a military force that is so much more powerful that, like, there is no global current existing counter. Like, I can't say this about China. Like, the difference in military might between China and America is that America is still far greater in terms of military superpower than China is. There is no comparison between the disproportionality of the violence that Palestinian people face from Israel and America that like suits the bill of, like, Americans potentially being dominated and destroyed. If Donald Trump was, which is the reason why I use the hypothetical example of an alien force with, like, mega nukes or something that can just, like, wipe out entire cities overnight, just to help you understand the proportionality of this violence that Palestinians are subjected to. If Donald Trump tomorrow came into power and moved America in that direction, and then aliens invaded America, I think yourself and myself, alongside everyone else, would try our very best to fight back against the aliens rather than turn around and be like, well, hold up now. You know, we gotta really figure out gay marriage again. We gotta bring back gay marriage right now. We can't do that. And that's precisely what has happened to the Palestinian population.
What's going to happen. I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I understand, like, I feel like you are very optimistic about this. I don't share that optimism.
I'm not.
I don't think that's
I'm
what-
realistic because it bears no basis. Like
I don't know.
the cultural hangups at this moment are utterly irrelevant. Just like African tribes and their practices of like maybe homophobia or whatever the fuck people said at the time, some of which was true and some of which was not, did not justify chattel slavery, or the Nat Turner Rebellion did not justify the reaction to continue the dominance and the practice of chattel slavery.
I think that there's nobody. I don't think there's anybody that's like justifying any genocide, right? I'm not justifying. I don't think anybody would justify.
I know, but I think that when you say that they're an inferior culture, and I won't defend them, understandably, people think, oh, okay, so you don't have an issue with the way things are unfolding currently.
I mean, I think that people are going to interpret things however they want to in order to make it seem like it's something that fits their worldview that they've already decided on.
Fair,
I think
would you say it's fair that people make that would make that assumption about your statements when there's an ongoing genocide that you consider to be inappropriate and unjustifiable?
I think that it's bad. For sure. Of course it's bad.
Okay.
People are going to look at that. They're going to look at what I say, and they're going to make their decision off of that for whatever reason, right? I have no idea. One thing that I've learned on the internet is that it doesn't matter what you say. Most people have already decided if you're right or wrong before they watch the clip. That's really the truth. So I'm not really that concerned about that. Of course, I don't support killing random fucking people, right? Nobody supports killing random fucking people. But if you're talking about supporting a country and supporting a government or like a group that is in power, I would absolutely not support one that uses that power to oppress people based off of their identity. I think
that's fine, but like I said, there has not been a single moment where the Palestinians have had any breathing room outside of like Israeli occupation where they have engaged in this sort of self-governance that you speak of. So it doesn't necessarily matter in the grand scheme of things where there's an active genocide going on.
Here's the thing. I really hope that we can end the genocide. The Palestinians will be able to make their own decisions, and we'll see which one of us is right about this.
Okay.
I do. That's my perspective.
Okay.
Because I don't think I can convince you, and I don't think you can really convince me about this. But I think that we do agree.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter because it's not because I don't care about queer liberation. Of course I do. But I understand, as do you, by the way, that genocide is the far greater evil, that it bears no basis in my analysis on whether genocide is right or wrong, as do you also admit. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, Palestinians are, barbaric, especially because like they're not. And I understand that Palestinians are people just like Americans are, right? And that some have these kinds of opinions and others don't. And ultimately it doesn't matter. Like the way you just said earlier in this conversation, that of course you're going to have a different way of analyzing your fellow Americans, right? In comparison to the way you analyze and interpret this entire region of people. That is like, whether, I don't know if you recognize this or not, but that is like at the heart of right-wing sentiment or bigoted sentiment, which then opens up the floodgates to a lot of other justifications that befall the Palestinian population. Whether you're doing that inadvertently or not doesn't change that dynamic. Because
are we really trying to say that people are going to have the same values? They're going to care about a group of people across the world just as much as the people in their own town? Like, I think that's just so divorced from reality.
I genuinely do believe that. And I personally have that opinion. So yes, I I am telling you right now, 100%, and it's not because I'm from Turkey or grew up in a Muslim country that I have this opinion. It is an opinion that I have, and that's precisely the way. That's precisely the reason why I say to you right now that there are people that are directly at odds with the way I view the world. There are people who want to kill me, and I still wish the best upon them. I mean this genuinely. I want them to get healthcare. I want them to have educational opportunities, and I want them to have a ladder of upward social mobility, because I truly believe that if they had these material freedoms, that it would be less likely for them to become right-wing charlatans or people who want to fucking kill me in general. Like, that's my point. And that's how that is exactly how I view all world conflicts, that these are people, there's a diversity of opinion amongst any group of people, and there is nothing different about them, regardless of where they were born, regardless of what they believe, that if given the same exact opportunities, if a Palestinian that was born in Gaza was instead born in the United States of America, they would be just like every other American. There is no difference between the way they see the world. There is no value that is like genetically brought upon them. They are all responding to stimuli in the same way that you are. They're responding to their material conditions in the same exact way that you are. The only difference is they were born under a colonial rule, an occupation that is very brutal and very humiliating, that dominates every aspect of their lives, whereas you and I, myself included, were born in the United States of America, and therefore we have a tremendous amount more freedom in terms of like in terms of what we believe, what kind of opportunities we want to pursue, and
we don't live in a religious theocracy, because that would be worse.
No, it's not. There is no intractable quality of people born under a religious theocracy. Like, no one, if you were to talk to regular Saudi citizens, or regular citizens from Qatar, or regular citizens from Dubai, there are plenty of people who don't like that form of governance, who want something to change, who want to change their governments so that they can live free lives in the same way that Americans, to a certain degree, in comparison to those other countries, can live freely and express themselves sexually, even though there is plenty of setbacks here in modern America as well, towards trans people, for example. And the only difference is where they were born. And I don't think that that is a sentence of that automatically means that they're immoral people. I do not make my assumptions about an entire region of the planet just by the nature of where they were born. I talk to people as they're human beings.
If you took everybody that was in China and you put them in a random place, what do you think the laws would be like? Do you think they'd be like Chinese laws?
What do you mean? Like where? Like if everyone in China was born in the United States of America, I think that the American governance would be exactly the same. It's entirely dependent on the material conditions, and dependent on geology, dependent on your natural resources. Like, I don't know how much more they would differ, but if a shit ton of Chinese people immigrated into the United States of America, for example, as they have, yes, they would become Americanized, as is the case with undocumented migrants, for example. There are plenty of studies conducted on this as well. We can talk about that too if you want.
I think that's so that's a good point, but I also think that whenever you've had large contingencies of people from other cultures that come into, like, let's say the UK, they have tried to push for other laws. They have tried to change the laws there. They absolutely have.
What do you mean?
About like people pushing for new laws?
Like in terms of what? Like,
in terms of how people can express themselves, in terms of how people can act in public? Yes.
You need to elaborate a little bit. I'm a little confused about what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that there have been a lot of instances where people that have come from another country that come into a new country, make the new country like their old country. I think that's what would make sense.
Is there an example of this in modern history or in any time in American history at all?
Yeah. An example is that so I live in Austin, Texas, and I can drive over to other parts of Austin, Texas that are a lot closer to Mexico than they are like America. They have Spanish names, and there's a bunch of people there because a lot of those people came from that other culture. Absolutely.
Wait,
I
I mean
think that's the same everywhere
Texas is probably the worst example for this because like
because of the war,
well, no, because
like the
Texas,
border and
the
everything.
border across them is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
the
yeah,
common
sure.
sentiment is in
Right.
general. But in terms of like Texas culture, I don't. I mean, Texas. Here, I'll give you actual data on this. Right, studies are
Sure.
conducted on this stuff all the time. There's always a new group of migrants that are coming from a specific part of the world, whether it's because they're like economic refugees, economic migrants, or if they're like escaping war or some kind
Yeah.
of like political struggle in their in the on the home front, right? And whenever there's always dare I say violent resistance to that, and the qualities of that violent resistance, like that immediate reaction, doesn't necessarily change until they become a part of the in group. A great example I can give you is the Irish, for example, or the Italian migration
Yeah.
that has occurred in the United States of America. Similar attitudes were demonstrated towards Italian people or Irish people. Oh, they're
Oh,
changing the
look,
culture.
bro, like there are so many redneck, like Hispanic people here. The
Y-
super
yeah,
Republican, yes. And they are the ones that are always about build the wall. Yes,
yeah.
no, you're completely right.
Okay, so
Of
they
course that
become
happens.
Americanized, and there's data for this as well. So the data shows that
Oh, it
by
happens
the
and it
second
doesn't happen.
generation, the data shows that by the second generation, regardless of where people are coming from, whether it's Guatemala, whether it's Mexico, whether it's a Latin American country or Norway, by the second generation or China, Americans assimilate almost completely, and by the third generation, they have completely assimilated. And there are examples of this around you that you can probably point to. People that are maybe two generations removed from being fresh off the boat, or one generation removed from being fresh off the boat, that are impossible to associate with anything but American culture. The people that
We
you
had in
meet
my
on
high
a
school, we had a lot of Eric Hernandez's.
yeah. So
I
that
totally understand what you're
so
saying.
that is what I mean when I say like most people that come from other cultures that are deemed inferior or declared different ultimately do end up assimilating to
Well, that
the culture of the country that they immigrated to,
well, 2 generations
and
later isn't the
generation by
same
generation that
people.
changes rapidly.
Well, I mean, you're talking about like, the way that one person is like 2 generations later. Of course, I'm not going to be like my grandfather. I'm sure you're not either. Of
Yeah,
course, people change over time. But
yeah.
I'm
So that
saying that if you take people from a culture, those are going to be their values. That is their values. Now, will that change over time based off of where they're at? Absolutely it will. Of course it will. But
okay.
it's not like a switch. It's not some like switch like somebody just comes over somewhere and they're just completely different.
Yeah, but
And
ultimately,
so
second generation it changes. So like their next of kin that is born on U.S.
yeah,
soil with the same rights and same responsibilities, like ultimately exhibit the exact same outcomes regardless. Once they are firmly a part of the in group, so ultimately, I guess that like kind of it kind of goes against the argument that you were presenting earlier that you
mhm.
also recognize, right? Like that these people they come in and they are not monolithic. Okay, they are not monolithic in their understanding of the world at all. And while there might be some cultural differences, ultimately nothing like inferior or superior to one another. I
Oh,
don't
no, I don't
personally
know
engage
about
in that.
that. I don't know about that. I think that there are differences that are inferior and superior. It's not even a question.
I don't think that people are impossible to change. That is not
But
something that I
but having
believe.
to change them implies that they should change.
I
And
don't think
that's what
people
I'm saying.
yes,
I think that some things
I
should
think that in
change.
terms of inferiority, I wouldn't necessarily say cultural inferiority, I'd
I
say conservatism. That's the way
uh,
I view the world. Like from my perspective, I think that a lot of the things that people point to, a lot of the issues that people point to actually is just simply conservatism being repackaged as like an intractable quality of a different culture.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Because
Do you think that we'd be having this conversation if I said conservatism instead? Because like obviously like a lot of people are upset about it
because it's an entirely different thing. Because conservatism can change. People can change their minds. People can change their attitudes, but people cannot change their like the way that they're analyzed by the in group that is the dominant group in power. If they're being analyzed as like an intractable, inalienable group of like a force almost that is like completely monolithic. Yes, if you were to say that the conservatism demonstrated by certain groups is inferior to I don't know, like broader. It's not even that their conservatism is different. It's just conservatism adjusted to their material conditions as well.
I feel like you kind of have the same viewpoint on this that I do, though. Like it's just that like your vocabulary is different.
No,
I think that really okay.
No, of course not. Because for me, it's not like the cultural differences. I like to say that there is a universality to hogs. I call conservatives hogs all the time. I do hog watch, whatever, right? And
I've seen it.
And the reason why I don't have an issue saying that, even though many people get very upset at me when I say things like that, is because conservatism or liberalism, okay, is just simply a way of understanding the world. Reactionary approaches to understanding the world is simply a way that you look at the regular stimuli that you experience on a daily basis, and your analysis can change. Your analysis can very easily change, and you can be an entirely different person. There's a shit ton of people that are in my community that used to be right-wing on one issue or many other issues that have over time understood and demonstrated empathy and have changed their minds on these issues and no longer consider themselves to be conservative. Whereas when you engage in like cultural inferiority in conversations like that, there is an intractable quality that is associated with this like entire group of individuals. And entire group of people, instead of individualizing them as like people that might have a different perspective than you that can change over time, you end up treating them as the other. And that is what I try to fight against on a regular basis here as well. Like there are groupings that are appropriate, like for example, Nazis, people who believe in Nazi ideology or fascist ideology. You can group them just as well as you can group like socialists or any other form of ideology, and you can associate certain aspects of their understanding of the world as like you can ascribe certain aspects of the way that they analyze the world as good or bad. But when you start talking about like inferior cultures, that sets up the opportunity for historically at least dehumanization, and also it justifies a lot of the atrocities that those people end up experiencing.
But you do agree that those viewpoints though are worse, right?
What do you mean?
Well, like for example, being against it's against the law to be gay. Like this is a worse viewpoint.
I think it's
okay.
I think that bigotry of that sort is of course abhorrent. I do not agree with that at all. But
how would you define that?
But like, would you say
would you say conservatism is inferior to liberalism?
I think conservatism is wrong. That's the way I see it. I do personally consider it to be inferior, but I also have the understanding that like the conservatives here in the United States of America are conservative within the boundaries that are permissible to American society. They respond to American material conditions. If the conservative mindset, which can change, okay, because no one is born a reactionary, no one is born a conservative. But let's say someone was someone that is conservative here, if they automatically teleported and adjusted to the material conditions of like conservatism in Iran, they would be no different than the mullahs. That's my opinion. Like, and that's precisely the reason why plenty of Americans.
Yes, I totally agree with you about that. I think that if you got together a lot of preachers in like, these southern racist churches, you group them up with people from the Taliban, I think that they'd have a lot in common.
Yes.
I totally agree
even the
with you.
likes of
And
even
I
the likes
think
of Ben Shapiro,
yes,
it's adjusted to American society. It doesn't have to be a
absolutely.
one-to-one comparison. It's adjusted to American
Yes.
society because ultimately, what do our conservatives do? Like an example I use regularly is you have the what's that fucking church that always goes to like even
Westboro Baptist Church.
yeah, Westboro Baptist Church. Like those
Yeah.
guys are fucking insane, right?
They are.
But what do? Instead of going and rising up in arms and like fucking murking gay people, they go and protest outside of like, I don't know, non-denominational churches, or they go protest like at a
Right.
gay funeral. And then what do? They go back home and eat $5 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's because that
Sure.
is the material reality of living in the United States of America. A lot of your needs are fulfilled. A lot of your needs are met. If the dynamic was that America resembled, I don't know, the Korengal Valley, or America resembled fucking the material conditions of like a Gaza, you bet your fucking ass that those guys would absolutely, or Iran is a better example in this circumstance, they would be doing the same shit. They would be doing not even the shit that the mullahs are doing. They'd be doing ISIS shit. They'd be fucking throwing gay people off the roofs. You know what I mean? And
Thank God that we have American culture.
No, but it's
keep
not. But
that
you
in
see,
check.
no, but that's not American culture. You see, that is American
I think it
material
is.
reality.
It is our material reality that we've created through our culture.
No, no, culture is
Okay,
not
you
what
disagree.
created this material reality. I absolutely disagree with that. Yes, it is American domination that that there is an invisibility to that has allowed us to live in the heart of luxury. There is no cultural underpinning that made Americans like exist in the way that they do. It's more so just military dominance.
You think a culture has no impact on the success of a country?
No, I don't think so. I think that culture is created after the material realities. Yeah, no, I don't think that there's like anything unique. See, that's what I mean. Do you think that there is some uniqueness to like someone being American? And if you think that there's a uniqueness to someone being American, then what happened before America even existed, right? Or if there's a uniqueness to someone being American, do you think that they like any person living somewhere else would directly be at odds if they were to come into the United States of America, and they would not be able to Americanize?
I think some people aren't. And I'm sure there's a spectrum for that. There's some people that come into America and they Americanize right away. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, myself.
And, well, yeah, there you go. And so, because like you came over here, you 12.
I came
right?
here when I was 18.
Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Okay. Way
Yeah.
later. Yeah. So yeah, you just fit right in. It's no big deal. Other
Well-
people, it's totally different. I think a big reason for that is language too.
Certainly,
Like you
that
speak
is
English.
that is a part of it. But my point is, I don't think that like American culture is like is superior. There's plenty of
I do.
issues that you have also.
Yes.
There's plenty of issues that you've also mentioned in American culture that makes it, there's plenty of issues with American governance right now that I don't think it like America is a superior culture at all. I don't think that there is any reason to have these
completely
kinds of
agree with you with
conversations.
that.
What?
I totally agree with you about that. And I think that the evidence that it's a superior and great culture is the fact that we can talk about those things openly without any fear of negative repercussions.
Well,
I think it is. I do. And think about how many countries do not enjoy the privilege that we have right now.
yeah,
and
it's
that
because
is why I think that our
they're
culture is
they're
great.
constantly. If we're talking about like countries in the global south, that is directly a consequence of being under constant domination. That's the whole point.
Oh, I mean, come on. We both know that there's
No,
plenty
that
of
is
countries that are
100%.
not under. Well, what about China? What about Russia? Right?
No,
I mean,
that's a great okay. You just brought up a great
ahead.
example. You
Yeah.
brought up a great example. Okay. America, and you will see this, we're starting to experience this right now, but you will probably start seeing this a little bit more. Has not had the bountiful and fully liberated attitude towards our First Amendment throughout even American history. And that is going to come back right now. The only reason why America gets to be the way it is because it was the domineering force on the planet for a very long time without any sort of real without any sort of real threat. During the Cold War era, we had the McCarthy trials. Being a communist is still technically illegal in the books, but no one really applies it.
Is that true? I've never heard that.
Yeah. The
I'll take your
Espionage
word for
Act
it.
was
That sounds insane.
The Espionage Act was directly designed during World War II in an effort to stop people from speaking out against the war efforts. Like, so
Sure.
even throughout American history during the Cold War, and even before that during World War II and even World War I, there were plenty of instances where naysayers were actually jailed. Something that seems insane to contend with now in current American existence, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Horrible.
And yet, historically speaking, revolutionary figures have not only been imprisoned, but also been assassinated by the American state, specifically black revolutionary figures in our history. And that was because...
Or attempted to assassinate, like with Martin Luther King.
Yeah. So, he was assassinated.
But like, was that? But like, what I'm saying is, like, it was not really determined that it was from the U.S.
Yeah.
But the U.S. had it a bit. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The point is, you do that when you are afraid, when you don't have like weak governments and governments that are worried about complete control, engage in these like authoritarian acts. And yes, America, I suspect, especially with like China growing in power on the global stage, engaging in a lot of soft power initiatives, especially, is causing American society and American governance to become once again as restrictive as it once was during the Cold War. And I think that we will see a very different understanding of the First Amendment. And I can give you a current understanding of the direct violation of the First Amendment and free speech as we know it and understand it.
Give me an example.
BDS laws, boycott, divestment, and sanctions against the state of Israel. BDS laws, or BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, was a movement that was created against apartheid South Africa. It was to apply social pressure by taking advantage of this wonderful First Amendment that we have here to directly demand that the American government and American corporations boycott the state of South Africa. Now, Israel was a big ally to South Africa at the time, and they learned from the lessons of South Africa, as the BDS movement was very successful in creating a shit ton of pressure and making South Africa as an apartheid state into a pariah state. And what happened at the end of the day, South Africans also recognized that they were becoming a pariah state and could not continue their normal existence with like their Western collaborators and whatnot. And inevitably, the apartheid ended. Israel learned that lesson and decided to lobby the American government and lobby American Congress and write direct laws that are in contravention with the First Amendment. In 32 states right now in the United States of America, including the state that you're currently in, if you want to be a public school teacher, you have to sign a piece of paper, at least now. I don't know if you have any family members that are school teachers. You have to sign a piece of paper that says you will never participate in boycotting or demanding sanctions or demanding divestment from the state of Israel.
Holy fuck, are you kidding me?
Yes.
Oh my God. What a joke. I never heard of that.
So
that's so fucking stupid.
So that paired up with the new...
I mean, like, no, here's the thing, right? That's fucking terrible. You're totally right.
Yeah.
That's all, like, I mean, because, yeah, this is bad.
Okay.
I don't know how this happens.
I mean, that happened over many, many years of people being like, well, the Palestinians kind of deserve it because Israel's our great ally and it's the only moral democracy in the fucking region. And it's the only democracy in the region. It happened with a shit ton of efforts to propagandize Israel's position as what it actually was not, which it was directly at odds of. And most people are completely and utterly unfamiliar. And any kind of person that was criticizing it, like a person like myself, was immediately branded an anti-Semite for calling into question this foreign nation and their direct lobbying efforts to undermine American First Amendment laws.
You got labeled as the anti-Semite of the day, didn't you?
Of the week from sofantisemitism.org. Yes.
Yeah.
So
like, and I do want to make sure that like it's very much established that like in the same way that criticizing any sort of like Zionism or Israel or whatever is not anti-Semitism. It absolutely is not. I don't think criticizing the outcomes of certain cultures is any form of racism. I don't think so either.
No, but I don't criticize. But I'm not talking about like Jewish culture. Do you see what I'm saying? When I talk about Israel, I'm talking about the direct actions of the Israeli state as it stands. It's direct actions that are the maintenance of an apartheid state. I'm talking about settler colonialism. I'm not talking about like an intractable quality of like Jewish people that makes them immoral or inferior to anybody else. I don't believe
I
that.
think that of course. I think it really like you can't if you look at people through like I guess like I don't know like really what the word is for it, like basically just like a statistic. I think that looking at people through statistics is fundamentally dehumanizing. I think that you're right. Of course it is.
Okay.
It's by definition
Like,
dehumanizing. But
so
I
for
think that you can look at the actions of the people that are in charge of those countries and say that those actions are not actions that you support
yeah,
in the same
I
way that you do.
agree. But I
And that
also
was that
rate
was
on a
my point of
curve.
view.
I also rate on a curve in terms of like what is immediately in front of me.
hmm
You know?
I understand. I don't like the tier list idea. I see your point of view.
But it's
I
not a
can
tier
see
list. It's just like there is.
well,
Well, in terms of not being a tier list, there are certain things that are there are certain things that go beyond, and I think everyone kind of intrinsically understands this. Like there are certain things that go beyond the tier list, right? Like there is no like I don't like I consider the Holocaust and the genocide that the Nazi government engaged
yeah,
in to be morally repugnant, like one of the worst things that has ever happened
it was not good.
historically. And
Yeah,
I consider chattel slavery in that same vein and the
and
maintenance of
also
it.
not good.
Yeah. And so I don't think or care about like the way that German Jews operated or their understanding of like homosexuality at the time. That bears no basis. Just like I don't care about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising like being violent. I think that it was the moral and righteous thing to do. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was the correct thing to do at the time. And that's because I look at the far greater evil and the far greater violence in that circumstance, and I consider it to be unproductive to think about like what people did in resisting towards that violence, because as long as it never meets the standard of the dominating force, like ultimately it doesn't matter. I'm not going to hypothesize like what German Jews would have done if they had the same military power that Germany did. Would they have dominated like the Volkish German society in the same way that like Nazi Germany dominated the Jews? No, I don't think so. And I don't. There is no evidence that they would do such a thing. And that's my perspective on the matter.
Well, I think
the
that the
same
reason
thing,
for that
and
is
that's how
because
I feel
that
about the
group.
Palestinians.
I understand that. Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of Palestinians. I mean, I've seen videos of Palestinians celebrating 9/11, right? I mean, I mean,
Palestinians.
yeah. I mean, I'm not sure really whether this is entirely true with all of them, and also like,
But
so
like I don't
you're
even do
looking.
you fault them for celebrating like I mean there were
Do,
Palestinians that were
do
celebrating
I?
like Iran attacking Israel, for example. Iran
Of
did a
course.
retaliation strike against Israel, and they said that they were going to hit two air bases, and they were going to hit the Mossad headquarters directly
Do
inside of Tel
I?
Aviv.
Do I fault Do I fault somebody, not Palestinians? Let's just say anybody, for celebrating the deaths of a lot of people that are innocent? Yes, I think it's bad.
Do you
It
think
is
that
bad.
if Jews in concentration camps were celebrating the bombing of Dresden, would you fault them in a similar vein?
I would say that it was bad. Yeah, it would.
Jews in
Obviously, it's bad.
concentration camps, if they were to see like bombs falling over Dresden and they were like, wow, this is sick, like we're going to get liberated, I think like things are changing, I would not fault them. I think that they have
I
every
think that
right to do so.
So I think that a lot of things you can understand why somebody is doing something,
And but for the record,
and
I also think like Dresden was
it
like the
was
bombing of
disgusting.
Dresden, for example, was considered to not be appropriate in terms of like all the civilian infrastructure and civilian targets that were destroyed, which is why we applied new rules of war after World War II. But even then, in that very moment, I would never in a million years turn around and be like, man, these Jews these Jews in Dachau are sure getting a little too excited about the bombing of Dresden. Like, I would not say that. I don't think you would either.
I don't think that it's really something that like you would focus on a lot, but I think that it's easy to acknowledge killing innocent people isn't a good thing. And of course it can be understandable and things can have an explanation, but the explanation isn't necessarily a justification, if that makes sense. So like I see your point of view and about how like there's a certain degree of this where it's like understandable. And I agree with you that it is understandable. But I think that understandable bad behavior in a lot of cases is still in fact bad behavior. And I don't really think that like it's impossible to know what somebody else would do in a circumstance that they're not part of. But what I do know is that when I see a group of people that are celebrating a bunch of innocent people getting killed, then I think that that group of people is doing something that's wrong. And I think that it's universally wrong. And I understand that from their point of view, and I can easily put myself in their shoes, and I can see the reason why they think that.
So
Absolutely,
you'd be the one teenager in Gaza being like, hold on, guys. Let's not celebrate the Iranian retaliation against this country that is like literally eviscerated my family. Like,
you know what
you'd be
I'd
like,
be
no,
doing?
this is sick.
I would be cheering it on. I would say yes. Fuck
Okay,
yes.
I'm glad that you agree.
But
Okay.
I wouldn't be sitting on a soapbox saying that I'm the good guy. I would be like,
No,
yeah, fuck
I still
you.
think
You get
they're
what
not,
you fucking deserve. That's
they're
what I
not
would
the
say.
good guys in this situation. They're the victims, and that's the point. Like, I'm not going to fault the victims of a genocide for experiencing a little bit of joy in that moment. And
I get
then,
that, but sometimes victims can create more victims.
well, historically, so that's a good example. That's a good point that you made. This is something that every single like world-changing event. This is a genuine fear that a lot of people have exhibited in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery in the Reconstruction era. Okay, there was a lot of fear from the whites in the South that newly freed slaves were going to come and like dominate them and enslave them. That of course didn't happen, but they very quickly sought to restore the racial pecking order, and they were able to do so. And the violence actually even in the aftermath of like liberation of a people that were dominated, the violence usually still comes from people that don't want that sort of change. So it's not necessarily that it wasn't that like black people were like dominating white people and like enslaving them or anything or like killing them. It was more so white people that were fearful that they would do such a thing, that or at least use that unjustifiable fear as a way to continue dominating black people. That's how we came up with Jim Crow laws and segregation and the like. And that's where the Klan was invented.
We've been very creative with racism.
What?
Oh, I know. We've been very creative with racism.
Yeah. So
the 3/5 compromise.
But you have to remember.
Law.
But you have to remember once
yeah.
again, it was never. But black people did not actually end up dominating white people. Is my point, and not because they weren't given the opportunity. There was no interest or need. The idea that the idea that like colonial victims will do the very same. If given the opportunity is false. It has never happened throughout history, and that's my point. That usually is the domineering principle from those who are at least like watching from the sidelines, or those who are directly a part of the dominating group, like the colonial entity. But that's usually not how it goes. That's never how it goes.
Right? So if Palestine had the ability to, do you think Israel would exist?
That's a great question. One that people ask me all the time. If Palestine, if historic Palestine existed, right, in the same way as like a nuclear militant force, Israel as an apartheid regime would not exist. Israel would have never been able to dominate and occupy Palestinian villages and wipe out Palestinians, and that there is no. Like the dynamic would be so different that
Where would they
the
go?
dynamic would be so different that like the notion that Palestinians would wipe out Israel is silly. Like it's not. There would be no need for the Palestinians to wipe out Israeli citizens because that need is born out of being removed from their homes, their ancestral homelands, and being destroyed. If, for example, in the 20s, when the settler colonial initiative started after the Balfour Declaration, if this was not done as a dominating force, a British Empire at the time, was not purposely and willingly shipping Jewish people into the region and giving them areas that they had declared that was basically created in the same way that like America was created, giving them areas of land specifically. And instead, if Jewish people were like voluntarily migrating into the region, then it would resemble American society. It would be a diverse society of Jews and Muslims and Christians living side by side. But that is a complete alternative history in this situation, so I don't even know how that would work.
Massively. Yeah, it's total alternative.
Well,
I don't know whether that would happen.
I could point to like Ottoman rule in the region because Jews did live in the region under Ottoman occupation, and they were cohabitating the space without much struggle or fight at all, as a matter of fact.
I think that you're right about that. I do. If I think about it myself, and I feel like back then, definitely a better cultural viewpoint on that. I think so. I don't know what would happen if Israel wasn't able to defend itself. Would they continue to exist? Right? It's very hard to say.
No, but
because it's we're making predictions.
In terms of the resistance, right? In terms of resistance, everyone always says like, "Oh, Palestinians are inherently anti-Semitic." Joe Biden himself said,
"No,
Joe Biden himself said Palestinians demonstrate an ancient form of anti-Semitism, and that's why they are resisting against Israel." This is not the case.
Right.
Many of Palestinian resistance leaders throughout history, including ones that are religious fundamentalists, including ones that are secular, including ones that are very including ones that are Christian, including ones that are Marxist, socialist, they've always said that this has nothing to do with Judaism or Jews in general. If Israel was a Christian state, or if Israel was a Muslim state, and they said that they were doing, then they would, hate. Then they would hate Israel as a Muslim state. It has nothing to do. It bears no basis. And Palestinian resistance throughout time.
You're right about that.
And Palestinian resistance throughout time has hardened and has become more violent as Israel has become more violent towards Palestinians, because the standard is always set by the occupying power. And it goes in the opposite direction as well. If Palestinians were allowed to coexist amongst Israelis in a singular nation state, then there would be no conflict. There would be no Hamas, because these groups would be dealt with under civil governance. If there were groups that, for example, like the Klan, for example, like there's the Jewish Power Party, which is the Klan, but for Judaism. It's built around. Is that
like over in Israel?
Yeah. Well, it's originally it's an American Jewish guy whose name is Meir Kahan. There's an entire movement of Jewish superiority, Jewish dominance.
Right.
It's basically, in the simplest terms, it resembles the Klan. But imagine if, like, instead of Christianity, the Klan was like Jewish, I guess.
So it's racial superiority. I mean,
racial superiority, ethnic superiority, and religious superiority. Sure. So, like, those groups historically inside of Israel, before they became a part of the current Israeli government as they are now, those groups used to be treated as like criminals, terrorists. Now, of course, Israeli society, because those groups were usually only terrorizing Muslims and Palestinians and Christian Palestinians, Muslim Palestinians alike, were oftentimes let go with a slap on the wrist, including but not limited to Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is the current, I guess, like in charge of the national police. I forget what his like actual responsibility is. He very famously, in Israel, back in the day, pointed to the hubcap of the former Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin weeks before his assassination and said, "We have his hubcap of his car or we have like the emblem of his car. We can get to his car tomorrow. We will get to him. And then he was assassinated, right, by a fucking rabid right-wing psychopath. Why was he assassinated? Because he was kickstarting the negotiations process amongst Palestinians and Israelis.
So how do you see this being resolved? Because like I don't really see it being resolved unless one group wipes the other group out.
No,
and I don't
disagree.
want to sound like great. What do you think?
I mean, the greatest example of this is Europe.
Yeah.
The European Union.
You think it's going to be like that?
Well, look at the European Union. These guys were fucking each other's cousins and killing each other for hundreds of years. Like England and France. Okay, they had the 100-year war. Nazi Germany did the Holocaust, and
that was bad.
And yeah, so much death and destruction. And yet now there's free travel between Eastern Europe and all parts of Europe that you cannot even imagine a world where these guys would be fighting one another. They are constantly collaborating with one another, constantly trading with one another. They have literally the Schengen visa, where you have free travel even before the last iteration of the European Union. So like, we take for granted peace where we see it without recognizing that these guys literally fucking slaughtered one another in the most barbaric terms for far longer than Israel has been dominating the Palestinian population. So I personally
can't imagine that.
I personally look to history. And recognize that people would much rather collaborate with one another despite their disagreements instead of constantly being at war with one another. And I think we take there. It's not like it's not something that is far-fetched or imaginary. It's something that we're experiencing right now. That's why I use the European Union example. And the same goes for coexistence amongst Israelis and Palestinians. It's just that the dominating force, Israel, has to be brought to heel. And whether that looks like what happened to Nazi Germany, or whether that looks like what happened with the Algerian freedom movement, the FLN, or whether it looks like what happened with apartheid South Africa, is entirely in the hands of the party that has all of the power, Israel. If Israel continues its death and destruction campaign, well, it will probably bring America down with it, most likely because of our undying loyalty and allegiance to Israel's violent endeavors.
Why do you think that America is so fiercely loyal to Israel?
I mean, there's so many. There is the easiest way to describe it is that Israel is a nation state that we basically designed and developed, or at least took over from British colonial rule. And it is an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities that dishes out our violence that we want to do in the region and test it out at the behest of American imperialism. That gets to be our attack dog. It's an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region that, in a moment's notice, could overtake our more finicky allies, such as Egypt, if there is an issue with like the Suez Canal, for example. That's what Israel's goal is. It secures a trade route, and it also secures, by destabilizing the entire region, it also is an American weapon that you can wield against America's enemies in this resource-rich region at a moment's notice.
I think that you're right. Yeah, true. Well, like, I'm curious because obviously I feel like, do you think that either candidate for president is going to do anything to like improve this? Okay, right. Yeah, of course.
No, I think that it's bad to worse. Like, with the way that our relationship with Israel is unfolded, Donald Trump did a lot of stuff. And if you ask liberals, they hate Donald Trump. They're so mad at Donald Trump. Donald Trump did a lot of shit in the region, whether it was assassinating Qasem Soleimani, a high-ranking general of the Iranian forces, whether it be ripping apart the Iran denuclearization agreement, which was
the one that died like a dog?
No, that was, I think it was Baghdadi. But
yes,
anyway,
Baghdadi. There you go.
Yeah.
Sure. No, there's a lot of that.
Yeah. So what that does is destabilizing the region at the behest of Israel's foreign policy goals. the Iran denuclearization agreement being ripped apart was done at the behest of the Israeli government. Okay, I'm going to continue talking to you about this, but I have to pee really bad. I'm going to run this video.
Do too. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, we're doing a pee break.
Yeah, okay.
4 people were killed here, dozens wounded. The flames ravaging a section of tightly packed, flammable, improvised shelters. Among the debris, exploded gas canisters, fueling the nightmare that so many woke into.
As you see, the fire was massive. People were on fire. People were on fire. And the civil defense guys couldn't reach them. However much bombing we've seen, this was the most horrific night.
Elsewhere, a mother and her 10-year-old son, shrapnel still lodged in his abdomen.
Here I'm sitting and I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. From dawn, I've been going from tent to tent, looking for a blanket to cover my children. I couldn't find one.
For years, over multiple wars, Gaza has suffered a mental health crisis among its children. But what do you call a year of this? Crisis hardly seems adequate. And still it goes on. Drive, drive, they shout. This ambulance crew had just picked up wounded from a strike on a school, paramedics and patients alike injured in the blast as they race for hospital. This is Jabalia, subject now to 12 days of near constant assault. Israel says it's targeting Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but at a level not seen in months.
We cannot do our work properly. It's very dangerous. The strike hit just in front of us. If we'd been going any faster, it would have hit us directly.
Inside the hospital, an injured child brought in, one of so many caught up in Israel's latest attacks. As well as today's school strike in Jabalia, there was another on a UN food distribution center here, killing 10 people. Jabalia is in the far north of Gaza, well within the territory bounded by Israel's military.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm back.
No, same.
That was the longest piss of my life. Okay.
It's been like 3 hours probably or something like that.
Yeah. What were we talking about?
Fuck. Well, basically, like, so I look at it from the perspective that, like, how would you want to see the U.S. like move forward? Because I think that, like, you could, like, we can disagree, like Palestine, like, I don't know what's going to happen if Palestine, this conflict finally ends. My expectation is that I don't think that they're going to, like, become a lot more liberal. Maybe I'm wrong, right? But I hope that I can find out. What do you think would be the way that would happen? How would you like to see the U.S. like approach it?
Oh,
like,
I mean,
how we
it's
treat
pretty
Israel.
simple.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, right now, the most significant aspect is, like, reining Israel in and stopping its death and destruction campaign that is seemingly endless. And the easiest way to do that is what American presidents have done in the past, which is one phone call. It is that simple. It's kind of crazy that it is that simple, and yet so much death and destruction is still occurring because we are still the not the junior party in this coalition. We are the people that are allowing Israel to operate in the ways that it wants to.
We are the reason why
we're goading Israel into operating in a certain direction, in a certain way. Like in Lebanon, you have members of the Biden cabinet that told Israel that, like, the time to invade Lebanon was now, that opportunity was ripe. And this is something that, like, obviously
the recent
there was a lot of
and everything.
What's up
With the recent bombings you're talking about?
with Lebanon, the invasion of Lebanon. And that's precisely the reason why Joe Biden will turn around and say things like, "Oh, I'm really working tirelessly for a ceasefire," but, like, seemingly no ceasefire exists. Like, it doesn't happen. And then they send another $20 billion of weapons into Israel. Obviously, they're not being honest about their genuine intention here, because in the past, Joe Biden has made one phone call in 2021, for example, and told Israel to cut it out, and they did the next day. Because without steady flow of weapons into Israel, Israel would not be able to conduct these violent campaigns because they keep running out of ammunition. That's how much they fucking are bombing. That they don't have the runway
running out of bombs.
Yes. Yeah. They do not have the runway without American intervention. So
if America stopped supporting them, we would have a ceasefire within a week.
Yeah, if America said you're done, cut it out in one phone call, or no more weapons are coming your way, yes, Israel would have stopped this months ago. Israel would have stopped this yesterday. Israel will stop it tomorrow. So we're not doing that. And I think that a lot of people think about why that is the case. And I guess like the smartest analysis that I've encountered, that I've thought about quite a bit, is that we're gearing up for war with China, like a Cold War with China, which is going to be a far harder one to fight, especially given like our current position in the global economy, China's current position in the global economy, and the trade relationships that we have and the rest of the planet has with China that did not exist with the USSR last time that Cold War happened. And I think America is trying to basically dominate the region as best as they possibly can, and sick Israel on all of the other regional actors, so that they can, I guess, redefine the maps and reshape the maps in the way that they see fit, so they can move on.
Imposing power. Yeah, sure.
And so that they can move on to the far graver threat that threatens American hegemonic superpower status, which is China. And that's the reason why they're trying to do like this last ditch, before this last hurrah. It's weird to talk about it on these terms, but I think that's precisely what is going on. It's Israel doing, I'll use a German term here, its own Endsieg before they're done. And they're going to do as much territorial acquisition as they possibly can before they are restrained by the American government, whether that is the Trump administration or the Kamala Harris administration, who knows? But it will. I think that's what's happening, and they're trying to fucking make sure that they can set up a permanent occupation in at least like the northern Gaza Strip and potentially the entirety of the Gaza Strip, as they will redesign it in the same way that they have in the West Bank. Inevitably, but they're just trying to do that to the best of their ability, and obviously that means ethnic cleansing of the entire population, 2.5 million people that live there, ethnic displacement as well.
I think that it's really problematic because I've seen that the behavior of Israel, I think, has really like just multiplied the amount of actual anti-Semitism. Like Adolf has been making a comeback in a big way. It's crazy to see it. Absolutely fucking insane. I see tweets like this every single day. People that are just like openly anti-Semitic or just calling somebody a Jew as like, let's not listen to them at all.
Yeah, but I think it's just underlying anti-Semitism. That underlying anti-Semitism has always existed in America. The reason why it's now getting more prominence is one, because like Twitter is a right-wing shithole and Elon Musk doesn't give a fuck or likes that. I mean, he follows like literal Nazi accounts that talk about how like, we must protect the like doing the 14 words,
14
like
letter. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that that's part of the reason. And the other part of the reason is because like, Israel, not dissimilar to ISIS, claims that they're doing this for Judaism, and that they claim falsely that they represent the interests of all Jews around the planet. They say that every Jew is of one mind, that they are monolithic in their understanding of Israel. Everyone is a Zionist. Everyone wants Israel to exist, and everyone wants Israel to exist in the violent ways in which it has to exist as a demographic majority Jewish country. Now, in order to maintain a demographic majority like this, you have to literally sometimes eliminate people that are maybe growing in population size. And Israel can only do this as it maintains a violent apartheid regime in the West Bank and is now rebuild or redesigning Gaza in its own interest in doing full-blown ethnic displacement in Gaza. The problem is, they claim that they're doing this for Judaism, and that's just wrong. They're not doing this for Judaism.
Well, they're using it as a tool. That's really what it is.
There is no part of Jewish culture or Jewish theology that or a theological understanding that says that like Israel has to exist in this way that it does. As a matter of fact, there is actually a theological understanding under Judaism that Jews cannot have a nation state until the Messiah comes back. So that's the reason why you see so many of these like ultra-Orthodox Jews and pro-Palestinian demonstrations that are side by side with the Palestinians criticizing the state of Israel.
It's like blasphemy.
Yeah, there are a shit ton. There are a shit ton of anti-Zionist Jews that are, prominent members of the resistance against Israel. I have Jewish fans in Israel who are anti-Zionist living in Israel, and I analyze that in the same way that I analyze my own existence in America. I do not agree with American imperialism. I think it's awful, and I work every day to try to get others to recognize that reality. And having said that, the most prominent displays of Israel and the most prominent defenses of Israel are always in mainstream media, are always associated with Judaism. That's why you hear the likes of Jake Tapper and many other anchors, for example, say criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. I can't believe that you're an anti-Zionist. You're anti-Semitic. You want Israel to be destroyed. You want all the Jews that live in Israel to die. This is false, and it's a smear, and it no longer works. But because Israel is constantly portraying itself as a Jewish state, and because Israel constantly claims that they're doing all this,
I think that there's that. That's also a very big component. There is the moral authority, like we're killing you for your own good.
Yeah. So because they're doing this, and because they're using religion as a justification, I mean, people. What are people to assume, especially if you've never been around a Jewish person and you've maybe heard that, like, oh, Jews control the media, like someone just said that, right, in your vicinity, and you internalize that, or you heard that, and then you see Jake Tapper being like, Israel's doing this for Judaism, and if you look at this carnage and don't think that it's unacceptable, then you yourself are anti-Semitic. Yeah, if you're a guy living in fucking Arkansas, you're gonna be like, wait a minute, maybe Jews do control the media. And that's how anti-Semitism grows in the Western, in Western society. There's already an underlying, always endless amount of anti-Semitism that people think about on a day-to-day basis. But this gives them justification. And a lot of charlatans take advantage of the situation to promote anti-Semitic conspiracies because they care more about, like, shitting on Jewish people than actually criticizing the state of Israel.
Oh, I see that a lot. A lot of people that are against Israel in quotes, but every person that's a Jew is Israeli in some way. I think
it's the same argument on both sides, and that's what's really interesting about it, because the difference between Jake Tapper saying all Jews are Zionist and therefore criticizing Israel as anti-Semitic is no different than a Nazi saying all Jews are Zionist and therefore, Israel is the Jewish state and they want to fucking destroy Israel. There is no difference in the fundamentals of that argument. Both sides, whether they are woke or not woke on the issue, still think that all Jews are Zionist.
Man. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, I think that it's so fucking annoying and weird that it plays that big of a role in conversations because we have people that can't afford healthcare. I think it's ridiculous.
Yes.
I'm very disappointed about it, but what do you do, right?
Yes, but also something to remember. Something to consider is that regardless of what people say, I mean, this is why I don't consider criticism of Saudi Arabia to be inherently Islamophobic. There's a difference, however. Like criticizing Saudi Arabia for doing a genocide in Yemen, or criticizing Saudi Arabia for, again, being a sovereign nation state that is at the heel of the United States of America, that is a willing participant of American empire, therefore is not politically constrained in similar ways that, like, other forces that are dominated by American empire, still maintaining, some aspects of religious theocracy in their own governance, is an appropriate criticism of Saudi Arabia. You can do that without saying Muslims are, exhibiting an inferior culture. You could say that about the UAE. You could say that about many of these other countries, whether it's Qatar or UAE or Saudi Arabia, Oman, and the like. that's the difference between monolithizing the entirety of the region versus individually dissecting the many ways in which some of our allies in the region are engaging in religious fundamentalism in their internal governance.
It's awful, man. Like it's shocking to me that so many people buy into it and so many people still do it. Like I am amazed. Like here in the U.S., it feels like people are becoming more religious. I think that people over there, you don't think so?
No, absolutely not.
I don't. I think religion's been coming back a lot recently.
No, I don't think so. I look at overall trends. I look at overall trends. Like it's more in your face with like people being like, "Oh, I love religion" or whatever. But no, overall trends show that religious support is hemorrhaging in all of our religious institutions in this country. It's something that like people are genuinely fearful of, at least those in power, those who stand to gain. But no, American religiosity has gone down tremendously. And that trend is the same everywhere around the world, as a matter of fact. The only places where it's not the same, the only places where like there are more religious people or more fundamentalist people are oftentimes areas of conflict, like areas that are in direct conflict, areas that are being dominated. In those places,
well,
like
people
even
use
if there
religion
is
as a cultural rallying point. I think that's what happens, and then
Yes,
they use the religion to have a, like this is like how you're establishing the values. Because I mean, the truth is, right? Like you are going to have your like a culture is going to be like we are more influenced by like let's say Christianity than China is or than Saudi Arabia is, right? We're like
well, China's not religious at all.
Exactly, right? And so like that's what I'm saying. And so like of course there's going to be like a relation there. And so that it makes sense why people would use that, but there's a lot of misuse of it. I don't think that religion's like bad like entirely, but I feel like a lot of people use it as a weapon. And
Absolutely. No, that's the way I see
what
it.
really and that's what really scares me the most. And it scares me a lot with like I mean, we went through like 20 years of this with like George Bush and like Obama with the this like the Middle Eastern adventures, right? Of like, George Bush saying that God told him that like he was supposed to go over there. It's fucking insane. Absolutely batshit crazy. And so I just I am very, very like afraid of that. I'm very worrisome of that. And that's where I think a lot of my distrust comes from with like any sort of culture that prioritizes religion as like a cultural like rallying point, is that I just feel like a lot of the ideas that they have are really bad.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with religious fundamentalism on principle. I agree that it is a bad thing, and there is never a moment where I've said that like religious fundamentalism is appropriate. I just simply recognize that it is nowhere near the most devastating aspect of like any kind of society if they are currently in the process of being wiped out. That's just my analysis on it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll give you this. I think Israel's worse than Palestine. How about that? Is that good?
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I mean, far worse in terms of what kind of power it has, because
Sure.
I think we understand, right, that if you are like, if I'm 6'4", 225 pounds on a good day. Okay.
Yep.
If I were to go and beat the shit out of kindergartners, like I would be held responsible. If a kindergartner in the process punched me back and I said, "Ow, you hit me," now I'm going to go beat the shit out of your family members with my, and maybe even use my guns on them. You'd be like, this man is a monster. Put him in jail immediately. Right?
Sure.
Yeah. But when Israel does it, and you turn around and you go, what about the vibes of those kindergartners, though? Did they deserve it? Maybe they do deserve it. Maybe they had some bad opinions. Maybe they called him Baldy or something. Then obviously it would be seen as like even if I was interested or not interested, even if I could recognize right from wrong, it would come across to onlookers that I was like justifying some of the some of the things that the much larger party in this circumstance, me, did to the kindergartners.
I I really hope that Palestine can be free. I don't think that I don't think it's going to go the way you think it will. I don't.
What do you mean?
I think that they're what with continuing to control people with like religious fundamentalism. I think that's going to continue. I don't think that the moment that like they get out from under Israel, they're going to just like be okay with all of these other types of like identities. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But
That's never happened, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like that's never that's never even been able to be implemented in terms of like Palestinian history. So much so that there's never been a moment in Palestinian history where there's like any sort of sovereignty. So we can't make that we can't make that assumption, because that has never even throughout Palestinian history ever existed.
I agree with you. And I think that I have an assumption. I think you also probably have an assumption. But I think that we both agree that it would be good to find out who's right.
I mean, sure, but but once again, regardless of there's two different things that I want to make very clear here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Regardless of whether Palestinian people will, let's say tomorrow, Palestine is emancipated and they have full-blown sovereignty, and they decide to be religiously like very right-wing, very fundamentalist. I still think that is infinitely better than the current genocide that is going on. Would you agree with that?
Is it better? Well, I mean, like, wouldn't if they're going in there and they're killing other people instead, I could see arguments for being.
No. I'm saying like they are being very restrictive towards gay Palestinians. Let's say tomorrow Palestine is a sovereign state, and as a sovereign state tomorrow, they're no longer being genocided. And in the when they are rebuilding, Palestine is a sovereign nation state.
Mhm.
They are very homophobic, very transphobic. They're like really harming gay people and trans people in Palestine. They're like arresting them. I still think that while still inappropriate, would be a far greater outcome than being completely wiped out and being completely genocided. I don't think that is going to be the outcome. But regardless, I want to make it very clear. I think that yes, no genocide is better than any kind
We're
of genocide.
not making a genocide tier list. I get that. I understand. That's all. My point is that I agree with you. I just don't think that I don't like their culture either. Right. I find it to be problematic as well. And that's why I
By the way,
struggle
the people that we were talking about in terms of Palestinians are like, they are some of the most educated per capita population in spite of everything else, just for the record. Like, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Palestinians are literally some of the most educated people on the planet, like per capita.
I hope so. I mean,
I hope so. I mean, there's like
sorry,
Palestinian educational attainment is in spite of being genocided by Israel, in spite of like living under Israeli occupation, is incredibly high. They have a tremendous amount of obviously a tremendous amount of struggles and tremendous amount of hurdles to go through, but the status of education in Palestine is that 96.3% of the population is literate. It's higher than like the high human development category average, as in Palestinian society as a whole is like has a higher literacy rating than developed nations.
That's really good. That's great.
Yeah. So like, I don't think that these are the religious fundamentalist people that you think that they are, is what I'm trying to explain.
I don't think that I think there were a lot of people that were religious and also very well educated that can do very bad things. I don't think that, like,
For sure.
the more educated you are, like, I see what you're saying, And I think that you definitely do have an argument with it.
Do you,
but
do you,
I'm not
do you,
sure
do you
whether
understand
that-
why like cultural inferiority arguments end up like leading you astray in this subject matter? Because now that I've told you the literacy rate being higher in Palestine in the Palestinian population, now you're saying, well, they can be literate and still fundamentalist, but like,
well, yeah,
there isn't evidence of this reality of like broad sweeping fundamentalism in Palestinian existence at all. If you are pointing to Hamas, which is a Islamist fundamentalist organization that started off as a charity that became this like violent resistance group, in terms of their governance, if that's what you're pointing to, once again, the situation is very different for the broader Palestinian society, because that is the only group that has successfully been able to thwart Israeli further Israeli incursions. That is the reason why they are the domineering group. Israel killed all the fucking secular leadership so consistently, or turned it into, like the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, turned it into its own security apparatus, but with a Palestinian face. So from the calculation of the Palestinians, they're like, okay, these guys are fucking, these guys are religious, but they're also the only people defending us.
It's the devil, I understand the
It's
argument.
not even the devil. They see it as like, these are the only people that are fighting back against the country that is, bombing my house.
I understand that. And I can see their point of view. I just think that they're still bad. I do. I think it's bad to prosecute people and to kill them based off of their identity.
Okay, there's no disagreement. There's no disagreement with what you're saying.
Of course.
The difference, however, is that again,
go ahead.
Palestinian internal governance has always existed within the confines of being a colonial entity. They've never had full-blown sovereignty, so their internal affairs have to always be analyzed. Well, one, Palestinians are not of one mind, right? So that's number one. And number two is that we are talking about, especially if we're talking about the Gaza Strip, we're talking about people that are majority underage. Majority. The majority of the Gaza Strip is under the age of 18. So, like, we're talking about killing teenagers for the most part. We're talking about killing kids, because that's what's going on. So, like, their internal governance or what has happened in Palestinian society, it bears no basis in the outcome. Israel's killing them whether they are gay. Israel's killing them whether they're straight or whether they're fundamentalist or not. Palestinians could be the wokest, okay? Palestinians could be making fucking video games with like only trans representation, and Israel would still be killing them, okay? That's the reason why it doesn't matter in this conversation whether they would engage in any sort of like internal governance post-emancipation that is like homophobic or not.
I think that it really, I think that they should be able to make that decision themselves, right? Like, if they want to do that, that's fine. Like, they're a sovereign nation, or they should be a sovereign nation. They should be able to do that. I just don't like the cultural equivalency. I do actually think that these cultures are, in a lot of cases, worse. And I think that there are a lot of points of difference there, whether it's about how you can speak up against the government, how you can resist different types of control.
But there is no government. Like, you're expression. Again. Remember what I told you about like the Espionage Act during World War II and like during Cold War, all of these like laws that were created to dominate American people for having a difference in opinion.
Sure, but all those are bad. Like, that's
I understand,
my point, though,
but
right?
it's because it was born out of necessity in the minds of those who were responsible for the government. You yourself are in at odds with that, but ultimately you still said, maybe because you didn't know this, you still said that like America is the, a far superior culture. The point is, it has nothing to do with like, it has nothing to do with like a culture at all, and everything to do with the material conditions that you're subjected to. That's my argument. And that at least throughout history, societies that have been allowed to foster, allowed to prosper, have inevitably had these struggles that are born out of a genuine need for people that want equality. And that's it. That's the reason why. And there's always going to be resistance from others inside of said societies every step of the way. But in order for you to analyze this, you have to look at Palestinians in the same exact way that you look at your fellow Americans, because there is no difference. Ultimately, they're still, at the end of the day, they're still human beings, and some of them are gay, some of them are trans, and they all want equality. They all want a fucking job. They all want shelter, and they all, you know, want to play WoW Classic over retail.
Right. I of course, I agree with you about all of those things, except for I don't know if all of them want equality. I do think that some of those people do actually hold very regressive views, the same as the way that we have people.
That's what I mean.
Right?
But you have to, you have to analyze broader Palestinian society in the exact same way. With that, the moment that you are equipped with the understanding that they are no different than Americans, okay? Some are going to be restrictive. Some are going to believe fucking insane shit. Some are going to believe insane shit in the other direction. Like some are going to want to make Concord again. Okay. Some Palestinians are going to be like, I want to make Concord, but more gay.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is just the reality. That
might be happening.
There are people with a diversity of opinion. They're no different than you and I in terms of their needs, in terms of like the way, in terms of what they want for themselves. And that friction is always going to exist in every society. And when you are no longer shackled by the restrictions of existing under a colonial occupation, you will be able to move society forward by fighting. There's going to be struggles. Mm-hmm. There's always going to be struggles every step of the way. But you have to understand that America was able to get to this point after years and years of you know, a lot of revolutionary figures fighting for it. And Palestinians have never had that opportunity because they've always been dominated by a far, far greater military force. And that force has surveilled every aspect of their lives. That force has dominated every aspect of their lives. I'll give you one example, like in terms of queer phobia, right?
Sure.
Israel literally will blackmail gay Palestinians. They will try to create sexual material, okay, of gay Palestinians in an effort to turn them into confidential informants for the state of Israel. Like, that's not exactly very pro-gay, is it? It's not.
Oh, Israel's awful. Yeah, for sure.
No,
like,
but that's my point.
Definitely.
Ultimately, just like Israeli bombs do not make a distinction between gay Palestinians and straight Palestinians who are homophobic or whatever. Like, at the end of the day, these guys have never been able to get to a point where they have any sort of civil governance whatsoever, so they can rebel against it internally. But remember, it's always the people that are still Palestinians that will be rebelling against whatever form of governance they inevitably create, if they are ever to be free.
It's hard to say. I mean, like, my expectations of things changing massively are very low. I think that what you're saying could be true, and I hope that we can find out. But I don't know, man. I mean, I don't see how it just changes in like that big way. I don't see it happening.
What are you talking about? Like the full scale genocide and ethnic cleansing of
the Palestinians,
or are you talking about Palestinians becoming?
Well,
like
I was referring to Palestinians, becoming more like liberal, I guess you would say, right? And not having these like cultural expectations, because I feel like, you know, kind of like by what you were saying, right, is like blackmailing gay Palestinians. Well, why is it a blackmail, right? Well, because they can be punished and hurt for having those viewpoints. And so that's at least like my opinion on it. I don't know, and I don't like that culture. I do think that to a certain degree every individual person is going to be different. But if you're looking at what a government does in the same way that people criticize like America and they're really criticizing the government, I think you can criticize Palestine or Saudi Arabia or any other country. And
I'm letting you know once again, there's no aspect of Palestinian quote unquote culture that revolves around like dominating gay Palestinians or anything like that.
So do you think that like at a certain point, where do you, if it doesn't come from there, where did it come from?
What do you mean, homophobia in general?
Yeah, where did it come
I think that yes, I think that religious social conditioning plays a role in uplifting bigoted attitudes towards people that are I know, but it's no different. The problem here is that aspect of it is reactionary conservatism. It's no different in Palestine as it is in the United States of America. The only reason why it manifests, or the only reason why it takes it can be dealt with by those in terms of like the civil governance or anything like that is specifically a direct consequence of being a victim of colonial domination. And those guys are the ones that happen to be fighting back against Israel tooth and nail. But once again, it doesn't matter. Just like I celebrate the American accomplishments in World War II, it doesn't change that dynamic that America was incredibly homophobic back then. You know what I mean?
They were. True.
It was. They were murking. And they, by the way, America still has gay panic laws and things of that nature that allows people to be able to potentially kill their partners. I mean, let's see what the latest is on the gay panic, trans panic defense bans now.
Oh, I'm sure there's all kinds of like stupid stuff like that.
And,
for sure.
Under no circumstance would I ever advocate or say like, well, America is an inferior culture, and that's why like.
Well, I think that aspect of our culture is inferior. I do. I think it is inferior. I think it's worse, and I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard. We should hold everybody to a higher standard. I don't really see how like being a developing country, like I don't see the correlation between, if a country is like being occupied or something like that, like that's going to make them more homophobic. I don't really see how.
Wait, how do you not see that? Well, it's entirely it's not even being occupied. You understand, right? Like it's
whatever
it's
word
what
you want to use.
It's what
right?
material
like
conditions
genocide.
look like when you are occupied.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I gave the example of the Westboro Baptist Church. Those guys are not doing ISIS style executions of gay people because they live in America. If they were born and living in another part of the world, and if they were living in America, I guess like post-nuclear Holocaust or something, they would absolutely be doing that. It's entirely about what your immediate surroundings look like. That's my point. That's it. They're exhibiting the same kind of religious fundamentalism. The only difference is there is no like greater outside force that is like destroyed the United States of America in its entirety, and therefore they can just like fucking fulfill their violent desires whichever way they see fit. That's the only difference here.
It's very hard to know like what somebody would do if they were born into another like another country, right? It's like would people in Palestine?
That's why I said they would be teleported, like with the same and with the same exact mentality. There is no way. There is, of course, and that, my friend, is you recognizing that we are a product of our material conditions.
Well,
what you just said right there.
Extent. Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's it. That's my point. Like that is precisely what I'm saying.
I can see what you're saying. And I think that definitely that does play a part. But I think that also a culture is created by a government. And you can look at the way the government applies any sort of rules. And I think that it is very easy to say that some rules are unfair and they are inferior to others. I do not think this is a problematic thing to say. And I don't like the idea of the cultural relativity. I don't think that really exists in a lot of cases. And I feel like, yes, of course, you're going to have people that will take advantage of oh, well, this asshole warlord guy is coming in and he's going to, save us, but he's also a bad person. Yes, of course that's going to happen, right? But at the same time, I don't think that's the only point of it. I think that if you do have a law, and then also while that warlord is in charge, that culture, that warlord or that group of people that is bad, while that's around, is inferior. Now, I feel like a lot of this is about like the inferiority thing. To me, the word isn't really that important. It's mainly just like there are ideas that I think are just objectively worse. Like, for example, like not letting people express their identity for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just an objectively worse viewpoint, and anybody who is trying to champion that viewpoint is a bad person. It's just you're doing a bad thing, and there's like no justification for it. There's no like I can see people that like don't actively fight against it because like for whatever reason, right? There could be 50 different reasons, but I do think it's always bad. It's bad every single time, and
Yes, I think suppression of people's suppression of people's like expression is not a good thing. Yes, it is a bad thing. But again, there is a difference between doing it in a developed nation that does not have like any sort of outside forces dominating it versus a country that has never even been allowed to be a country.
Well, here's the way I see it.
Would you say that there is not a distinction there? Like, would you say that?
I don't see a correlation between. I don't understand the correlation between suppressing gay people and being able to be like another country that's like involving you. Like I don't, or like
okay,
attacking you.
I will describe this once again.
Okay.
African tribal existence, okay, and their internal affairs played no basis in chattel slavery, although it was used as a justification for it, that these were barbaric people, that these were not even human. Do you want this? Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but it was bad, right? I mean, like what they were doing there was
like,
still bad. It doesn't justify the bad behavior. No, I don't think it's justified. No.
But ultimately, there is still a far greater evil here, which is robbing people of their homes and stripping them away, mass rapes, mass subjugation, humiliation, chattel slavery. So when historians look to this, when historians look at chattel slavery, they don't analyze the conditions of African tribes unless they are a different kind of historian that may or may not be trying to justify chattel slavery. And the same goes for any kind of colonial domination. Some of these opinions are more permissible in polite society than others. The reason why I'm using chattel slavery is because everybody recognizes right from wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Like South Africa, apartheid South Africa, the idea that black people were inferior in apartheid South Africa, I'm sure people probably made similar. I know for a fact that they made similar arguments in apartheid South Africa where they were like, well, black people are, violent and barbaric. And why do you care about this one little country of South Africa just because it's being controlled by white people? But when black people came into power, okay, when apartheid South Africa, when the apartheid was lifted and they came into power, obviously there was still an economic apartheid, but the notion that they were going to be barbaric did not occur at all. The idea that they were going to be dominating and barbaric and inferior in their governance, that did not happen.
I don't see why, why is it so hard to just acknowledge that certain things that people do are bad? Like it's really not. It's not.
I'm acknowledging that religious fundamentalism is bad. I'm also telling you that it plays no role in the far greater evil, because the difference between killing 10 gay people and killing 100,000 gay people is killing 100,000 gay people is worse, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, then that's the point. That's the point I'm making, which is that Israel is killing not only 100,000 gay people, but just every fucking straight person as well. They don't care who they're killing. And that is the reason why I don't spend a lot of time being like, well, the Palestinians have never actually shown me that they deserve emancipation because they're not like super woke about gay people.
Yeah.
It bears no basis in this. Like, I don't care.
I don't want to see
when I analyze the situation in World War II, I don't look at like, you know, the way that like how German Jews thought about, like what German Jews thought about like gay people. I don't really care.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. To me, I think that it's very easy to just acknowledge that certain things are bad. Like, for example, like if they're treating people this way, it is a bad thing. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that they should be killed for it, right? Of course not.
Yeah,
No.
and they're not being killed for it anyway.
Not.
That's just like, that is only the justification that Israel tries to use whenever people are countering this kind of argument with like, hey man, genocide is wrong, and they'll be like, oh well, Israel would kill you if you, Palestine would kill you if you were gay in Gaza. Which, by the way, I don't know if you've ever seen this, but there's a very famous video of a trans activist that went to Gaza and literally engaged in humanitarian aid in Gaza, and obviously they were not like, oh, you're trans, we're gonna kill you. They were like, oh, thank you for your fucking humanitarian aid. They don't give a shit. Like, it's the same as any other kind of person. I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, called Timothy Charlemagne or Chalamet.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time. That's all he's known is death and destruction of his home, right? With American bombs.
But he's not getting killed by gay people, right? He's not getting killed. Like if he's talking about like
we're not even talking about gay people.
America.
I'm going to bring up something important here. First of all, he wasn't Houthi. I asked him. He was like, I'm not. Which many people said, oh, he's hiding it. He's PR trained, which is really funny to say about like some random fucking dude who can't even speak English. Like, he doesn't give a fuck if people call him anti-Semitic. And I asked him, like, what do you think about Jewish people? What if I were to tell you that like Jewish people are leading the anti-Zionist movement in America? And he was like, that's great. I love them. That's awesome. Anyone who's against Israel is my friend. Now, that might have been one of the first instances where this person ever even heard that Jewish people were against the state of Israel. Okay? But his immediate reaction was, his immediate reaction was, that's great. Love that. I'm a big fan of that. Something along those lines. And the reason for that is because there is a far greater problem that people care about. And that is Israel's complete domination over the region, America's complete domination by way of utilizing Israel over the region. That's all they care about. If that was removed from the equation, okay, these people, some of them would absolutely be right-wing. Some of them would absolutely be like, oh, no, I still don't fucking, I don't fuck with gay people. Fuck those guys. I want to kill them. And other people would say, I'm gay. I fought alongside you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's just how human beings are. That's just how that's how society ends up evolving to a point that we take for granted. That becomes more understanding. It's not easy.
I think that's what happens over time. It is, but I think it's easy to say that where it is right now isn't good. It's not good. Yeah. And of course, only
if you recognize like where this hostility stems from, or why it's left unexamined. Rather, the hostility that we assume these people have, because like the reason why I asked him about like Jewish anti-Zionists was because even my assumption is that like the Houthis, for example, literally have a banner that says "Curse the Jews," right?
Yeah.
Like, So I was very curious as to see like how this person would react to something that he might not have even ever considered. And that's the and that's the point, which is that like people have the capacity to change once they learn new information. They're not ever going to be firmly planted and be of one mind. Most people have a tendency to be empathetic to other people. They want to collaborate with other people. We're a social animal. It's in our nature to be as collaborative with others as possible. And that's why I don't believe that anyone is like intrinsically homophobic or intrinsically queerphobic. Not that it matters in this circumstance, because the far larger problem is still always going to be genocide.
Yeah, no, I could see the genocide being worse. Yeah, sure. I could definitely see that. I don't like the I don't like the idea that that culture is equivalent to ours. I think it is very problematic. I think it's very bad. I don't think it should be judged the same way. It doesn't mean I'm not sympathetic to them. Of course, right? Of course it's bad this happens. But whenever there is a state that's upholding something that is killing groups of people based off of their identity, or a group of people that's doing that, whether it's a government or some sort of like regime or anything like that, I think it's very easy to say that that's bad. I don't think that saying that, like different types of persecution is for one reason or another, like okay because they're being being occupied in some way or another, right? I don't really see how these two things are related, because they're not being occupied by gay people. They're not being occupied by trans people. They're being occupied by Israelis. So
Yeah,
it's like if
exactly,
you're
which is why they're
if
not
you're
like,
hating gay people and you're making that against the law.
no,
Has nothing to
that's a
do
good
with them.
point, Asmund. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's why they're not like, if you think right now or at any point, Hamas is like, we really got to fucking deal with these homosexuals in our ranks. Like, you're out of your mind. That's not what's going on at all.
I don't think that's the case at all. Of course not.
Okay, so
But when the dust settles, when the dust settles, and then they start killing gay people, what are you going to say?
Okay, but you can't hypothesize a future where they're going to do that when there is no fucking like evidence that they're going to do that in a free and a completely emancipated sovereign nation state. That's what my point. The assumption that they're going to do that is the bigotry. That is where we're at odds. The assumption that they're going to do that immediately, it almost feels like they want to be free just so they can kill the gay Palestinians, which is a ridiculous fucking assumption.
Not. Of course, that's not the reason.
Okay,
They
but
don't.
that is,
They
but
don't
you
want to
understand that
become
like
free to kill all the gay people. Of course not. But like, I mean, it's an openly stated thing with a lot of these cases, even inside of any sort of other culture. There are many cultures that are openly stated to be against people of different gender identities. This isn't some sort of like unique, monopoly that Palestine has over this. I think it's true in many cases.
But Palestine has never. But given the fact that there has never been a sovereign national Palestinian state, making this inference is ridiculous. Is my point. It's like saying that if Texas were to exist on its own, that they would start fucking executing gay people and enslave black people again. Except there has been a state, or it wasn't a sovereign state, but there has been an instance where, Texas did actually fight hard to enslave black people and continue to enslave black people. That's why we have Juneteenth, which is far after the point of abolition, where they still maintain the practice of chattel slavery. So even then, there's more evidence that Texas might potentially do that, as opposed to Palestinian statehood, which has never been a form of governance that has had a moment to behave in the homophobic ways in which we assume they will. And ultimately, once again, they would still be dominating gay Palestinians. And this is a concept that a lot of Americans don't understand. They think like, a lot of people used to say this about ISIS. They're like, oh, they're throwing gay people off the roofs because Muslims are so Islamophobic. I'm like, bitch, the gay people are Muslim. Like, who do you think they're throwing off the roofs? They're not throwing white American gays off the roofs. They're throwing Muslims. They're throwing other Arabs that are gay off the roofs, which is like you know, something that is at odds with the way that people understand, Islam and the Muslim world, and think like, no, all Muslims love this shit. It's like, well, I don't think the gay dude who is Muslim loved being thrown off the roof. I think he probably hated that in that moment.
I bet he did. I think so. You're right, and I think that criticism of that isn't really Islam. I don't think it really has a lot to do with Islam, right?
It has
Because,
nothing to do with Islam, and it has nothing to do with culture in general. It has everything to do with this like fucking insane, militant, rabid, psychopathic colonial apparatus that was trying to restore the image of the caliphate and whatever they saw fit.
The way that people see gender identity and the way that they treat them is absolutely part of their culture. And it's part of our culture too. It's part of everybody's culture.
It's not necessarily true. I don't think when you say it's a part of their culture, you make it seem like it is an intractable quality. It's a quality that cannot change, or it's a quality that definitely exists across the board as a monolithic force. That is not the case. That's my point.
Of course, nothing's monolithic, right? Nothing is ever going to be monolithic. The same within the US or anything like that. But I think it's a viewpoint that a lot of people have, and it's the same as here. There's a lot of people that have viewpoints about that here. And guess what? Our laws reflect the viewpoints that a lot of people have. And so what's going to happen in Palestine? I don't know. When they get
I don't think our laws reflect a lot of the people's viewpoints. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't have been so shocked about Texas BDS laws. Like, I don't think it's your viewpoint. I think if you were to sit down every person in Texas, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is unacceptable.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that. I mean, there are some of them that get through. You are right. But I do think that in general, the laws do have a rough estimation to what the people's values are.
I don't, not again, we're talking about abortion bans, for example. Abortion bans. That's not the viewpoint of the overwhelming majority of people that are now subjected to abortion bans. Governments do not operate at the behest of their citizens, even in democracies, even in quote unquote theoretical democracies like the United States of America. So no, that is not the case. And people always are fighting against their governments in order to, at the domestic level, get the equality that they fight long and hard for. The problem, however, with Palestinian society is that they've never had a fucking functioning sovereign state and a government to begin with. And even if they did, the assumption that they would be homophobic is ridiculous because, once again, there is no historical reference point for this. And beyond that,
isn't it
even
against
if they
the law
did have
now?
a homophobic government,
it's against the law now, right?
But even if they had a homophobic government, it's against the law is meaningless in this circumstance. What is the law? There has never been a sovereign state in this situation. Palestinians, like I said, in Gaza are operated under Hamas rule, right? Palestinians in Gaza are operated under Hamas rule. Palestinian Authority legalized gay marriage decades before then. But in 2005, Hamas rule came into power after America tried to implement voting. Okay, George W. Bush on his way out was like, well, let's do voting in Palestine. Palestinian Authority said, let's not do that. We are not ready for it. We'll get fucking owned. Because at that point, Palestinian people, both in the West Bank and certainly in the Gaza Strip, were viewing the Palestinian Authority as exactly what it is, a CIA-backed institution that was working at the behest of the Israeli state as a part of its security apparatus. So they were very unpopular. So what happened? Hamas came in and we're like, we're Muslim as fuck. We love Islam. We are honest because of our Islamic background. And we are the only group that is actually violently resisting against the Israeli apartheid. We are going to run a anti-corruption campaign, which is what they did. And just like the prediction of the Fatah Party, which is the secular party, which is the part of the Palestinian Authority, they were right. Hamas did win. Then America said, let's do a fucking coup d'etat. Fuck it. Take over the Strip regardless. Hamas actually won that battle. And basically the rest is history. They have, been the de facto government.
Don't you think the fact they won the vote matters? Like, if the people are voting for the people that want to oppress people based off of their identity, I think that to a certain extent,
let me answer your question.
Okay, great question. Like what people think.
I have two problems here. I just told you that 50% of the population of Palestine and the Gaza Strip is under the age of 18. None of them fucking voted for Hamas, okay? Because they weren't alive. That's number one. Number two,
Sure.
you said you voted for Donald Trump in the past, in 2016.
I did.
Okay, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just didn't really like Hillary Clinton.
There you go. Turns out people have many different motivations for voting for one particular party over the other, and it doesn't have to be Islamist fundamentalism that they believe in. So that's my point. Because they're human beings with a shit ton of different attitudes and different opinions. If they see the dominating party of Fatah as a party that is completely captured by Israeli security apparatus that is working at the behest of this state that is destroying their lives, they're going to be like, okay, I'm going to go with the other guy, just like you went with Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. So,
Sure.
But it doesn't even matter because most of those people that fucking voted for Hamas are dead. They don't even exist anymore. And it doesn't matter because Hamas is still the governing party because there's not a real democracy there. They are a militant force that is dominating the Gaza Strip, that is simultaneously fighting against the Israeli state. So I hope that this helps clear your understanding of the way in which Palestinians live in the Gaza Strip and how this has nothing to do with their internal affairs or their government or how they view the world or how they view gay people at all.
I get it. I think that, and I do hope that they get their independence. I think that whenever they do, they're probably going to do the same thing that Hamas did to gay people before.
No, they were not.
And
but I just told you. I told you that hold on. Let's look this up real quick.
Go ahead.
Like, if that was the case, which is such a funny argument that we're having over like a group of individuals that are being genocided anyway. Like, I don't give a fuck if they literally were straight up jailing every homosexual person in the Gaza Strip. I still think that the genocide is inappropriate and completely unjustifiable. But yes.
Well, two things can be bad, right?
What?
Two things can be bad. It's not like only one thing can be bad. Like, obviously it's bad.
West Bank, it's been legal technically since the annexation, but since 1951. They adopted the Jordanian Penal Code of 1951 in the West Bank. Shortly after the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank in 1950, same-sex acts were decriminalized across the territory with the adoption of the Jordanian Penal Code. So it's been decriminalized in in the West Bank. And before then, what?
Oh, go ahead.
And before then, it was it was first the Ottoman law, which was decriminalized in the 18th century. And then after that, it was British law. So on the 18th of September, 1936, the Criminal Code of Mandatory Palestine, British Mandate Criminal Code, which drew from the Ottoman law or English law, was enacted, which meant that sodomy is illegal. What? I'm looking at the LGBTQ rights of Palestine on Wikipedia.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's considered a taboo subject. People experience persecution and violence. I mean, I feel like
of course.
That's kind of bad, right? I mean, like, yeah, for sure.
No.
I think
understand. I'm just simply stating that, like, it's more complicated than the way you presented it, though.
Of course,
don't you think?
Everything is always more complicated. Yeah. Of course, it's more complicated. And if I have a clip that is 30 seconds long, obviously that nuance is not going to be communicated. Of course not. Yeah. But all I'm saying is, that
ultimately, they will get to a place of being more open-minded to gay people once they have the opportunity to be free, to be a sovereign nation, and then their gay neighbors, their gay peers, their queer peers are able to fight their own civil rights movement, like our queer peers did back in the day in the United States of America.
Just like they did in Saudi Arabia.
But ultimately, homosexual activity is legal in the West Bank.
That's better than not. But all I'm saying is that I don't think this exists on a spectrum.
Don't you think that like, like there are still, like, for example, here in the Wikipedia page, it says, in August 2019, the Palestinian National Authority announced that LGBT groups were forbidden to meet in the West Bank on the grounds that they are harmful to the higher values of ideal Palestinian society. This was in response to a conference in Nablus by Al-Qaws, the Palestinian LGBTQ group. Following the backlash, the ban was later withdrawn. So people in a place where they are at least able to organize against the against the limited government that exists in the West Bank, literally actively advocated against this, and then they took back the ban. On October 2022, Palestinian police arrested a suspect who beheaded a 25-year-old male Palestinian, Ahmad Abu Murkiya, who was seeking asylum in Israel because he was gay. At the time, it was reported that 90 Palestinians who identified with the LGBT community lived as asylum seekers in Israel. Now, notice how, once again, they are prosecuting people who are killing gay people.
Well, yeah.
Why would they do that if they were also invested in killing gay people? It happens. There are still gay people who get assassinated, murdered in the United States of America. They are dealt with through a criminal code. They are dealt with through a civil governance, right? They're dealt with within the confines of our court structure. They're prosecuted. They're thrown in jail. Sometimes. Other times, we still have gay panic laws, despite the fact that we are supposed to be this superior culture. People do still get away with killing gay people in the United States of America, as I was showing you earlier, in at least how many states? The so-called gay panic defenses are legal strategies which, according to the American Bar Association...
I feel like it obviously, it can't be that good if people are leaving and they're looking for asylum in Israel either. I feel like to say that like they're not doing anything about it, people wouldn't be going and getting asylum in Israel. It says right there in the same paragraph that this time it was reported 90 Palestinians who identified the LGBT lived in asylum as asylum seekers in Israel. Why would they be doing that if they're being treated equally? They wouldn't need to.
First, why are they? I have a couple different reasons for why they're doing that. Do you feel like if you had the opportunity to not be under colonial rule, you'd rather go to Israel? Israel is not exactly a tolerant society for LGBTQ either, by the way. You can't get gay married in Israel. It's still illegal to get gay married in Israel to this day. Why were they going there? Because the material conditions are obviously better there inside of Israel. If you are a part of a regular Israeli society, if you are able to seek asylum, Israel can then turn around and use that as a brownie point for themselves. Or half the time, the gay Palestinians that are executed are also collaborating with the Israeli government because they've been blackmailed prior to their collaboration.
Well, they wouldn't need to be getting blackmailed if the outcome of the blackmail
it's not just blackmail as in like we're going to out you as a homosexual. It's blackmail as in we're going to show like your naked photos to your family. It's not blackmail like, oh, your friends are going to know you're gay and then they're going to kill you. No, it's blackmail as in we are going to show naked photos of you to everyone. Now you have to collaborate with us. Revenge porn.
The logic there. Like, okay, so I get what you're saying, but like, how does that make sense if it's only being applied to gay people? It's like, wouldn't everybody
it's not just
have
gay
naked
people,
photos?
but gay people are an easier target because they still obviously are, regardless of the legal status of like gay people, there's still cultural stigma. Like, it doesn't change that reality. You are probably in the United States of America, you are more likely to be able to implement the exact same strategy in the United States of America, regardless of how fucking open-minded American society is. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
For sure. But we definitely are better at it than they are.
No,
100%.
You're missing the point.
Like
even if homosexuality is legal in the United States of America, you are more likely to be chastised. You're more likely to be outcasted as a gay person, especially if your family members don't know you're gay, regardless of the legal status of homosexuality. You are more likely to be stigmatized with blackmail and revenge porn in that circumstance.
Are you really telling me that like you think that the stakes are the same
in terms of what?
Being
the stakes ultimately literally don't matter because we're still talking about a violent military occupation in the West Bank. So
yeah, Israel's bad. Like, I mean, for sure, Israel's bad. Absolutely.
I can't believe like I said,
it's been a while,
like
right?
Still,
yeah.
I can't believe we're still going back and forth on like homosexuality in occupied territories. Like, again, it bears no basis on whether or not these people are worthy of being subjects of colonial occupation. They're not. You know, that's
I think that it really
answer.
like you could sure. like I don't really think it's that big of a deal either way, right? Like I don't really have like a super like my main problem is the fact that they do that.
By the way,
And
I do want to state
go
something
ahead.
because like Islam is like by and large, Muslim cultures are by and large more tolerant of trans people. Remember what I mentioned about Iran, for example? Like even in Iran, you can get gender affirmation, gender affirming care. As of
Yeah.
2008, gender affirming care in Palestine is legal. In 2008, Palestine adopted the ICD-10 classification, which contains codes for diagnosing transsexualism in adulthood and childhood, which authorized the initiation of medical transition. As it
That's
stands,
empowering.
however,
Yeah.
there is no recognition of non-binary gender in Palestine, and there is still LGBTQ discrimination in Palestine with not enough protections, and employment discrimination and housing discrimination, which seems like a laughable concept to even invoke, considering the material circumstances of everyday Palestinians, especially as it bears no basis in, like I said, them being subject to colonial occupation.
Well, I think that it's important. Like, I agree. I think it's important for them to not be subject to colonial, occupation. Of course, right? Why would I? Why would I want that? Why would anybody want that? Again, it's also like very clearly, it's not like Israel's making them any better, right? So, like, if I have this viewpoint, I think this. Israel's doing this. If it's Israel's outcome, well, then the outcome isn't very good. So you might as well let them do their own thing, right? I agree with you. Sure.
Yeah, if they're going to be homophobic and Israel's killing them versus they're going to be homophobic and Israel's not killing them, I prefer the they're going to be homophobic and Israel's not killing them outcome. I think we can agree on that, right? Especially if we both come to the
Okay.
recognition that Israel killing them is not going to combat homophobia at all.
Okay. All right. We can come to that agreement.
Okay, great. All right, perfect. That's it.
Yeah.
And beyond
we
that,
can
like
do
I
that.
said, it's not it's not as black and white as like Palestinian culture inherently is homophobic or anything like that. And we are all we are all products of our own material conditions and our circumstances.
I certainly hope that I hope that they're able to make things better. I do.
One day,
One day, sure.
one day they
maybe
one day they can also argue amongst themselves about whatever game developer is making
it's Ubisoft
gay people
with the gay black samurai.
Yeah, Ubisoft Palestine. A lot of Palestinians are going to be up in arms.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Well,
Thank you, Asmongold.
No, for sure. And I can see your point of view. I hope that you can see my point of view to an extent. You don't have to agree with me, but I think that my perspective here is not totally crazy, and I can see where you're coming from too. And for sure.
All right.
I don't think that you're like okay with it, and etc.
All right. I would also, like I said, talk to you have friends out there that that have similar opinions to mine. You have friends out there that are of Palestinian descent or Muslims as well that you can talk to about this kind of thing. And I hope that they can, give you personal anecdotes that are a little bit better than what I can explain to you through historical relevance.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. And I probably will. You know what? I probably will. I find this stuff interesting. I like talking about it. I know a lot of people like to turn things into hostility. I enjoy conversations like this. I think that you do too. That's probably why we've been doing it for like, I don't even fucking know how long. So I have no problem discussing it and talking about it and debating about it all day. It's no problem.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good one.
You too, man. I'll see you later.
All right. Bye. Oh man. Okay. I'm sure that chat's gonna be really normal about this. Like, I'm certain of it. No, you're not. You're not gonna be normal. Anyway, The evil Muslim Mughal era of India was the gayest of places. They were so busy fucking each other that even the Brits joined in and started fucking them. It's good that we did this. Now extend his feeling and perspective of the Palestinians to animals. Auschwitz begins whenever someone looks at a slaughterhouse and thinks this. They're only animals. And if you think this too, far or not from your fight or representing the same trait you despise in. I love that the first comment I read after the evil Mughal Empire was a vegan making a Holocaust comparison. Respect. Oh, that's awesome. The only thing that was gained in this convo is that Asman admitting genocide is marginally worse than a possible future conservative government. Yeah, I think that a possible future conservative government is bad because of its capacity to do genocide, though. Anyway. Y'all kept going in circles. You can see a similar situation in America that you brought up, but can't see it for Palestine. Yes. Anyway. I don't know if I reached Asmongold's audience in a positive way, but that was my hope and that was my goal. That's it. But that is always what I'm trying to do. Even if I was not able to change Asmongold's mind, it does not matter because I'm sure there are people in his community that maybe had a different approach to this subject now because of the charitability that Asmongold offers me. Anyway. Okay, let's continue with Israeli attacks on a hospital tent camp.
Military road slicing through to the coast and dividing the strip in two. The United Nations says no food aid has entered the north since the start of this month.
This is a part of Gaza that, as you'll recall, several months ago was already on the brink of famine. So we really fear for the lives and for the safety and are deeply concerned about the suffering of the population that's trapped inside Jabalia right now.
The Associated Press reports that Israel's Prime Minister is considering a plan promoted by a group of former generals to seal off northern Gaza, instruct civilians to leave and starve out remaining Hamas fighters. An Israeli army spokesman has denied that, saying the latest evacuation orders for Jabalia were not part of any such plan. But the renewed attacks will delay, if not...
That was so unproductive. Thank you for silencing us while giving Asman air. Take a week off. Sorry.
prevent plans to expand the UN polio vaccination program, which was due to move north in the coming weeks. And even in central Gaza, it's under pressure. A school in Nusayrat camp, due to be a vaccination center, was itself attacked late last night, with more than 20 killed. Among them, one-year-old Yaman and his mother. Theirs among the funerals today at the Al-Aqsa hospital amid the ashes and smoke of last night's fire.
He was born in the school and was martyred in the school. To God we belong and to God we return. He has seen nothing of life. They had to beg for clothes so he could be dressed, so they could cover him and dress him. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do with our lives? Where are we to go? Where are we to hide our children?
Questions asked for so many months now, still unanswered.
Harry Forster reporting. Well, Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is in a security cabinet meeting in Tel Aviv amid continued speculation over a potential strike against Iran. Israel also pledged a forceful response against Hezbollah in Lebanon after a drone attack near Haifa killed 4 Israeli soldiers and injured dozens. Our Foreign Affairs correspondent, Porrick O'Brien, joins us from Jerusalem. Porrick.
Another day of air raid sirens and interceptions here in Israel. And as you well know, Krish, people pretty much carry on regardless, safe in the knowledge that this giant comfort blanket in the sky, Israel's missile defense system, will protect them. Well, yesterday we got a painful reminder that that system is not impregnable. A drone from Hezbollah flew in over the sea and hit a base about an hour and a half northwest of Jerusalem here. Benjamin Netanyahu visited that base and some of the injured this afternoon and said, quote, "We will continue to strike Hezbollah without mercy everywhere in Lebanon, including in Beirut." But it is the prospect of another attack by Iran that is dominating so much of the international political bandwidth. Remember that.
You give more grace to diagnosis in your chat at times. Got to get your toxic mask rocks off, I guess. Don't like being questioned. No, I don't like a cynical approach that like members of my community should basically understand. Like, you should not have this cynical approach that there is a toxic masculine reason for what I'm doing, why I'm doing what I'm doing. When I said it very clearly, when I said the reason as to why I'm doing this is not necessarily just to reach out to Ismagold and change his mind directly, but instead have a conversation that I know he will give me with charitability that allows me an opportunity to reach out to at least some members of his audience that will be understanding of this different perspective that they might not have ever heard. And that's it. That's the reason why I expect more from random chatters that have been in this community and get really annoyed when they behave in this like weird way where they're like, I got to question what your background is. I'm trolling. I get it. Okay, take an hour off.
That missile barrage launched at Israel 2 weeks ago. Well, just like last night, the cabinet are meeting as we speak to discuss what form Israel's retaliation will take. The soldiers' mess hall was full of recent recruits, rookies having dinner yesterday evening, preparing to go to war. Then war came to them. A drone launched by Hezbollah.
That's a crazy way to cover that. Bro, they're fucking enemy combatants. Like, what happened? Actively in war inside of a fucking military base. Like, here's the difference. Hezbollah used, to the best of their ability, a targeted fucking drone strike as opposed to leveling the entire city block of the barracks and also killing a shit ton of Israeli civilians in the process. Because that's what Israel does. Israel will literally blow up entire city blocks to be like, oh, we got one general, I think. but not even certain if we did get the one general, but it doesn't matter.
Hezbollah from Lebanon got through Israel's air defense system and came down through the roof of the cafeteria here. 4 young soldiers were killed, all of them 19 years old. Dozens were injured, 7 of them seriously.
Dude, that's wild, man. The way that, like, Channel 4 is the most, like, I guess I wouldn't say anti-Israel, but like Channel 4 is the most like open-minded to like the humanity of whoever is in the crosshairs of Israel. And even then, they talk about like the IDF as though they talk about the IDF as though they're like literally fucking, you know, like little babies. Like these are beautiful, beautiful babies. They're beautiful children. They got fucking murk. It's like, bro, you just said they were gearing up to go into fucking like Lebanon. What are you talking about? What do you think they do when they go into Lebanon? Okay? They're not planting trees, motherfucker. They're literally robbing people's homes, okay? I saw that video. I saw that video of the fucking unit in Lebanon that like walked into someone's house and they're like, "Oh, this is not like Gaza at all. They're so much wealthier here in Lebanon." And they're just like breaking shit in the kitchen. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking animal. Like, you're not. What are you doing?
It's the largest loss of life by the army here away from the front line since October the 7th. Also, it's the Golani Brigade base, a famous infantry group in Israel.
Yeah, it's like, it also is like, you've heard this name before. You know what I mean? You've heard this fucking name before, dog. You know what they're doing. The graffiti behind the soldiers is the Hebrew equivalent of a good Arab is a dead Arab. Literal translation, an Arab who's a man, meaning roughly a good guy, is an Arab in the grave. This is in Zaytun in Gaza City. Israeli soldiers from the 6130 battalion dancing in a school they took over in the neighborhood after displacing the family sheltering inside. Israel has named the 4 teenage victims of a Hezbollah drone strike on a military base as at least 13 people were reportedly killed in an attack on central Gaza school. Sky News managed to highlight the double standard in Western media in one post. Israeli soldiers are teenage victims of a named attacker. Palestinian refugees are people reportedly, to cast doubt, killed by an unnamed attacker. That's crazy. These soldiers were out of combat, though. Just like it was kind of dishonorable to take out Hezbollah in their homes when they're gearing up for an attack. Brother, they are in a military base. They're armed soldiers in a military base, okay? When Israel engages in acts of war, they do not just fucking target armed combatants, okay? They literally blow up entire city blocks, kill 500 fucking people, and then go, they were using human shields. They shoot fucking ambulances. What are you talking about? Like, what? That's crazy. Yeah, this is what I was
בוקר טוב פלר בלבנון, השישי לעשירי. וואלה, היה שישי לעשירי. נכנסנו אתמול בלילה בסביבות 9. הלכנו לישון בסביבות 5. באיזה שעה הלכנו לישון? 5 בבוקר. כרגע אנחנו נמצאים בבית של תכונים מהתחת בלבנון, אוקיי? בית פסיכי. לא כמו עזה, לא מסתובב לאדם.
Sorry for interrupting you, but Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas.
אופסי. בוקר טוב פלר.
Oh. What do you do with that, dude? What do you do with that? What do you do with that shit? That's crazy. Anyway, I gotta
We went there this morning. Young men who'd been inside the dining area yesterday, cleaning up the debris today. This soldier was in the room, agreed to be interviewed if we didn't show his face.
Saw people injured, you know, all the tummy open, people screaming.
Did you know any of those young men?
I knew the one with he was working in the kitchen. The first one I saw. We're gonna kill all the Lebanon in Iran.
You what?
We're gonna kill all the Hamas, Lebanon. We're gonna kill them.
So according to an initial investigation by the IDF, 2 drones approached Israel at around the same time yesterday evening. The Navy picked up the first one, intercepted that and took it out. The second one, though, was initially detected by the Israeli Air Force. A number of jet fighters were scrambled to try and take that one down, but they lost it at some point and it struck the base behind me, killing those 4 young soldiers. The IDF say they're going to investigate why they lost track of that drone and also, crucially, why it appears that the air raid siren system didn't sound at the time. This is, at its heart, a tragic loss of these young men's lives, but it is also a source of acute embarrassment for the IDF. On our way back to Jerusalem this morning, the air raid siren sounded and Israel's missile defense system intercepted a number of incoming rockets. Drones like the one that hit the base with their unpredictable flight pattern pose a particular type of challenge to this system. And further north, in Israel's 3rd largest city, Haifa, around 10 projectiles intercepted. In a town close by, a parked car was hit. Hezbollah declared this morning that Haifa would increasingly become a target. 2 weeks ago, it was Iran itself which launched a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel, which vowed to retaliate, likely to happen soon. And when Iran reacts to that, Israel's air defense system could be tested to its limits.
I just want to point out that Israel can be restrained, and the greatest example of restraint is demonstrated by the United States of America when Israel said, Iranians are so stupid, they couldn't even kill any of our civilians, when Iran obviously very directly hit the target and penetrated the Israeli anti-missile systems. And for some weird reason, they still have yet to retaliate. So clearly, America can stop them, or at least put a different timeline on their retaliation when it comes down to actual force, when it comes down to actual fucking legitimate harm that like regular Israeli society might actually experience. They do actually respond to force. Like I said, turns out they respond to force, and it's the only thing that they respond to. What kind of message do you think they're teaching everyone in the region? WAPO reports that Bibi once told Biden the retaliation of Iran will only be against military targets rather than nuclear sites or oil fields. Yeah. Barack Ravid points out that this situation highlights the depths of Israel's dependence on the U.S., directly contradicting Netanyahu's claim that Israel defends itself by itself. Oh, wow! Deployment of U.S. missile defense systems in Israel with operators, boots on the ground, will be a departure from Netanyahu's principle that Israel will defend itself by itself. It will demonstrate the strength of the alliance, but also the depth of the dependence on the U.S. Wow! That's crazy! That's crazy! Religious nationalism is the biggest problem in the modern era. What a fucking stupid assessment, dude. Like, to look at like Israel-Palestine as a matter of like two different religious nationals, fighting for religious nationalism is just losing the fucking plot, okay? Stop. It's not religion. Like, religion plays a very limited role in this. It's a galvanizing principle. Just like I talked to Asmongold about, obviously, religion played a role in both the defense of chattel slavery and also the abolition of it. Hasan, try not to shit on an ignorant chatter challenge. Dude, come on. We're looking at a fucking genocide. At this point, if people are like, oh man, religious nationalism is really bad, it's a no different than saying, it's a more educated version, still uneducated though, a more educated version of saying both sides. Okay, yeah, PLO and Ben Gurion, famously both very religious. Like, it was literally secular forces that were duking it out for the longest goddamn time. Thank you, Time Without an O. Whoa. I feel like religion galvanized the masses to follow whatever BS their government decides to do in the name of the religion. I know, but the real reason is like the material gains that you make through war. What are your opinions on IDF soldiers? The draft is mandatory. However, feel more respect for the draft dodgers. Yeah, 100%. Never join the fucking military. I say that about the American military too. Fuck you mean? Look, dude, I have no sympathy. I'm sorry. If you are like looking at what the Israeli government is doing, and you're like, oh, I'll join that fucking, I'll join that shit. I'll do it. Like, as long as, listen, there are plenty of fucking vets that are that play a formative role in radicalizing people against the state of Israel, right? People who are in the forefront of all the wrong that Israel has committed. And I have respect for them, just like I have respect for veterans in the United States of America who are conflicted about their service and work every day of their lives to make sure that American imperialism does not continue. Okay? Anyway, Germany won't shy away from helping Israel attack civilians, declared Foreign Minister in the Berlin Parliament. Just recently, Chancellor Scholz reaffirmed that Germany will continue to send weapons into the hands of Israeli occupation forces. Nice, dude. At the end of the day, the Arabs shouldn't have betrayed the Ottomans. I mean, I can't tell if you're joking because that is a genuine fucking perspective from a lot of Turks. And I, like, as a joke, that's one thing. But if that is like a genuinely held belief that you have as a Turkish person, you're fucking ridiculous, okay? You're not a good guy. Like, I would joke about that, but nowadays, like, I feel conflicted about joking about that. Anyway, oh yeah, fucking Germans, man. There's always, they love the genocide, man. They're in it for the love of the game, you know?
Die Selbstverteidigung bedeutet natürlich, dass man Terroristen nicht nur angreift, sondern
self-defense not only means attacking terrorists, but destroying them.
Deswegen habe ich so klar
That's why I've made it so clear when Hamas terrorists hide behind people, behind schools, then we get into very specific, very difficult issues. But we won't shy away. Okay, first of all, I don't think it's a difficult issue for her. Okay? Oh, wow. You mean to tell me that you difficult means that there is like a moral complexity here for you as a German person. Okay? Like, I don't think there is a moral complexity for you. I think that you are very much on board. But we won't shy away. That's why civilian places can also lose their protected status. That's awesome. That's great, man. It's just, if there is one country that should have like learned the lessons of the Holocaust, it was these guys. And it is very obvious to me that absolutely zero people have understood the assignment. Absolutely zero people have like have figured out what was wrong about the fucking Holocaust. Like, they just haven't. You know? Like, in their minds, I guess they think it was wrong because it was like Jewish people that were primarily targeted. Is that what it is? Like, because it seems like all of the other underlying resentment you are willingly exhibiting towards an entirely separate group of people now. It's crazy. Yeah, their understanding of the Holocaust was like, oh, we shouldn't have done it. We should have done it to the Muslims. What the fuck? I'm so dumb. Shit, dude. Because terrorists abuse it. That's what Germany stands for. That's an insane thing to openly state. And that's what Israel security means for us. Oh, thank you for your brave take, you fucking psycho. Anyway, this might be the best and most condensed critique of American liberalism from the left that I've seen. Yeah, I saw this earlier. It's a great critique. There's absolutely nothing that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris can do. No death toll high enough. No amount of footage of scattered limbs and dead children that will change the liberal minded to believing that they are not the lesser evil. For liberals, the lesser evil is simply the one more capable of leading the empire with a facade of decorum on the world stage. It is not the crime that liberals oppose, but how it's packaged. Yeah. In these trying times, when there's so much death and destruction, Tamara Nasser is absolutely correct on the matter. It's better management. It's better management. Oh, do you want something that's like, it's our liberal Zionism. It's our version of liberal Zionism. It's like when liberal Zionists are like, I really don't like what the settlers are doing. Oh, God. Oh, it's like the optics of it all is not great, sweetie. That's it. That's it. Our liberals, I mean, there's no greater indication that America and Israel are like this, okay, than our own fucking homegrown liberal attitudes are identical. This place is a stinky echo chamber of sulfur breath. That's right, brother. Yeah. Don't ban this guy. I want to hear what he has to say. Because, like, so if I'm a sulfur breathing echo chamber recipient, like, you're literally listening to me shit on Kamala Harris. Like, where am I in your mind? Because, like, that's usually just like, oh, these libtards. Like, that's usually the attitude that people demonstrate. They'll be like, oh, you freaking libtards. You love the pedophilic elite of the Democratic Party. So you just heard me shit on the Democratic Party. So what do you think? What do you think I'm saying? I need to know. I need to understand. Why do you pick people without a brain to have discussions with? Because I'm stupid. That's number one. And you're stupid too. Most people are stupid. It's fake, brother. You're doing a leftist character for 8 hours a day. You're a master actor. Yeah. I want to know what the fuck he had to say, though. Like, I want to understand where he was coming from, because usually that line of attack is, you're right, everyone else is wrong. Dog, I gave you the opportunity to tell me who you think is right or what you think I'm representing. What the fuck? How can I view anything that you said other than just like you have pure unrestricted resentment towards me, and now you're like, you don't even know why that resentment exists, and when called out on it, you're like, oh, God, stupid, you're right, dude, yeah, everyone's wrong. I never said that. I am right when I tell you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, though, and if you no longer want to see those ads, well, you're gonna have to subscribe, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, let's continue.
In anticipation of...
I just don't get it. I thought Israel actually defended against the silly, stupid Iranian weapons. So why is it now that like we have to deploy American troops into Israel with our own specific anti-ballistic missile defense system? I thought it was. I thought Israel did a fantastic job, right? I thought it was 99% of the missiles were intercepted, but still it's illegal for you to film where the missiles make impact because, you know, that would, you know, it would hurt Iran's feelings too much if you showed their devastating failure. You know what I mean? I thought that's the reason why Israel made it illegal to show the missiles and film them. Thad can also get overwhelmed easily. This feels like a trigger more than a genuine attempt to stop the missiles. I really want to know what this guy has to say. I don't think he understands anything that I believe, like, at all. What is this? People forget that the testing performance of the THAAD system was so abysmal, they had to repeatedly dumb down the test scenarios until it was possible for the missiles to achieve a kill. They are sending THAAD to Israel because they're desperate and have nothing else. Thanks, King. Oh, you want to order food? Oh, yeah, that doesn't count. His Discord is coaching him up. Good luck. That's so much food. Shut the fuck up. It's not enough food. I hear that's so much food and I raise you. How about it's not enough food? Why don't you give Marat access to the account instead of giving him your phone? I don't know. Maybe because he wants to fucking order his own Uber Eats in his own freedom sometimes. But when he's here, he likes to order it from my phone. Hey, can I order some food too? Fuck no. What will Turkey do in the Middle East? They're gonna invade Israel, dog. Trust. Any day now. Any day now, they're gonna invade Israel. Okay. NATO is incoming. NATO incoming.
That the big guns are coming. Yesterday, the Pentagon officially announced that it's sending a sophisticated anti-ballistic missile system, along with up to 100 US troops, to operate it on the ground in Israel. That's significant. It's unlikely that Israel's retaliation will come before that system is operational, but it also introduces the possibility of US troops being targeted.
I mean, hey man, it is what it is, dude. Sorry. Some American troops are going to have to die. We have to defend Israel, you know? What are you, fucking anti-Semitic? You fucking better not. Kamala is cooked if a single one dies. At this point, we're managing Israel's genocide for them every step of the way. And yeah, if you die while defending Israel and your family members criticize that, we should kill them for being anti-Semitic. If your family members are like, hey, what the fuck happened here? Like, why did they get deployed to Israel? We should make it illegal. Don't question such things. Just let it happen, okay? Do you think NATO would actually intervene? Fuck no, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now, if NATO were to intervene, it would be at the behest of Israel, not against Israel. What are you talking about? The only way you see American or NATO troops, the only way you see Turkish NATO interference, the Turkish NATO military interference in Israel is if America gives them the go ahead to go in and like defend Israel and like invade Lebanon or something. Okay, 20 ounces, good.
Earlier today, and different ordnance in the sky. The gun volley at the...
Dude, there was a guy who was wearing the deepest V-neck I've ever seen, crying at a funeral. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it was hard. Like, it was just like, Israeli culture makes it so hard. Israeli culture makes it so fucking hard to be serious. Like, it's a Jewish tradition. Is it? Is it actually? I thought it was just straight up V-neck. See, I'm learning things today. Good thing I didn't fucking tweet anything about it. Anti-Semitic? No, dude, that's not gonna be the fucking thing that gets me popped as an anti-Semite. What's gonna get me popped as an anti-Semite is my consistent fucking advocacy that Zionism, presenting Jews as a monolithic force, is unironically anti-Semitic. Saying that over and over again. That would be fucking infinitely worse in the eyes of StopAntisemitism.org.
The funeral of Sergeant Alon Amatai, one of the soldiers killed at the base. His mother, in tears, embraces her mother. Sounds of weeping echoed by thousands throughout this region, through the generations.
Horak O'Brien reporting. Now, there have been more attacks across Lebanon, with at least 21 people killed in an Israeli airstrike on a building in a mostly Christian area in the north of the country. And European leaders have again declared that any deliberate attacks on UN peacekeepers go against international humanitarian law. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilson, is in Beirut. Lindsay.
There's a lot of tension here tonight as everybody waits for that Israeli retaliation for the Hezbollah attack that Porrick has just reported.
Hezbollah.
They know it's coming. They don't know when. More tension too because Israel is quite clear they want to push the UN peacekeepers out of southern Lebanon into the north. 5 peacekeepers injured over the weekend. And this morning, an Israeli attack on a Christian village far from the Hezbollah stronghold in the south, right up in the north of Lebanon. 21 people killed. We don't know who they were targeting. Maybe somebody from Hezbollah who had gone into that area. The Israelis haven't said. Under these...
Wait, but what do you mean? Like, I like the way that mainstream media operates with Israeli terrorism. They're like, I'm sure there was a good reason for it. They've not given us one. But I'm sure it was Hezbollah. Like, they didn't even tell you why they were terrorizing that fucking village. Why are you making an assumption? How are you doing straightforward news coverage, dude? What the fuck? This is supposed to be literally the most pro Israel's victims type coverage, by the way, in British media. We have no sources, but I'm sure the victims were asking for it. What were they wearing? That's crazy, man.
These circumstances, with this degree of tension and fear, no wonder that anyone who can in Lebanon is fleeing.
Refugees twice over, from Syria to Lebanon a decade ago, and now back again, negotiating the crater at the border left by an Israeli bomb. On the Lebanese side, aid workers are giving the children identity bracelets in case they get lost. This family is now divided, the younger children leaving for fear they'd be killed in Lebanon, but the eldest son staying behind for fear he'd be conscripted into the Syrian army.
في عالم ماتت وفي عالم بدها تموت وفي عالم بعد عصيانة مش عم تقدر تطلع بالمناطق جوا. نحن كنا بالغربي بعلبك يعني هنيك في قصف وفي ضرب وفي يعني اللي عم يطلع اللي ما عم يطلع عم يضل.
The crater is more difficult to traverse if you're carrying the most precious and delicate of cargo. On the other side, she rests, and we get to meet Ali, aged just 22 days, one of the youngest victims of this new war. More than 320,000 Syrians have crossed back since Israel started bombing Lebanon 3 weeks ago. The Red Crescent is on hand to help those who can't walk or who've suffered injuries. But they'll need more help in Syria, a country brought to ruin by war.
The Israeli strike hasn't stopped the refugees from crossing, but that was never the point. They struck here to stop large quantities of weapons going from Syria across the border to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now they can only bring across...
Oh, they struck the border crossing for some good reason. Yeah, damn, lady. Why didn't you say it like that? Bro, is this person on crack? What the fuck are they saying, dude? Literally watching people try to trek through this fucking treacherous terrain, especially now that there is no, like, you know, regular fucking car crossing. And she's like, well, you know, these people are being carried over the border from Lebanon to Syria. But one must remember that Israel has a right to defend herself. Against the treacherous nature of border crossings. Thank you.
Small amounts of weapons through the mountains. That's much more difficult.
A few miles away, about 100 Lebanese families have taken refuge in a school. Amongst them, Hassan and Zahra. He's Iraqi, so they married in Baghdad, but then came to her country for the honeymoon.
صار ضرب حدنا ضرب قوي يعني ليلتها صبحنا الصبح ما بقينا بالبيت فلينا.
هذه شيء يعني ما جينا فيها لهون الواحد بيتجوز بيروح بينبسط بيعمل شهر عسل برات هون مش بالأزمة هاي اللي صارت معنا.
Many are afraid that wherever they take refuge in Lebanon, they'll be endangered by...
How can I eat while watching this? It's disturbing. I couldn't do it. Too much misery and suffering. Yeah, do this every day for more than 365 days in a row. You'll understand that, like, you know, I need sustenance. There has not been a day for more than the past year. It's now been, you know, 7 days past that point where I haven't covered these, the death and destruction every single day, literally every day. So you get used to seeing this inhumane treatment of human beings after a while. Doesn't get any better, but it becomes more manageable in your mind. It's probably not a good thing. That's usually the reason why whenever people come in here and they talk about like low-level offenses or high-level offenses committed by influencers, I'm like, I don't care. I see people in I see parents like literally picking up the remains of their children and like shoving them into fucking bags every day, plastic bags. You know, I don't know. It's probably broken my brain a lot.
By the presence of Hezbollah. Israel, they say, doesn't care how many innocent Lebanese get killed for each Hezbollah member it targets.
نحن بأمان بإذن الله نحن بأمان بس بنخاف إنه يكون في شيء إنه اختراق بضل واحد متخوف يعني بضل بس الحمد لله نحن هون بأمان نحن برعاية الأمم المتحدة نحن مش تابعين لولا حزب هون نحن هون برعاية الأمم المتحدة بس والجمعيات ما دخل حزب الله هون فيه.
The Lebanese are suffering, Lama thinks, because of a war which they didn't start and in which they have no say.
احنا الوضع عنا مش منيح شو بحاول اتأقلم بالشيء هيك عم بتضل اتابعها بعيني بس مش قادر اعمل شيء والله نحن ضد هيدي الحرب في كتار غيري ضد الحرب بس ما قادرين نعبر ولا قادرين نحكي بس انا حابه اوصل صوتي للعالم انه العالم نحن بس بدنا السلام بس بدنا السلام ما بدي اكل ولا بدي شرب ولا بدي شيء بس بدنا نعيش بسلام.
UNICEF and other aid agencies are doing what they can to relieve suffering here as in Gaza, but the war is escalating and the humanitarian needs seem endless.
We need a ceasefire and an end to this madness. UNICEF can support the humanitarian side. We will advocate for the ceasefire, but it has to stop.
ليش بدنا نموت؟ منا حابين نموت بكير نحن. أنا عندي أولادي بحبهم كثير.
Back on the border, more refugees are seeking safety.
Bro, Israel straight up is on the verge of killing like foreign nationals that specifically exist in that area at the blue line to stop Israeli incursion into deeper Lebanese territory. And when you recognize that they don't give a fuck about killing like Irish people and shit, like you're like the math equation becomes less complex. There is no type of civilian that Israel won't kill. Like, they are going to kill anyone and everyone, and America is going to defend it after the fact. 400,000 Lebanese children have had to flee their homes in the past 3 weeks, according to UNICEF. Yep.
But Israel is targeting Iranian assets across the region, in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, as well as Lebanon.
Like, look at this fucking animal, dude. The way she's covering the story. She's like, look at all these babies fleeing death and destruction caused by some powerful force, I must not say. And then her fucking answer to it is like, well, Israel must target Iranian weapons forces and capabilities in the region.
As this war widens, nowhere is safe.
Lindsay Hilson, well, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the Labour MP Emily Thornberry, joins us now from Westminster. Good evening. As we speak tonight, Israel has hit a school, a hospital, a food distribution centre. It's fired on UN troops in Lebanon and is said to be considering starving northern Gaza as a way of hitting Hamas. Do you think there should be any red lines for Britain's political support of Israel?
It's very difficult to process the films that you've just been showing, which has such suffering from so many different angles, so many different facets. It's absolutely appalling to see it. I mean, our principle is that that Israel has a right to defend itself, but we've always said that it has to do that within the confines of international law. And
for those of you who are confused, Why did these people hit a reset on Lebanon when they're using the same propaganda? Two reasons. One, Hezbollah is a much more powerful military force than Hamas is. And therefore, they are more scared of Hezbollah, especially as Hezbollah has directly fought their proxy forces in numerous regional battles. That is the real reason why a lot of people in the Western world and even other regional actors share a tremendous amount of resentment against Hezbollah. They do not analyze this within the context of Israel invading Lebanon and then Hezbollah being the only defensive force there to defend Israel from doing whatever the fuck they want to do, rape and pillage. That is the real reason why the determination is considered more complex, or they seemingly are more pro-Israel blowing up Lebanon. Because Hamas, for all of its for all the propaganda against it, for all the propaganda against Hamas, Hamas has no influence or no operations outside of Gaza, whereas Hezbollah is a domestic force, but also beyond the domestic force, it has, I wouldn't say an internationalist approach, but definitely is a fighting force in both Syria and numerous other parts of the region. Hey, Hasan Abi, it's interesting how you seem a bit clueless about Britain's political support for Israel. Maybe if you dug a little deeper, you'd realize how it impacts the Middle East dynamics. Just a thought. Would love to hear your insights on it. Wow, you really are shameless, Hasan. How dare you eat that? What? Do you feel any guilt? Dude, hell yeah. We got the brain trust in here. Go ahead, King. Tell me what you think is the British insight. Come on, big brain. Hit me with some of that good longevity. I want to hear the British understander. The craziest aspect of this is that every single person that assumes this position right now in 20 years will be lying about how they defended Israel so vociferously online. Many in Britain have mixed opinions on the country's support for Israel. Some argue it's vital for... Did you put this in the chat GPT? Be honest. Promoting democratic values. What democratic values does Israel have, you fucking idiot? It is a literal apartheid state. Hasan, you're the goat. I love you. Is ChatGPT? Fucking idiot.
And it has to be
of course it's
proportionate. All civilian life is equal.
We know.
And to see the suffering that is happening at the moment is, there is universal condemnation of it.
But it's that policy, isn't it, of both supporting its right to self-defense, but then warning it or calling for ceasefire and warning us about humanitarian law that isn't working. So do you think, there's a letter tonight, you've probably seen it being circulated by 5 MPs, including your former colleague Jeremy Corbyn, asking the government precisely this question. Is there anything Israel can do that would mean Britain's political and diplomatic support for Israel should be withdrawn?
The question I actually think should be asked is, how do we get this to stop? What we need to do...
The answer is no. The answer is no. Israel, I've been telling you, man, Israel could literally fucking nuke Lebanon, and every one of these animals will be like, yeah, well, Israel has a right to defend herself. The answer is no. There is no red line. There are no red lines. reportedly considering starvation in the north. No food has entered the north of Gaza since October. Zero food. Jabalia, Beit Hanun, Beit Laiha have all been told to evacuate. Those who aren't considered are considered valid targets. There are reports that Bibi Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are looking to have IDF fully taken over humanitarian aid, including supply and distribution, presumably so that they could completely shut it off when soldiers are inevitably attacked. That's it.
Is work collectively to get this to stop, and that is what is necessary. It's not. I'm not really interested in gestures. What I'm interested in is making sure that the continued invasion of Lebanon and the attacks in Lebanon stop, that there is a ceasefire in Gaza, that there is not the cutting off of the top third of Gaza, which looks like the general's plan is, that you cut off the top third of Gaza, you tell everybody they have to move, and if...
Okay, but the question he had is quite literally the government is not doing anything. By the way, just want to point out to LSF, to the LSF crowd, once again, I just saw this. Wonderful stuff. Asmongold and I have a 4-hour conversation. Hasan says the Houthi he talked to is like Anne Frank. First of all, he was not a fucking Houthi. Secondly, yes, he withstood genocide. That is correct. Like, you can't fucking materialize a appropriate dwarfy or whatever the fuck this Destiny Dick Rider account is. But 4 hours of conversation, that's the one thing you got? That's awesome. That is fucking dope, dude. LSF is so insane. Anne Franks was just like Luffy. Is this the really best that Twitch politics has to offer? These two idiots, embarrassing. The guy was a part of a terrorist organization who beats women for going to school and execute gay men on a weekly basis, and Hasan invited bombos. Yeah, that guy literally got detained by the fucking Houthis, by the way. Check OP's history. I don't need to check it. But again, 4-hour conversation. 4-hour conversation. Is Destiny still interested in doing World War I research? Little fucking hermits, dude. Oh my God. Get a life. Get a grip. Get a fucking grip, you animals. Holy shit. Also, everything else is deemed political for LSF. Meanwhile, this is like, this is fine. So fucking annoying. I wonder why the subreddit is dying. Exactly. Like, what do you think? You can put like normal shit that's going on a day-to-day basis on fucking Twitch. Just if you do this kind of thing, you're gonna turn it back into fucking Stormfront again, and it's gonna fucking die again. That's it. It is 100% correct. A 19-year-old who withstood genocide, no matter how hard you try to act like he is a part of a fucking terror cell or whatever, a 19-year-old who withstood a genocide in Yemen, which all these fucking dumbasses were in agreement with when it was Saudi Arabia doing it. The head mom was literally on D-Stream asking for advice as a community member of his. Yeah, that's not shocking to me. What is this? Maybe you saw the new tweet. An ex-mod of LSF recently posted on there and said a Destiny mod recently got promoted by Reddit admins and removed all the other mods and added new ones. It's just so stupid. Kai Sinat receiving a motivational speech from John Cena. 5 upvotes. Random Hassan clip chimp for 4-hour combo. 1 million upvotes. Wonder why the sub is dying. Yeah. The subreddit rarely gets juice if it isn't for like Destiny fans like obviously brigading shit. The other part of the problem is that all of that brigading is the reason why the subreddit died. You know? Most streamers use their own clips website now. I don't really care.
If they don't move, then they are presumed to be combatants and can either be starved or killed.
Do you agree that that would be a war crime?
Israeli defense officials are openly saying to Haaretz they aren't negotiating for hostages and are moving to annex northern Gaza. They're starving to force ethnic displacement, and anyone who doesn't leave will be killed. Yes, I saw that. This is the guy they're getting advice from, by the way. What? Who is this guy? What? What the fuck is this? What are you posting in the chat? I gotta stop fucking clicking dumbass shit, dude. What the fuck was that? What am I even looking at? What is this? No, I had to sit on my hands and ask him some shit about we can speak about these things without worrying about consequences. Meanwhile, his CEO Tips posted a now deleted tweet about how we needed to take some time to process seeing the Asman clip. Yeah, dude, Tips is a fucking Muslim. Like, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Like, he is literally, he's Muslim. And of course, pro-Palestine, yes. Anyway, let's get back to this.
If northern Gaza is starved?
Well, it is a war crime to forcibly remove a population from one part of a country to another. It is a war crime to deliberately starve people, of course. And any war crimes that are being committed, we will need to make sure go before the courts, and the courts can decide who has committed war crimes. There are war crimes on all sides, it seems to me, during this conflict. There are war crimes that have been committed by Hamas, by Iran. I mean, on all sides. You know, the accusations fly in all directions, but we need it to stop. And that is the most important thing. And across the world, there is, I mean, is there a country that is in favor of this continuing? We have to make sure this stops.
But that's the point, isn't it? When you say you're interested.
Yeah, there is. Israel and America. And Germany. And the UK. And that's why it will continue. Israel must stop.
Interested in trying to stop it. It appears to be the case that Britain has no purchase on that at all. And the only things that it could do get dismissed, as you have just done now, as gesture politics.
No.
You know, these are the only levers Britain has in truth, aren't they?
I think that what we need to do is we need to work together as an international, I mean, as a group internationally. I think that there is,
Dude, what do you mean? Work as a group internationally to do what? Like invade Israel? Or what are you talking about? The nations of the world must be united. Perhaps United Nations.
I think that the bottom 18 miles of Lebanon has a United Nations force that is, at the moment, it would seem on the face of things, being attacked. The European Union has been right to condemn that. There's more than, I think, 600 Spanish, 600 French, 1,000 Italians. I mean, there are from 50 different countries. UNIFIL collects its people. I think there might be one from Britain. But, you know, there is an international force there, and it must not be removed, because if it is removed, then it is simply a matter of moving the eyes and ears away, international eyes and ears away from that area, and giving the Israelis free rein.
Emily Thornby, thank you very much for joining us.
As soon as we arrived to the bombed site here at the Al-Aqsa Hospital, where in a little bit we're going to show you some 25 to 30 tents being burned down while people were...
Did she not answer? Did she not mention the Irish? That's kind of funny. Did I mishear that? You're on the Philly D Thumbo again because of my mention of Bill Maher. Oh, we're going to do that in a second.
And that's because Bill devoted a nearly 9-minute segment of his show to calling out Chapel Roan for her support of Palestine. And he starts off by explaining who she is to his viewers who might be unfamiliar by saying she's actually a great recording artist who, like a Hezbollah pager, is really blowing up. With him then applauding Chapel for her previous statements on politics where she said she would question both sides and always use critical thinking. But you then had Bill saying that she isn't actually using critical thinking when it comes to Israel and Palestine, accusing her and her generation of getting all their news from TikTok. With him then spending a big chunk of that segment bringing up that Chapel is an queer woman whose sexuality is a major part of her art and stage presence, and trying to use that to further his arguments.
Okay, this is spoiling the video that I was going to inevitably watch. I didn't realize he did the... That's why so many people are doing the fucking gender apartheid or LGBT apartheid shit.
Chapel, if you think it was repressive growing up queer in the Midwest, try the Mideast. You're a female drag queen and you sing, "I fucked you in the bathroom when we went to dinner, your parents at the table." That wouldn't fly in Gaza, although you would straight off a roof. And going on to say, you know when you sing that LA is where boys and girls can all be queens every single day? You're welcome. But offer not good in the West Bank. Chapel, you're not wrong that oppression is bad or that Palestinian and many other Muslim populations are oppressed and deserve to be freed. You just have it completely.
I love that every counter argument is like, whenever someone who is queer will be like, hey, I think genocide is really fucked up. The immediate reaction from Zionists is like, I'm now fantasizing about you being violently raped and murdered. Like, how is that? How are you a normal person, dude? Like, how? What are you saying? How is this a normal reaction? Someone goes, oh, genocide is really not for me. It's not it, girl. And the first retaliation is like, you know what? You'd be fucking, you'd be burned off of a rooftop. They would kick you off a rooftop. They'd kill you. Oh my God, they would violently murder you. I'm imagining a world where you're being violently murdered. I'm normal. I'm a normal guy. There's a normal guy who's defending genocide. Ah! What are you saying?
Completely ass backwards as to who is doing the oppressing, with Bill then accusing her of being pro-Hamas and therefore pro-other forms of terrorism. And the fallout that we've seen from this have varied wildly depending on where you're looking. Right in the comments section of the YouTube video, people think that it was a mic drop moment from Bill, that he nailed it. But then, over on Twitter, you had people slamming him both for his rhetoric around Israel and Palestine, as well as his choice to go all in on Chapel Roan. With folks saying things like, who the fuck thinks it's okay for this old-ass corrupt evil dipshit to talk about throwing a 26-year-old Chapel Roan off of a roof for being anti-genocide? And others saying this was 9 minutes of misogynistic, lesbophobic drivel because Chapel Roan said we should stop giving Israel money to slaughter Palestinians. As well as the likes of Hassan Piker saying that one day Bill Maher will die alone and sad and not a single person will mourn for him because the remainder of his smug boomer fan base will have also died. And this is, you also had outlets like...
Okay. I found that my input was irrelevant in this subject matter because, one, I'm the #1 hater of Bill Maher. If Bill Maher has no haters, that means I am dead. And two, because a lot of other Twitter accounts had already gotten to the issue and had done a pretty good job of dealing with the context. So I thought, well, how can I improve this situation? How can I bring up something that is new, unique, and different? And I thought, let's just fucking blast it, you know? I didn't think it was. Anyway, it was just a moment that, like, I had to you know, address as well. What is this? Here's an old clip, by the way. Hasan has been
of what goes on. Maybe it's because I have a better understanding of what goes on in these sorts of nations, considering that I am from a Muslim, predominantly Muslim nation where I'm more progressive than 99.9% of the population there. And I understand that Turkey and Iran and Iraq are not a monolith, and there are progressive people, especially in the youth, that fight against their governments every single day. There are gay people, trans people in these countries that are fighting against their governments every single day. But when the United States comes down and rains hellfire upon these nations, it makes it infinitely more difficult to fight our own government because we're now fucking busy fighting back against a very clear evil enemy, and that is the U.S. empire. And that's precisely why I get angry, and that's precisely why I'm very passionate about American imperialism. Okay? Maybe it's because I have a better
steroid voice. Oh my God, you guys are fucking stupid. Thanks, dude. That's your takeaway. Holy shit, this guy's way more based. I know. It's funny that people try to repackage it. It's funny that people try to repackage it like whenever there's like new violence happening, but it's the same exact fucking take. Roy did a song going ham? Dude, what do you mean? I'm fucking way more yak now.
Still inside, but I'm walking through this corridor where there is a large...
Wait, Israeli Defense Forces condemned by 40 countries over the attack on UNIFIL bases.
This is all that's left of an apartment block hit by an Israeli airstrike. The building flattened into a pile of rubble.
You sounded like Trump on Twitter? What do you mean?
The people inside didn't stand a chance, and rescue workers are still trying to recover bodies from the site. There's been no comments from the Israeli military, and it's not clear what the target was in this mainly Christian village.
With airstrikes in the north, it is apparent that Israel is expanding its attacks across the length of the country. And here in southern Lebanon, the ground invasion is also gathering pace. The Israeli military has issued more evacuation orders. But for many Lebanese, it's no longer clear where they should move to safety.
Whilst the intensity of the fighting in the south shows no sign of slowing, neither does the standoff over the presence of UN peacekeepers. UNIFIL says its forces have been deliberately targeted by Israel's military, whilst Israel says they're being used as human shields by Hezbollah. It points to tunnels built next to UN compounds as evidence. The IDF's actions, though, have been condemned by 40 countries, a reflection of the international outrage.
What do you believe Israel wants to achieve by driving the UN out of South Lebanon?
Essentially to drive the eyes and ears out of South Lebanon and to give itself free rein.
Israel has also been stepping up its airstrikes in the east. This is the village of Ein Bordei. Many of the residents here had already fled in recent weeks. Lebanon is now facing a major humanitarian crisis, with more than a fifth of the population displaced by this conflict. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Tyre.
Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath before I get to this. Okay, the headline was so insane. U.S. urges Israel to stop shooting at UN peacekeepers in Lebanon. Oh my God, pretty please, we'll give you more money. We'll give you more defenses. Please don't shoot the UNIFIL. Please, it's gonna make us feel bad. It's gonna make us feel bad. Don't serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Or no. 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Or no. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Oh no. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. Oh no. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. What's pretty crazy is that they said that UNIFIL is actually doing human shield stuff for Hezbollah, sorry. And it's like, dog, it's their country. Like, what do you mean? Oh my God, I can't believe Hezbollah has a tunnel system inside of Lebanon. Like, bitch, you're just pointing to infrastructure now. That is actually crazy. Like, what? Wow, I can't believe it. They have defense infrastructure in their own sovereign nation. That's not allowed. Like, literally, Israel is crying to the referee every day. Love this video. What the IDF is saying is a Hezbollah weapons cache in southern Lebanon next to UNIFIL post with Irish peacekeepers. Wow, what a neatly gathered collection of weapons at a convenient spot right next to the troops of the country we hate the most. Crazy. Does Israel build tunnels, or are they an exclusively above ground people? I have done no research. Nah, man, they got tunnels too. Hey, man, remember to leave the lids open in a couple of our missile launcher crates so we remember there's missile launchers in there. Blurred IDF soldiers next to the weapons cache? No, because they were finding it, dude. Not putting it down neatly. Making sure that one of them is open at least so you know it's a weapons cache. But the Reddit nerds will eat this up like it's legit? Yes, because they're fucking rapacious scumbags who have a lust for blood. Because this kind of bloodlust is the only thing that justifies this project. You no longer have an immediate benefit unless you're like a weapons contractor and an executive at that. Not even like a fucking engineer or like a regular old worker at one of these facilities, but like specifically an executive. Unless you are that guy, you don't see any fucking real reason for why we're doing all this death and destruction. So these guys put the cart before the horse. They're like, well, something's got to be good about it. Dead Muslim kids and dead Arabs. I like that, I think. I don't really know. We don't have fucking healthcare. So that's it. That's what it is. For a lot of these people, they're like, well, you might as well enjoy the show. It's not like you can change anything. That is why so many people seemingly support America and Israel. And it's not even necessarily just like how much hatred they have for Muslims, which they do. But like for them, you've probably noticed how fucking aggro they get about like any mention of the Houthis or the Ansar Allah or anyone that they assume are Houthis. When the guy's like, I'm not Houthi. I got arrested by the Houthis, by the way, but it's okay. Anyway, they're like, nah, that's a Houthi. He's killing gay people right now. Fuck you. And it's like, dude, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean? Pound for pound, who do you think is killing more gays? Hezbollah or fucking Israel? What are we talking about? Only we get to kill the gays in Lebanon and also in Yemen. And they're the same ones to be shouting them in the roofs and there's a modicum of LGBT representation in their favorite video games and anime. I mean, that's besides the point. That's like add insult to injury type shit. Should we go to war with Iran at the behest of a nation that's rioted over their right to rape Gentiles? Seems like it should have been at least debated. Maybe even a topic during the ongoing presidential election, even if both candidates would answer yes without much thought. What you don't understand is Israel has a right to defend itself, I think. The Israel is an above ground people comment still has me dying. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Scoop. Kamala Harris could sit down with Joe Rogan for an interview in the final stretch of the U.S. presidential campaign. 3 sources said on Monday. Harris campaign officials met with Rogan's team this week, but an appearance has not yet been confirmed, one of the 2 sources said. I think it's awesome that this is what the election is coming down to. Bro, this TikTok's probably going to be used by evidence by the IDF. I saw this morning. You're so stupid for this, but also, why are you sending me Defense Minister Yoav Gallant's latest invention? Okay. It's real. Anyway, China launches joint sword drills around Taiwan. Warships and jet fighters encircle the island. I'd rather die in the West Bank. LGBTQ Palestinians find no safety in Israel. Israel markets itself in the world as an LGBTQ paradise, but testimonies from asylum seeker queer Palestinians shows it sentences them to a life of hell. I'd heard Israel was the most LGBTQ friendly country in the world. I would read and watch videos. It all looked good on screen. By the way, I think it's pretty funny when people are like, yeah, dude, the fucking Palestinians are so homophobic. It's like, one, we live in America. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, go to certain parts of America, you're going to fucking experience some homophobia, okay? Pretty aggressively, as a matter of fact. It's just that Palestinians are homophobic actually is the like what you're trying to say in that situation is they're throwing gays off the roofs in Palestine. You know what I mean? Knows that these individuals are here when they seek asylum and carries out very abusive policies towards them. Their stories shared here under pseudonyms can only be described as Kafkaesque. They starkly expose how Israel, a perpetual haven for queer Palestinians, is in fact a hellish reality for them. Israeli abuse of at-risk LGBTQ Palestinians takes many forms. They're generally met with institutional hostility, marked by disregard for the mortal danger they face, subjected to police brutality, put through unending red tape, and confronted with a myriad barriers that require legal assistance for the most trivial matters. I saw Kamala Harris is potentially on Joe Rogan. Only Daesh does that. You should always reiterate that, especially when you say it sarcastically. Yeah. Interesting that you mentioned Daesh, by the way. which of course Israel has been aligned with at times. Well, al-Nusra at least. So in terms of like mistreatment of the gays, if we're talking about fucking Saudi Arabia, Israel is aligned with Saudi Arabia. If we're talking about fucking al-Nusra, Israel is aligned with al-Nusra. So if there's one group that's like straight up doing all the fucking Islamophobic memes in reality, you know, Daesh is supported by the U.S. They always attack Syrians in Iran, never the U.S. for some reason, or never Israel either. Never send me Dan Bilzerian issues on Israel because he is not one of those like based anti-Zionist in the way that you think he is. I've seen some of his statements about Jewish people. Okay. Whenever someone invokes the Talmud when they're talking about like Israel, I'm like, okay, dude. Come on, dog. Try treating the chatters like you treated Asman. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they had 45,000 people who benefit from the person fucking talking to me, listening in a charitable manner that could be convinced otherwise. I didn't realize that like a random fucking anonymous account coming in here. By the way, you're a 24-month subscriber. Just so you understand, like, I also treat you differently than I would a fucking gray name. Don't be mean. I was just saying, yeah, you're saying something stupid. Like, yes, there is, of course, a difference in my treatment of Asmongold, who has 45,000 people listening to what I have to say in that circumstance. Why the fuck would I obviously analyze the situation similarly to a fucking random person that came in here with a sock account to, like, trigger me? I'm playing you at a stadium, man. Yeah, but not everyone in the stadium agrees with you. Why don't you live stream talk to Asman? I did. A gray name is a new Twitch account. Yes, that have gray as the default color. And usually, more often than not, it's like a person that made another fucking sock account specifically to come in here and trigger and say stupid shit. The 4 articles about Israel treating 2 al-Nusra fighters. Isn't Israel supporting al-Nusra? Al-Nusra isn't Daesh. Please, Hasan, let me educate you on this matter. And as a Syrian, Marwan. Don't. Don't. Don't do that. As a Syrian, can you tell Marwan to shut the fuck up? Yeah, but he has Syrian in his name. But Naim Berger, he's gonna tell me in a you know pro-Syrian way how in a pro-Syrian way how he's going to defend. Let's just move on. Let's get back on the matter here, okay? Bill Maher, new rule, Dear Chapel Roan.
Finally, new rule. To mark the October 7th anniversary, we must launch a campaign to educate young Americans about the Middle East. And the way I'd like to begin that process is by addressing an open letter to Chapel Roan.
You made a great point when you mentioned Palestinians being able to change when given the chance to. If they weren't under occupation, Palestinians don't have the time to change. My mother, who escaped occupation early on in her life, was able to change her views and become an ally to the gays. Not trans just yet, but it's something that takes time, especially when you're fighting for your life. I wish more people understood that. Americans will never understand that, because the most dramatic life-altering shift that happens to Americans is when the $5 jalapeno popper at Applebee's is now $6. Okay? That is the worst kind of fucking horrifying, like, that is the most unimaginable cruelty to an American, okay? American when no burger. Okay, we are the burger nation. American when no burger is like, oh my God, please don't tell me. Issue trigger warning, please, before mentioning no burger to American. I burger American. Don't do it. The greatest fucking threat to American sovereignty is when Aunt Jemima no longer had the same lady that they were depicting because woke, okay? Nation of fucking spoiled children.
Now, to those viewers who aren't watching this while also looking at their phones, let me explain. Chapel Roan is not the name of one of Trump's golf courses. She's actually a great new recording artist who, like a Hezbollah pager, is really blowing up.
Fuck you, piece of shit. That's... Oh, my God. Okay.
In just a few months, she went from a struggling artist to getting 3 billion plays on Spotify.
Once again, I must remind you that the Hezbollah pager, simple meme for Bill Maher, basically fucking maimed 2,000 plus people, including first responders, nurses, and also members of the Lebanese parliament. And last but not least, it killed 2 children. Okay? Like kids, like little babies. Okay? Just a reminder of the types of terrorism that Bill Maher thinks is funny. Now, of course, besides that point, this is Mr. Religulous. Okay? He's Mr. Atheist. Who's doing the act of terror? Would it shock you to find out that it was a religious a religious ethno-state that was conducting this act of terror while simultaneously maintaining an apartheid? Of course, Bill Maher makes he allows that kind of thing to occur. He doesn't care about that.
Spotify, netting her almost 11 cents.
You just called them people, kids, and babies? Yes, dude. What are you supposed to say about a fucking 9-year-old? What am I supposed to call a fucking 9-year-old who exploded in the pager terror attack? A person? Like what? An adult? A 9-year-old adult woman child? What am I supposed to say?
But here's what caught my eye. She seems like a Gen Zer who can be reached, because I saw her on TMZ say...
It's like, obviously, fuck the policies of the right, but also fuck some of the policies on the left.
Yeah, Bill Maher heard this and was like, maybe she hates trans people. That's what he probably thought.
That sounds like something I would say.
Yeah. Oh, I was right. He was like, maybe she was saying, fuck trans people. Am I right? I'm Bill Maher.
She also said, I think it's important that people use critical thinking. I think it's important for me to question myself, question my algorithm, question, is some person that tweeted something about someone else even true? Preach, queer ally, preach. But then we get to Israel. And Chapel, this is where we must put to the test your pledge to use critical thinking and to question whether what you're reading on social media is true, because it isn't. There's a whole history of the Middle East that you and your fans aren't hearing about. So why don't you...
Oh my God, here we go. Here is the boomer power hour where I'm going to tell you Israel is the most moral nation on the planet. Israel is right and all of its enemies wrong. Israel had no choice but to fucking dominate this entire region. Israel had no choice. That's it. You know, you just simply don't understand. You don't have a high enough IQ to understand why Israel must behave and and operate this apartheid regime for 76 fucking years. He'll bring up the Holocaust. He'll say that the Palestinians have always have never been a partner in peace. Israel is the most moral democracy on the planet. Am Israel high?
Let me be your spirit guide through this. But before I do, let me tell you a little about myself, since you may have no idea who I am, considering that when this show went on the air, you were barely old enough to be told you were in.
Yeah. You're too young. It's like, dude, what do you mean? What is being shown on your algorithm? What's being shown on their algorithm is literally fucking dead children with American bombs. That's it. When I see that, I'm like, we got to stop this no matter what. Okay? I see that and I think to myself, even if I was uninitiated, even if I was completely uninitiated with the subject matter, I'd be like, that's wrong. No matter who's doing it, we should put an end to it. But of course, the boomer mind is so much more complicated than that. The boomer mind looks at that and goes, well, what were they wearing? What were the babies wearing? Were they asking for it? What are the vibes of the baby that got fucking mutilated? Okay? Annihilated with American weapons. That's it. That's all this 9-minute monologue is him being like, honestly, some of those babies fucking deserve to be ripped apart by American munitions. What color was the baby is the actual question going on through their mind. Oh, 100%.
In the wrong body. So, my name is Bill Maher. I'm 35. I've been to all of Diddy's freak-off parties, and I work at the same place as Euphoria. In fact, she's right down the hall. My TikTok handle is BeNasty, and I go live every Friday night with the anime filter on. And I once won a smoke-off against Willie Nelson, Woody Harrelson, and Snoop.
Dude, honestly, I mean, these people are going to die soon, so there's not really much else to say. They're going to die soon, and they live miserable fucking lives anyway because all of their immediate relatives are no longer answering their fucking phone calls, you know? That's not me being like, oh, like, I hope they die or anything. I'm just saying, like, time will run its course. If you are the type of person that's, like, laughing your fucking ass off at this shit, that's it. You got, like, maximum a decade remaining in your lifespan. Maximum. Okay? That's it. It's like, you young wokes. You're so stupid. Doing your gender. It's crazy. Can we listen to someone less odious instead? Maybe Ben Shapiro. Unironically, Ben Shapiro comes across more likable. At least he's more honest in his like a bloodlust and doesn't present it in this like incredibly arrogant fucking way that Bill Maher does, where he's like, I know more than you. Dude, what you're saying up until this point is no different than like Clay Higgins talking about, oh, you wokes did your gender under your woke sky and now nuclear holocaust is upon us. It's like, it's the same shit. You're just more annoying. Like at least Bill Higgins is like, or Clay Higgins is funny. You know? Clay Higgins put out bangers, dude, at the fucking Auschwitz concentration camp, death camp. He put out a goddamn banger out there. You ain't done shit. Last time you had a good moment was when you said the fucking 19 hijackers were brave for fucking diving into the Twin Towers. That's the last time this motherfucker said anything remotely fucking considerate, brave, bold, radical, edgy. Make people question themselves. And ever since then, it's been down fucking hill, dude. Oh yeah, he did say the N-word as well. But again, that's in column B, not column A.
Okay, that one's true. But no, look, truth be told, I'm a baby boomer. I remember phone booths and cars with ashtrays and vaginal sex. And I didn't learn about the Middle East from TikTok, which is a Chinese company whose totalitarian government would just love to have America's youth hating America.
Dude, that's awesome. Oh, God. Oh, brother. There's so much right-wing nonsense on TikTok, and it's very interesting that they never talk about that shit. I guess they don't give a fuck when it's like right-wingers criticizing America. That's like genuine American invention, right? You can have that on every social media platform, but God forbid you have some leftists that like gain prominence on the fucking platform, you know? Then it's like, oh, China is trying to kill America by teaching the youth that America is bad, you know? If you don't want people to feel like America is a shitty goddamn country, then maybe you shouldn't give $20 billion in weapons to a genocidal apartheid regime instead of, I don't know, fixing the fucking roads or engaging in student loan debt relief or, I don't know, universal health care. You know, we're the richest nation on the fucking planet.
That's some of that algorithm stuff you say you want to look into. Now, first off, the fact that you don't know much history isn't your fault. You live in the United States, where the schools stopped doing that whole teaching facts thing a while ago. But getting all your history from TikTok is like getting all your calories from Hostess. I know you're moved by what you see on there. We all are, the dead Palestinian bodies. But it's odd that your generation didn't seem nearly as moved by the Jewish bodies on October 7th.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's awesome. Yeah, dude. Every 17-year-old, like, non-binary teenager actually also has this, like, deep resentment towards Israel that they were basically fucking primed with. No, dog. For many people in this generation, they were shocked at the horrors of October 7th. They were like, oh my God, what the fuck is happening? And then for 12 months, they realized, slowly but surely, oh my God, this is what Israel has been doing this whole fucking time? And they were like, yeah, I think they're probably a lot worse than the motherfuckers during October 7, which is true. Like, mathematically, it is true, okay? Israel's actions post-October 7 are infinitely worse than what Hamas did on October 7. This is, like, mathematically correct. The only way that you would disagree with this is if you genuinely think that Israelis are human beings and everyone else is not, okay? Like, even if you were to put Hamas and Israel, a nuclearized militant state that is conducting an apartheid, on the same moral playing field, even though they are not. One is a violent resistance group, okay, born out of necessity. The other is literally America's fucking unsinkable aircraft carrier, okay, doing unimaginable violence. But even if you were to place it on the same moral playing field, you know, even if you were to do a both sides type argument, Israel still is infinitely worse. That's it. It's infinitely worse. And they are not on the same moral playing field anyway.
You killed at Coachella this year, but when Hamas kills at a music festival, it's a whole other thing. Doesn't the sight of so many young...
Oh, why didn't they laugh at that joke? Because there was no applause break. That's why. They probably were like, don't laugh at that. Those fucking cackling hyenas, dude.
Women raped at a music festival? Make it a little personal? My guess is that Gen Z hearts are hardened by the propaganda you see on TikTok, which likes to call the Jews colonizers. But
no, they call Israel a colonial entity, which is historically correct. I need people to understand something, by the way. I need people to understand something. The academic consensus on the matter is not on Bill Maher nor the media side, okay? no matter how much pro-Israel people try to suppress the truth, okay, in all of these institutes of higher learning, no matter how aggressively they stamp any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment, the truth and the academic consensus on the matter remains. That's it. And you do not have to look any further than early Zionist leadership themselves that considered Zionism to be a colonial movement. And I'm not even talking about fucking Jabotinsky, who obviously is even more aggressive than Herzl. Herzl himself also considered it to be a colonial endeavor. But they aren't colonists. If you look at Israeli government data, it shows 70% of Jews are from the region. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? 33 month subscriber. Are you insane? That is completely, that is a ridiculous fucking statement. What do you mean Israeli government data that says 70% of Jews are from that region? The fuck are you talking about, dude? Look, I'm not going to do this whole thing where it's like, oh, it seems like these guys are really white, or, oh, look at that. A Middle Eastern accent whenever you fucking hear, some Scottish person literally rolling a dick rider I saw that pulled that cherry pick shit out of their ass. Oh. This person is just simply repeating talking point that some fucking dumbass mentioned. That is not the case, for the record. That is not. 70% of Jews in Israel are not from the region. Also, what do you mean the region? If you mean MENA, okay, yes. A lot of Israeli Jews are Arab and North African. That is true. The Mizrahi Jewish part of Israel is from, I guess, surrounding countries. That doesn't mean they are from historic Palestine.
Colonizers are intruders who have no history in an area, like when Spain conquered the Mayans, or when your mom took over Facebook.
If I recall correctly, Mizrahi is also second-class citizenship. No, it's not. Not anymore. It used to be. It used to be originally. It's not anymore.
When the Dutch took over South Africa, they had no history to the land. They just wanted it. But Israel is the Jews' homeland, and Jews have always lived there. I cap you not. You can look it up. It's in this book called The Bible.
Oh my science. I'm here to own you by sourcing the Bible. Epic memes. I'm an atheist, by the way. That's awesome, dude. La source, the Bible. Dude, why is every atheist like this? Whenever it comes, dude, what is going on? This guy did the Religulous documentary. Hello? Base department calling La Bible for my epic takedown? What's next, dude? Are you fucking anti-gay? Source, La Bible? La Bible much? I've decided I'm not wearing two different kinds of cotton or two different kinds of fucking wool and cotton. I'm not going to be mixing that. No more polyester for me. Source, La Bible. What a fucking idiot, dude. What are you doing? What the fuck? This guy, dude. This guy.
Which is horribly wrong about sex ed, slavery, science, and cooking, but the archaeology checks out.
Oh, he's like, La Bible, wrong about everything except for the thing that I agree with. Oh, got it, dude. Sick. Sick argument, dude. Fuck. What now, lipdards? I found a coin. Source, the Bible. This justifies the ethnic displacement of 750,000 people that were living in these villages for hundreds of years. Source, the Bible. Also, the coin I found. Sick, man. Sick. What a fantastic argument, dude. Yeah.
It says the Jews built a temple with a really big wall 7 centuries before Muhammad or Islam ever existed, and sure as shit, you can still go there and touch it. Calling Jews colonizers in Israel is like calling Native Americans colonizers here. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't, dude. This kind of shit does not work on anyone, okay? This barely is an argument that maybe my Jewish anti-Zionist chatters will fucking agree with here. This barely works on like people that are going to, I don't know, Jewish camp or something as a child, okay? It's ridiculous. Does he think Palestinians are modern Saudis? I don't think he understands anything. I don't think he understands that, like, the people that remained behind first converted to Christianity and then Islam as well. And that, you know, it doesn't really fucking matter because you can't. There is no world where Native Americans would ever agree to this either, by the way. But there's no world where like an alien force comes in and starts nuking America and then is like, we're going to give every area that we nuked back to the Native Americans. That would be fucking ridiculous. And it's not something that the natives want anyway. Like when natives talk about land back, they're not talking about like fucking massacring random American children and all of them, like making them subjects of a colonial occupation for almost a century. It's all, yeah, it's like uniquely gross. It's a uniquely gross way to just like invoke the natives, which, by the way, Bill Maher on any given Sunday would be making fun of, for the record. Aren't you Muslim? Being gay is prohibited as well. Yeah, it's all good when I fucked your dad in the ass. That shit was halal, baby. Okay? The way he was fucking moaning and screaming after he said the Shahada too. I converted him to Islam. I fucked your father in the ass. And then he converted to Islam. He reverted. Dumbass. He said it was a religious experience.
Ridiculous. Chappell, did you know that for 2,000 years, Palestine was like an Uber driver with a 3-star rating? Nobody wanted it.
I love that he's literally regurgitating like boomer ass, like a land without a people with a for a people without a land shit. Yeah, dude. There was so little people there that 750,000 of them had to be forcefully removed from their homes, never to be returned. Like, what the fuck are you saying? God, I fucking hate. I think maybe it's because I interact with them more. Like, I think like liberal Holocaust denial of this sort is more annoying than Republican Holocaust denial, because that one is like so overt. You know what I mean? That one is so in your face and you're so used to it. Your expectation is that like when someone is a fucking right-wing monstrous piece of shit, like they're gonna do that. But when liberals engage in this kind of fucking horse shit, it's just, there's also this intellectual, smarmy, elitist patina. And you're like, oh, you're so smug. You're just as dumb as the fucking Republicans that you think you're better than. but you're not. You're gross. You're a gross, disgusting, monstrous little cretin. Ooh, it's fucking so goddamn annoying. This is why I know there is no fucking, not to be like, not to get all atheists on this shit, but like, this is why I know there cannot be a fucking God, okay? Because goddamn, there would be some biblical style punishment that this motherfucker would be getting dished out for being this smug, this consistently, and this horrifyingly, monstrously, this much on the main too. Like there can't be. So in a way, Bill Maher reaffirming atheism everywhere. Because if there was a fucking God, you would be getting biblical style punished, okay? Like straight up, 7-generation curse on your entire family type shit, okay? Like, look at his fucking ugly ass face. You like what I did there? No one wanted to live in Palestine. Like, if God was real, there would be a sinkhole opening up under the fucking Bill Maher studio right at this very moment, sucking every single fucking animal that's laughing at his awful boomer jokes alongside him.
And there was never any Arab country called Palestine. It was an orphan province. And if you ask people what they thought about it back then, they'd say it gave them the ick.
What?
But after World War II, and after the Jews were very nearly wiped.
Colonialism is not a disturbance of some romantic natural ethnic order of the land. It is a practice of dispossession and control. When Joseph Weitz, the head of JNF's land division in the British Mandate, says, "There's no place for compromise, transfer them all, don't let a single village remain," he's articulating this zero-sum settler colonial logic, one which he carried out himself when he evicted countless villages. And he should know he was on Ben-Gurion's transfer committee. I think the only difference is, like, it's happening so close. Like, it's happening in broad daylight in front of our eyes, and we are getting to see it step by step. And even, like, the beginning stages are not that far. Like, there are... I mean, the fucking president was alive when this shit was happening. You know what I mean? Like, that's how close we are generationally to the inception of Israel as a you know, settler colonial entity in the region. So it's hard to read in the history books all of the things that, like, American pioneers did, you know what I mean? Rape and pillage and destroy the land and engaging, like, ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population, and then watch it unfold in front of our eyes and go, no, that's actually super sick. Like, that's totally fine. I like that they're doing that. It's hard to do that. Either you have to be more honest in the way that Republicans are and be like, that's CRT, that's woke, that's gender, that's fucking that should not be taught in schools, that's DEI, and just, like, rewrite history even more so than we have in terms of, like, whitewashing the indigenous genocide. Like, if you're gonna do might is right, at least the Republicans are honest about it. You know what I mean? Like, they're doing might is right more honestly than this fucking dipshit is.
Out by an actual attempted genocide, they decided it was time for their historic homeland to be an actual country.
I used to think when reading about the founding of Israel as a teenager that people were just unaware of it, that people are just morally good and don't know. But now I have a front row seat to watch people engage in this voyeuristic pleasure of watching genocide, and I think my faith in humanity is gone and was always misplaced. No, I think most people are misguided still, and they can learn. But if they're not taught the right lessons, they will turn into the current German society, German liberals, German governance, because they did this shit, and look what they're doing now.
So that for once they could defend themselves. And the UN, we like them, right? Yeah, they agreed and voted a country for each.
Dude, like invoking the UN right now is so funny when Israel is like on the boundary of the UNIFIL units that were placed on the blue line inside of Lebanese borders, and they're like about to fucking kill a bunch of European UNIFIL members. It's just like, dude, you don't give a fuck about the UN. Why are you invoking the UN? What a stupid fucking argument. Like, the UN has made the most statements. Like, the one country that they've like yelled about the most is Israel.
Of the indigenous peoples. One side agreed to that, but the Arabs had a slightly different proposal.
That's crazy. I can't believe that the Arabs didn't agree to the proposal where they would give like 20 or 30% of the population 52% of the land, dude. That's crazy. Also, Arabs is a monolithic group. They're all you know, one unit, one mind, one soul, one body. These barbaric hordes wanted to come after the beautiful state of Israel that was supposed to be created there.
They said, how about we keep it all and wipe you out? Chappell, if you think it was repressive growing up queer in the Midwest, try the Mideast. You're a female drag queen, and you sing, I fucked you in the bathroom when we went to dinner, your parents at the table. Yeah, that wouldn't fly in Gaza, although you would straight off a roof.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would fly straight off a roof when Israel fucking blew off the roof, dumbass. Shut the fuck up, you Islamophobic piece of shit, dude. The idea that like, oh, dude, gays are being thrown off roofs in Gaza. First of all, there are no roofs left in Gaza. We blew them all up, okay? So that's number one. Number two, this notion that like every fucking Arab is like waiting for someone to be suspected of being gay so they can throw them off roofs is fucking ridiculous when Israel literally threw off Palestinians off of the roof in Occupy West Bank the other fucking week. We watched it happen. It's on camera. Israeli soldiers kicking off Palestinians off the side of a fucking roof, dude. Off the side of a rooftop in West Bank on video. And these motherfuckers, these monstrous pieces of shit are like, oh, dude, they're going to do ISIS-style shit any day now. What if you were gay in Gaza? I don't know. You would fucking die. Not because Hamas would kill you, by the way, because Israel would kill you. Israel has killed how many gay people in Gaza? Who knows?
The same goes for knee-deep on the passenger seat and you're eating me out. Yeah, my guess is the morality police would figure out that one's not about the drive-thru.
The morality police, dude. Number one ally to fucking Israel, for the record, Saudi Arabia, morality police.
And kill your feather boa wearing ass. You know when you sing that LA is where boys and girls can all be queens every single day? You're welcome, but offer not good in the West Bank. Chappell, you're not wrong that oppression is bad, or that Palestinian and many other Muslim populations are oppressed and deserve to be freed. You just have it completely ass backwards as to who is doing the oppressing.
Yeah, it's Hamas. They have to be freed from Hamas, which is Israel. Israel's doing that, right? Just like Lebanese people have to be freed from Hezbollah. Palestinian people have to be freed from Hamas. Okay, Israel has to be freed from Likud and the Jewish Power Party. By your analysis, that means we have to nuke Tel Aviv. Like, what are you talking about? Would anyone be on board with that? That would be unacceptable, okay? Completely fucking unacceptable, especially for the 8 Hasan Abi heads living in Israel right now. I hope you guys are safe. Don't fucking Fed post in the chat. You guys are so stupid. Immediately, you're like, yeah.
Hamas is a terrorist mafia that took over Gaza. The Revolutionary Guard is a terrorist mafia that took over Iran. ISIS is a terrorist mafia that took over Iraq.
ISIS and Israel are like this, okay? ISIS and Israel, both in application, in method, bastardization of religion, using religion as a fucking galvanizing principle, are literally like this. Israel has also collaborated with ISIS, regardless of what Marwan, the fucking Syrian goat, has to say in the chat. So, you know. It's just weird. It's like ISIS never attacks Israel. It's just odd. I don't know. It's weird. to me that this peak like Islamic scourge is somehow always finding themselves exclusively butchering, slaughtering the Yazidi population, the Muslim population. Huh. It must be a coincidence. I don't know.
Iraq. The Taliban is a terrorist mafia that took over Afghanistan. These are the oppressors. And when you make it all about Israel, you take the pressure off of them. You enable them. The Iranian regime has killed 600 protesters after a 22-year-old woman died in police custody.
Dude, there's nothing funnier than fucking talking about a fucking anti-Iranian government protester being fucking slaughtered. You're literally saying that you only care when you can use Muslims as a fucking talking point, okay? You're using regional actors, like people that are in the region, as a fucking talking point. That's it. That's it. You're literally saying Israel gets to kill as many people as they want, including Kurds living in Iran, and you can't say a goddamn thing about it. But God forbid anyone else kills them, then we'll use it as a talking point to justify Israel killing all of these other people. Wait, can you put my car back in the garage, please? Thank you.
Following her arrest for the crime of wearing her head covering in...
This is why, by the way, this is why it was so frustrating during the Al Ahli hospital explosion. Not the Al Shifa one, not the new Al Aqsa one. The Al Ahli one was the first like big major thing that happened, right? Where Israel was like, no, it was actually Hamas rockets that blew up on the courtyard. And then they were like, no, it's actually Islamic Jihad, Palestinian Islamic Jihad rockets that blew up in the courtyard. And everyone was like, Israel would never blow up a hospital. It was actually, Palestinians that blew up the hospital. And everyone was condemning the Palestinians over and over again. They were like, oh, the Palestinian resistance, they blew up their own people. They're fucking, this death and destruction is unimaginable. When they were doing that, when everyone was chirping about that, okay, I could not believe it. Because Israel had shelled that exact same hospital 2 days prior, Al Ahli. But not only that, but Israel had already killed thousands of Palestinians. So basically, the entire world's sentiment on that moment, the entire world's sentiment in that moment was Israel gets to kill as many Palestinians as possible. They're doing the best job when they do that. This was before they fucking invaded and blew up every single hospital in Gaza, by the way. But at that point, they were like, Israel would never blow up a hospital, which was obviously a fucking lie. But then beyond that, the idea was it is only appropriate for Israel to kill Palestinians, okay? As an accident, even if this was an accident, which there is no evidence that it was, okay? Still, to this day, by the way, we never found out who actually was responsible for this explosion in the courtyard. But it didn't even matter because ultimately they blew up every fucking hospital. They literally blew up a tent city last night. This pathetic excuse of a human being's politics just comes down to looking for perceived hypocrisy and a shock at violence, then proceed with complete apathy at the horrors being carried out in front of his eyes because that's war, and spew some history he learned on an evangelical YouTube ad. He's like a fucking child. When Hamas murders civilians, everyone needs to be shocked because nothing can justify it. But when Israel slaughters them in the tens of thousands, there's context. Exactly. Well, the context is that he is perceiving that like Hamas is slaughtering civilians. That's the context.
Incorrectly. Just to be clear, that's your team. Iran is who sponsors Hamas and Hezbollah. Are you sure this is who you want to throw down with? Meryl Streep spoke at the UN recently and said this about the Taliban, who are only slightly more conservative than your heroes in Hamas. She said, today in Kabul, a female cat has more freedoms than a woman. A cat may go sit on her front stoop and feel the sun on her face. She may...
Yeah, it's really fucked up. If only we hadn't armed them, radicalized them, used them as a fucking cudgel in the Afghan civil war, used them as a fucking force against the USSR that was invading Afghanistan in the aftermath of said civil war, during the same civil war, and then gave them Afghanistan, then invaded Afghanistan again, fought and killed a shit ton of Afghan civilians
for 20 years of our occupation, only to give them the country once again. And then on top of that, to add insult to injury, refuse to give the current governance of Afghanistan their own money that we still have seized. You want the people who bomb 40,000 plus people as our allies, lol. Mar has to use a quote about Afghanistan because there aren't examples about Gaza. I know. But again, it goes back to the monolithizing the entire Arab population, including the Taliban, which is not even fucking Arab. Like everyone in the MENA region, including in the southeastern part of the fucking continent, are all the same. What could be the one factor? If we went to war in Malaysia or Indonesia, he'd probably be chirping in the same exact way because it's Islam, okay? Central Asia, South Asia, it's all the same. If you're Muslim, even remotely Muslim or around other Muslims, you're fucking terrorist, okay?
They chase a squirrel into the park. A squirrel has more rights than a girl in Afghanistan today. A bird may sing in Kabul, but a girl may not. You're a singer, and you're advocating for a place and a culture you would never want to live under. Gender may not be binary, but right and wrong kind of is.
Oh, is this guy on APAC payroll? No, dude. He's just a fucking disgusting little cretin. Here's a fun Bill Maher clip. Apparently, Tiana Trump, the porn star, recalls when Bill Maher paid her to have sex with him and to go slowly and kiss him as if she loved him. This account says he's a pathetic, lonely, unlovable man whose lack of humanity comes through in his relationships as well as his indifference to genocide.
This is how I got hooked up with him. Some porn star had hit me up. Apparently, he likes this. I'm probably gonna give it away. Black girls.
Yeah. Look, Bill Maher loves black girls. Is it Bill Maher?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, but he's not a politician.
She said he had a political show. She didn't say he was
so he's got a political show. I'll tell you what, to make you feel even more comfortable then, right? I've been a Hollywood dude for a long time. Bill Maher, I feel, and this is totally genuine, I feel his whole position and his whole shit as a comedian for the last 20 years.
I think one of the craziest parts about this entire 9-minute monologue, by the way, is that if everything Bill Maher said was true, okay, which none of which was, but even if everything he said was true, if like literally Palestinian authorities are, they love killing gay people, like for sport, okay? Killing 40,000 Palestinians is not the solution to it. So not only is what he's saying not true, but the fucking justification for it is still so senselessly idiotic. But that's the one speed that they have. Like, he's like, yeah, we have to eradicate the entirety of the Palestinians because they're a scourge on the population. Also, it's really sad when Palestinians are throwing other Palestinians who happen to be gay off roofs, which, by the way, they don't. But even then, even if they did, it would still not be a justification for genocide. This only works if you literally are primed to the gills with Islamophobia, where you're like, yeah, the only condition for Arabs and Muslims as a whole is just death and destruction. Like, they deserve the fucking violence that they're subjected to. They have to be brought to heel. Okay?
Is just to have been impressed black girls. That's it. So like he's been out to dinner with
Corinne Steffens.
Yeah.
So I don't. He was really like weird though.
Bill Maher? Well, he's older. You know that, right? Like he's in his 60s, and it's like,
well,
hey.
I lied to him. So I started to lie to everybody about my age. So like when I went there, I was 18, and he was like, "How old are you?" I was like, "I'm 22." He was like, "Well, when did you graduate high school?" I couldn't think of the math in my head, so I just said something. He was like, "Well, sweetie, that would mean you're this old." And so I was like, "Fuck." He was like, "So you're lying to me." I don't like liars. So he got real serious, and then he started asking me other questions.
Really?
So I was getting money from him, obviously, because he paid me for the service, blah, blah, blah. And I had to split it with the person or give him a cut because they had booked it.
Yeah.
He was like, "What person?" He was so mad. You could tell he probably wanted to cancel. Like it was the most awkwardest experience ever. But there's so much more, but I don't want to speak on it. He has a really big dick, though.
That's what I heard.
Nice.
So here's what I heard. Like him,
like that.
David
Good for
Spade.
him.
I heard Spade's got a fucking
David
hammer
Spade's
on
hung,
him.
yeah.
And there's guys that are just known as like, all right, cool, you got a big dick, put up with this shit. My question is this though: is you're not a prostitute?
No.
So is there a service for porn stars where it's just like, hey, I want this porn star and I'll take this porn star and it's cool? Who is he calling and who is he paying at that point?
Black girls.
Yeah, but who does Bill Maher call? Like, did you have a pimp or somebody who was just like, hey?
I literally have, it was another porn star and it was a white girl and I don't think she's fucked him, but she just is like, I think she just sets shit up for us. Because I know another black girl that went and seen him and like, she went through the same person I went through.
But how does the money exchange hands then? Does it have to go through the white girl?
No, he gave it to me.
Oh, did he? In cash?
Mm-hmm.
That's some big boy
and he
shit.
gave me extra because he was pissed.
Really?
Yeah.
What was he so pissed off about?
That I lied about my age and that I was giving someone a cut. He was very upset that I was giving someone a cut. He didn't know that.
Really? Because he thought it was some form of prostitution? Or?
I have no idea and I don't want to know and I've never seen him again. I seen him one time. It was so weird because first of all, I'm 23 right now. So
sure.
Me having a conversation with somebody like that, we are never on the same level. There's not one thing that we can talk about. It was just... What? That was weird. That was like trying to put two magnets backwards together. Like,
He's
you know
close to 45 years older than you, somewhere in there. How was the sex?
Boring.
Boring, yeah. But he had a huge dick, so it's like, all right,
it just
cool.
wasn't my speed. Put it that way.
Speed.
His speed was like rabbit speed.
Oh, his was.
Or not rabbit speed. I'm rabbit speed. His was like more like sloth, like very like slow, and he wanted to kiss and make love and just. He was like, slow down, baby. Like every time, like. You know, I'm trying to get this shit done.
Yeah. You want to get the fuck out of there at this point. Because it's just like, hey, I'm with a 60-year-old white dude who's slicking his hair back, and he's pale. That's a pale motherfucker. He's almost see-through. That guy is almost see-through. And when you're having sex with him, you're probably just like, hey, just let me get this money and get the fuck out of there.
Yes.
The New York Post saw Bill Maher at a sex club in 2017. Yeah, I've talked about this before as well. The most startling revelation here is that Bill Maher probably got the idea for Club Random from his awkward conversations with the women he's paying to have sex with them. Yeah, I've talked about this before. I knew someone that went to a sex club where Bill Maher was at as well. He loves that shit. Sanctum is the name of the sex club. Anyway. The reason why we watch that is because just know that, you know, he is a miserable, pathetic little scumbag. Yeah, fucking weird. We already know he's a genocide denier. Buying sex work doesn't make him worse somehow. Wait, what? No, dude. The point is not that he bought sex work. What the fuck are you talking about? The point is he's a miserable, lonely human being who can only get a modicum of human interaction that he pays for. And then in the aftermath, people are like, yeah, it sucked. He's not married. No, he is a lonely little freak. He is a miserable, lonely little fucking freak. Begging not only for sex work, but specifically sex work that is demanding like some kind of fake emotional intimacy. That means it is something that he never gets in his life. And he will never be able to get it in his life because he is a rabid little fucking loser. Okay? Also, he's bad at sex. Anyway, yeah. Armed man arrested outside of Trump's
Let's start with Brooke
Coachella
Singman
rally.
live in studio with the very latest on the arrest made at Trump's rally. And Brooke, this was a strange one.
Yeah, it was. Good morning, Carly. So Vem Miller of Las Vegas was arrested on gun charges, but quickly released on a $5,000 bail. So he was stopped by local authorities.
This is really funny because he was like, I love that. The New York Times mentioned it this morning, and they were like, when asked about why he got apprehended, he was shocked because he was like, I'm a Trump supporter. Yeah, they arrested a sovereign citizen who was trying to attend a Trump rally as a Trump supporter, and they were like, well, obviously shit doesn't check out because he had like one of those sovereign citizen license plates and a entire arsenal in his fucking vehicle. So they immediately assumed he was going to, try and kill Donald Trump. It's like, nah, he's just a regular old Nevada, crossing the border into California to go watch the Trump rally. Which is funny because this is kind of what I mentioned with Ryan Ruth as the Ryan Ruth defense. Because I thought America was a free country, I thought there was a time when you didn't have to see 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Guess what? You still do, okay? But you can subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Security checkpoint outside of former President Trump's rally in Coachella, California. Police say he was driving an unregistered black SUV with a homemade license plate, and he claimed to be a journalist that had VIP access. But when deputies searched his car, they eventually found a shotgun, a loaded handgun, and ammunition. They also found multiple passports and driver's licenses with several different names. So far, no federal charges have been filed, but the U.S. Attorney's Office said Trump was never in any danger, and they are investigating. And the local sheriff's office is not taking this incident lightly.
Before former President Trump arrived to the rally, we made contact with an individual on the inner perimeter of our operation at the rally. In regard to previous attempts on the former president's life, this was not something that we were taking lightly. We had a very detailed plan in place on how we were going to keep not only the former president safe, but all of the participants or the attendees of the rally safe.
In an interview with Fox News Digital after he was released, Miller denied any intent to harm President Trump. He said, quote, I am the last person that would cause any violence and harm to anybody. I am 100% a Trump supporter. This is a man that I deeply admire because I was a closet individual in terms of my beliefs because I worked in Hollywood. A source close to the Trump campaign also tells Fox they do not believe this was an assassination attempt. The suspect is expected to appear in court on January 2nd. Wow. Carly?
Okay, Brooke Singman live for us. Brooke, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Not good. Okay? If they start arresting all of these, brave, patriotic Trump supporters, you're taking away votes from Donald Trump. Okay? You got to dial it back. You can't do it. You can't do it. You're hurting him. You're hurting Trump's chances of winning. So the guy that they arrested near Trump's Coachella rally with firearms has some interesting friends. He's in the back seat. Some of you guys might recognize the guy in the passenger seat.
At that time on January 6th, I already did the math. 43 states had at least one Republican in them. Oh, wow. So if only the Republicans voted, it would have been a 43-0 vote, still meeting the 34-state representation threshold for a quorum. Thought through this. I conveyed this to Kevin McCarthy. I conveyed this to Mike Pence's Chief of Staff, Mark Short. So then it would have been up to Mike Pence to decide, do I go with the Pelosi one person, one vote option, or which would have allowed the Biden electors, or do I go with the Kevin McCarthy?
This is the guy, by the way, in the back seat. That's the guy that they arrested.
Vote. And if everyone votes by party, then guess what? Arizona's electors don't get counted. Multiply that by the rest of the contested states. Mm-hmm. That means no one secures 270 electoral votes. And then it goes to an overall contingent election where they again vote by state delegation, and then guess who wins?
Trump
it secures the
Trump
re-election.
Yeah.
When Nancy Pelosi catches wind of this plan being in motion,
and this was your plan, so you had
yes.
it already. January 6th is coming up.
Yes,
and this is
I communicated it not only directly to McCarthy. Again, the decision makers that need to put this in motion.
Dude, what the fuck? January 6th is openly admitting that they were in direct contact with members of Congress, Republican members of Congress, in broad daylight.
So anyway, I'm curious.
But in addition to that, I also publicly said it on different podcasts, and when I'm being retweeted by Trump on several occasions,
They heard,
of course they heard this.
Do you think Kevin
Of course
McCarthy
they're
actually
Guys, this is being live streamed on Rumble at the time.
went to her? Because I know, like, we have a lot of questions about Kevin McCarthy. Do you think Kevin McCarthy went to
Why is it being recorded? Because they're fucking shameless, dude. What do you mean? They don't think they did anything wrong. Hello? Why would he? He's just said he got retweeted by Donald
New
Trump.
CBS News polling shows that the presidential race is...
Did you see his response?
And probably the reason that God put me in that situation, in order to be able to expose.
Van Miller, the man accused of a so-called third Trump assassination attempt, denies these reports and pushes back in a statement released online. Miller states he's a Trump supporter who was invited to be at the Coachella rally. He adds that he told officers he had loaded firearms in his trunk. Furthermore, he's threatening lawsuits over defamatory statements and alleged police infringement of his rights.
Is really what's going on. And so every time I've gone to a Nevada rally and notified the police, it's been a non-issue. They've thanked me for the courtesy of notifying them. They've said, obviously, you can't take your firearms. I wouldn't even think of doing such a stupid thing.
Why did you bring them with you into California to begin with?
And they've been fine. They've been fine. And the critical mistake I made is, I guess, forgetting the location that I was in California. So I drive up with my special entry pass. And by the way, they're saying I had a counterfeit pass. That's a bunch of nonsense. I could prove that I had a special entry pass directed to me, sent directly to me by officials within the Republican Party of Nevada. I was an actual invitee to that event. So as I'm driving, there's an area where you enter the parking lot.
God, I fucking love sovereign citizens so goddamn much, dude. Undefeated. Unfucking defeated, dude. They are the best. Why does bro sound like he's holding back tears? What do you mean? His goat got him arrested, dog. What the fuck do you mean?
After you pass a sheriff.
Why did he forget to bring his license plate instead of a hand-drawn license plate? Dude, every single like weird oddity about this story, every single weird oddity about this story can go either way. Obviously, when you first hear all of the details, you're like, what? He has like multiple passports and like fake identification, a fake hand-drawn license plate. Like, what the fuck is going on here? If you are completely oblivious to the way that an average Nevada libertarian operates, you are thinking to yourself, like, this is an operation. Like, this got to be like someone paid by Iran or something. Like, and then you find out that he's a sovereign citizen. And then you understand exactly what's going on. Okay? Have you guys ever watched that video of a cop pulling up on a sovereign citizen? A sovereign citizen in I forget one of those places, but I think it's like a cop that pulls up on a trail, and the guy doesn't have a license plate, and he's like, you can't fucking park here without a license plate. And he's like, I was traveling. Sir, I was traveling. And then they're like, what's your name? And he's like, well, my God-given name is like Bible Jesus or something. I need to find the video. It's incredible. You know what I'm talking about? Like he just says like his Bible name or something. It's like a part of some Christian militia. And he's also a sovereign citizen. Is it from the Sovsid video you reacted on stream? No. No, this isn't it either, but I mean, this is a good understanding of what it looks like.
Did Dorsey Fly County Sheriff's Office see your license, registration, and insurance?
Why am I being pulled over?
Your tag's expired.
Okay. Can you just write me a ticket?
And your license, registration, and insurance, sir.
I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
Hold on.
So, he's sovereign citizen, not real, like, combative or anything, just passive aggressive kind of deal.
Do you guys have your
Oh,
ID?
this is the one. Game Wardens, Kingdom of Heaven. This is the one. This is the one I was looking for. Here.
I'm not a citizen of the United States.
Were you a citizen of?
Heaven.
Of heaven?
Yeah,
I need to see some kind of ID.
that's my ID.
How about the registration for the car?
I don't register my car with any secular authority.
Is this your spouse or friend or
I don't register my car with any secular authority.
My friend.
your friend? Okay. What's your name on here? Trent?
Minister Trent Goodbody.
Okay. Do you have a middle?
That's Minister Trent Goodbody.
Minister Trent Goodbody, sir.
I don't see a date of birth on here. Is there a date of birth?
No, the date that would matter would be my date of baptism.
You reside at Kingdom of Heaven? Is that
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
That's the jurisdiction I reside in. And that's where I claim my citizenship as well.
So if I was to issue you a ticket for parking here illegally, where would I be sending that to?
The Kingdom of Heaven.
I need to have your date of birth. You are in violation. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back with you, okay?
All right.
You're not free to leave, though.
Okay. I'll
Thanks.
stay here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call some people. Hey, Nancy, it's my life funny.
Sovereign citizen mindset is exactly what took place when they tried to have Mike Pence stop the certification on January 6th. Exactly. They are the most annoying, like, rule-abiding rule breakers of all time that think in their minds that if they say, like, a secret code word to a cop, that they will automatically be let go. Where they think like, oh, excuse me, sir, I was simply traveling and not driving. I do not need a secular authority address driver's license, nor do I need a license plate for my vehicular in motion of travel. It's like, that's not how this works, man. Like, you can't just magically say this isn't maritime admiralty court and therefore you can do whatever the fuck you want.
182. Can you run a name? I have a possible.
Yeah, it's no different than carrying around a reverse Uno card and being like, excuse me, you have no authority to arrest me, sir, because this is a reverse Uno card. And then the cop arrests himself. He's like, no! I am destroyed. No, I have to arrest myself now.
Full alias of Trent Goodbody. Address is his Kingdom of Heaven. Asked for his date of birth, and he just wants to give me his baptism date. He doesn't have any plates. Okay, if you find anything, if you'll let me know. All right, thanks. Bye. She can't find anything on him. Let me tell you right now, what's going to happen is if you fail to identify yourself, you will be going to jail.
I've given you my identification.
You don't have any date of birth on here? You won't tell me your middle name? You're not under arrest at this time. If you continue to not give me your name and your date of birth, then you will be under arrest. Okay?
Where does it say I have to identify myself?
In the state law.
I don't follow state law. This is my authority right here.
Okay.
Hey, he says source the Bible. Excuse me, my favorite liberal commentator also sourced the Bible when talking about why Israel has to exist, has a right to defend itself. So this is no different, you know? Source the Bible.
My sergeant's going to come here. You can talk to him at that point.
I'd love to talk to a supervisor.
I don't want to have to take this guy in. He just tells me his name, date of birth. Be on my way. In most circumstances like this, I just turn around, give him a warning, say, hey, you just can't park right here.
I'm Sergeant Fulton. So what's going on today?
Well,
wait, fuck. I want to see the second version. Hold on.
You guys have
part two? I got to see part two. What happens to this guy? Does anyone have part two for this? Sovereign citizen final boss. Someone said this Amazon delivered to the Kingdom of Heaven. Anyway, once you recognize what sovereign citizens are, you develop a better understanding of what this guy was about.
I pull up to the sheriff. I say, well, I should take that back. I'm not 100% sure he was a sheriff. He was wearing a sheriff vest, but a lot of those individuals were, and my assumption is that not everybody there was a sheriff. They were just trying to indicate that they worked with the sheriff's department. And so I drive up to this sheriff, and I tell him that, in full transparency, I just want to let you know, in the back of my truck, I got, 2 lawful firearms.
Oh, wait, hold on.
This earth. And he didn't make any no parking signs. Everything I do for God.
True, King.
So I will go with you wherever you want to take me. But it would be a real damage to these dogs. I've had them for 10 years, and they can't live without me.
All we're asking at this point, and all he's been asking is to identify yourself.
I can't give you a state identification because my authority is God, not the state.
So
Dude, he looks so scary. He looks so fucking scary, dude.
You're still refusing to
He
identify.
looks like a Resident Evil 7 villain.
No, I'm not refusing. I have identified myself. I gave him my ID.
So we need a name and date of birth for
I
you.
don't have that.
Okay. You leave
I am
us.
not refusing.
You leave us with no choice.
I have not caused any harm to anyone or done any property damage. What have I done wrong? You guys are a corporation. You're trying to make money off of me.
Actually, no.
What would God do? I forgive you guys for anything you're about to do. I live for the Lord.
All right.
And
That's good. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Go ahead and step on out of the car. Face the vehicle.
Holy
Hands behind your back.
moly!
So you're under arrest at this time, okay, Trent?
He's
They're
actually
arresting me.
significantly gentler than I thought he was going to be, by the way. Usually these sovereign citizen types are insanely annoying. Like, he doesn't even suit the bill, really, of a sovereign citizen that much.
All right, come back here
This
to the car.
car is private property.
Okay. Come back here to this car.
You good?
Yeah. Turn around. Face my tailgate.
Why are you guys doing this to me? I don't know what you expect me to provide. There's no law saying I have to get state ID. Is there? If I gave you a birth date under duress, would you let me be on my way?
A little bit too late for that.
Of course. I would never do this to you.
Yeah, they had to hit him with a double cuff.
Man to
That's
man,
a
I would
big
never
boy.
do this to you. Can you tell me what might happen to my dogs?
Your dogs are probably going to stay with the female.
You know when I might be able to get released?
That's up to the judge. I gave you several chances to tell me
I
your date of
cannot
birth.
identify myself to an authority other than God. Parked in God's parking spot. You guys came along and thought it was yours, but well, you know what? There was another jurisdiction here before you guys came along. God made this planet. How do you think you own this place? How could you persecute me like this? Who are the ones that crucified Christ? Those were the government. You're the one that's going to be held liable and accountable.
Okay.
And not just by a court, because God does not operate in court.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
Okay, well, that's fine. I am
You
just doing
can-
my due diligence to warn you and
You
notice
can explain
you.
it to the judge.
For the record, if he was black, they would have shot him. So,
Arms purchased lawfully, registered lawfully, and I'm just letting you know that that's back there as a courtesy, which is a courtesy that I always do. That
Kamala Harris, black men deserve a president who cares about making their lives better. Yeah. She saw all the POA accounts that are all doing like cryptocurrency schemes and thought, I will be able to capture the black men once again, the 20% of young black men. You might as well go on Fresh and Fit at this point. You know what I mean? Provide $1 million in loans that are fully forgivable up to $20K for black entrepreneurs and others that start a business. Support education training, mentorship programs that lead to good paying jobs for black men, including pathways to become teachers. Protect cryptocurrency investments so black men who make them know their money is safe. Launch a national health initiative focused on the illnesses that disproportionately impact black men. Legalize recreational marijuana and create opportunities for black Americans to succeed in this new industry. Wait, what? That last part is a standalone. You don't have to say it for like black men specifically. What the fuck? That's crazy. No, it's not a troll. I saw the fucking crypto thing and I immediately knew what was going on. They looked at the fucking environment and they're trying to put the cart before the horse. You not black, bro? Yeah, you're right. Legalization of recreational marijuana should not be exclusively viewed from the lens of black people. The fuck? But anyway, like it disproportionately impacts black men that are incarcerated, but you don't have to say it like that. That's a universal policy. That's a good thing. You know? In any case, what she saw, I assume, is what I have seen as well, which is that like all these fucking podcasts and shit, all these black focused podcasts specifically, do a shit ton of like crypto rug pulls and stuff. So she was like, "Oh, I'll be able to win back these guys in the young black male demographic by directly being like, "Oh yeah, I'll protect your crypto assets." Ay ay ay. Good luck. Like it's funny because it is so insanely fucking neoliberal. Like she, I think, would be able to capture a broader swath of American society. She would piss off a lot more people too if she just straightforward was like, "Yeah, we're doing reparations." Like this way you end up, trying to directly target some people because you saw that they watched a podcast. And you try to like hyper target black men of a certain demographic in a campaign that is like hemorrhaging support from said demographic. Good luck. How the fuck did Democrats go from being ahead to now having a tight race and possibly losing? I don't know. Let's take a look.
Is essentially tied. That is both nationally and in the battleground states that really count. And the former president is drawing attention, renewed attention, you might say, for more rhetoric, new rhetoric as well.
The number of white Bernie bros caping for Joe Rogan in my mentions right now, all because of the Sanders team unforced error of coddling bigotry in an ad. Hate to see it. Oh yeah, Bakari Seller's gonna pop off when Kamala goes on Joe Rogan and talks about how awesome it was when she went on. But it was a great way to fucking shit on Bernie Sanders when he went on. Remember when everyone was criticizing Bernie Sanders? My favorite website for the 2020 primary is still relevant to this day. Oh my lord, trust me, this is good. Yesterday, I announced that as president, I'll establish a negative income tax program for senior citizens who open a dunk tank that operates 3 weeks in a red district. Yesterday, I announced I'll establish an equal pay program for unmarried men who open a donut shop that operates 7 weeks in a parking garage. Yeah, this is tailored off of like, dude, it's crazy because that is literally what's going on. If I clicked on that enough times, we would arrive at a real current active Kamala Harris policy. This level of hyper targeting is so stupid. She should not go on it. Too late. She made it.
Well, about going after his enemies. Caitlin Huey-Burns is on the trail in Pennsylvania for us. Caitlin, good morning.
Good morning. Well, a sure sign that this campaign is in the final stretch, the increased rhetoric. Over the weekend, former President Trump leaned into immigration, but he also warned of what he called, quote, the enemy from within.
In the battleground border state of Arizona on Sunday, former President Donald Trump focused on what has become.
That was one of the most crazy aspects of my talk with the Pod Johns was when John not Lovett oh my God, the fuck is wrong with me? What is wrong with my brain? John Favreau was like, oh, well, we're fielding a lot of calls from Jewish voters in Michigan that are saying like, no, we like what we're scared about anti-Semitism. And it's like, dude, there is not a single fucking poll that shows that a decent number of Americans in either direction that is in support of any party that wants to maintain the current standard with Israel. Like, that's crazy. And not only that, but there is polling that shows it's their 9th priority for Jewish Americans. Because Jewish Americans, much like trans Americans, black Americans, do not exist in a different fucking plane, okay? They're here in the real world with us. And demographically speaking, if they're young Jewish Americans, they have the same interests as other young Americans do. There is no, like, unifying singular priority in Israel. I'm pretty sure if you're, like, a young Jewish American that is fucking going to college, you have the exact same considerations and the exact same concerns with respect to, I don't know, cost of living, how expensive rent is, how expensive your textbooks are. And you are more likely on the side of stopping the carnage in the region than continuing to give unlimited weapons to Israel so they can keep killing Palestinians.
A defining issue of his campaign, immigration.
When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins.
Trump pledged to hire 10,000 more Border Patrol agents after earlier this year opposing a bipartisan bill that would have added 1,500 more personnel, all while ramping up his rhetoric.
We're now known all throughout the world as an occupied.
My favorite part of the pod was when you quoted a direct Obama speech line in Obama voice to the guy who wrote the speech. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah, when I busted out the nation building, was that what I talked about? I forgot. Yeah, I did do that directly to his face. I didn't do the and pussy too, because I know that John didn't write that line.
Country.
Also on Sunday, the former president suggested using the military to go after a, quote, enemy from within on Election Day.
Where is it? We can find the link. Someone can send the link if you want.
We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
At a rally in North Carolina, Vice President...
By the way, yeah, Trump is literally every day escalating the conversation. He went to Aurora and was like, the fucking Venezuelans took over your neighborhoods. Like, we're going to fucking purge them. We're going to do ethnic camps. We're going to do mass displacement. And then he's like, we're going to have the National Guard sort it all out. We're going to kill everyone. By the time the election comes around, he's going to be like, I'm just here to kill every single person. Like, I'm here to do that. Where I don't know exactly when I brought up the Obama voice. Almost dual loyalty territory. It's like, leave that, especially for young Jewish voters as well. Around 42 minutes. Oh, damn. I almost got it right. To do like neocon agenda shit that like virtually zero people want, and even less people in DC want it now, because they might want it, but they just don't want it in the way that it's currently unfolding. Yeah. Because even they recognize the danger that presents for America's interests in the region, right? So who are we doing this for? I know, but like is telling them, like, you know, the Iranian guys are saying death to America all the time. But they don't really care. Like, they don't want the money to go there. And back in the day, I think Barack Obama did a fantastic job of communicating that. Instead of doing nation building in Iraq and Afghanistan, we should do nation building here. That's what he said in 2008. You might have written that, actually.
Yeah,
it's a great line.
Very popular Democratic line from way back when.
Yeah. I did the pussy too. Oh no. Josh Shapiro does a way better Obama than you. I know. If you like your podcast, you can keep it. Oh no. But like, but that's the
since
thing.
the Kerry days, yeah.
I know, but like, what happened? Now we're just like, we want to have the strongest dick military of all time. We got to have a lethal military. Like, we got to fuck shit up. We're restructuring the party to do like neocon agenda shit that like virtually zero people want, and even less people in DC want it now, because they might want it, but they just don't want it in the way that it's currently unfolding, because even they recognize the danger that that presents for America's interests in the region, right? Everyone else talks about Pussy 2, but no one ever thinks about introducing the innovation of Bussy 2. Don't worry, gay Obama, Pete Buttigieg, will introduce Bussy 2. You were spitting in this pod for real? Yeah, it was... It got pretty solid reception, honestly. No shade. This camera angle in your glasses kind of make you a little cross-eyed. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I almost said Joe Brandon to him, too. I'm glad I held myself back.
President Kamala Harris slammed Trump for turning down another debate and mainstream interviews.
Why does his staff want him to hide away? One must question, are they afraid that people will see that he is too weak and unstable to lead America?
Earlier in the day, Harris attended Sunday service in the state as her campaign makes a more aggressive push to win over black men, a critical voting bloc for which Trump is also competing. CBS News polling shows Harris has as much support from black voters as President Biden did in 2020, but her campaign has concerns about turnout.
And the Harris campaign released a set of economic proposals specifically for black men. She'll be campaigning in Erie, Pennsylvania today. Former President Trump will be here outside Philadelphia for a town hall that his campaign says will be focused on the economy and inflation.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners, every transgender.
Dude, I love these ads so much. It's just such a waste of money. Like, you will never convince me that this is a good ad, okay? You will never convince me that this is a good ad. People don't give a fuck. Their wallets are screaming, dude, okay? You're so stupid. You, in the Republican Party, are so fucking stupid. What a ginormous waste of money. They are literally throwing, okay? They are throwing. People are like, the fuck? I don't give a shit, dude. Shut the fuck up. Clearly, people in the margins will want to know whether Kamala will trans the prisoners. It's like, instead of like hyper-focusing her campaign initiatives to like a very specific subset of the American population, if Kamala Harris started criticizing Trump on that same exact front. It's like, it's so dumb. It is hilarious. It is a throw off, okay? Both sides are desperately swinging for the unimaginable, the worst election that you could hold, the worst campaign. It's crazy. Kamala Harris wants to do bottom surgery on inmate transgender undocumented migrants. Please vote for us is hilarious. Your number one issue is the economy. Your number two issue is immigration. And you're literally you're spending tens of millions of dollars on this idiotic nonsense that no one cares about. Not a single person has brought up trans issues. Okay? Like, Republicans are asked, like, what are the top priorities for you? Okay? Trans shit does not come up in the top 10. Okay? This stuff is literally worse than packaging it as like trans women participating in sports. I'm almost certain I'm almost certain that they didn't even fucking test this out. Like, they must not have even focus tested this, and they just kind of ran with it because they were like, it sounds good. Because if they did, at least they would talk about, like, you know, transgenders coming in and stealing your daughter's high school championship. Like, that is the only thing that Americans respond to negatively about trans people. Every other issue, they're like, yeah, they're weird. I don't care. Fuck you. Okay. And they're being disproportionately targeted. Like 60% of Americans are like, yes, trans people are unjustifiably and disproportionately targeted in America. Also, yes, we find them to be weird and we don't want them to participate in high school sports. Okay. That's it. That's like the American majority opinion. It's weird. It doesn't make sense, but you cannot give these people enough ammunition to give a shit about trans people, okay? You just can't. They just don't care.
Inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald.
Oh my God, they got the black voice. Kamala is for they, them.
Is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Yeah. Good stuff. Now, the reason why the polls have tightened over the course of the last month is because, and I'm repeating this statement that I made in the Discord, Kamala Harris turns out going on national television and talking about how much she is exactly like Joe Biden was literally more effective in galvanizing the pro-Trump base and getting undecideds to go for Trump than Donald Trump being potentially assassinated twice. Donald Trump gets assassinated every fucking weekend and the polls don't move. Kamala Harris goes on television and is like, I love Joe Biden. I am Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden, but like even more annoying. Okay. At least I don't even have the quirky moments where like Joe Biden says, listen, fat. And Americans were like, oh my God, this sucks so bad. Oh, it's awesome. It's fucking dope. It's hilarious. And they have not stopped. And now they're like, well, it's sunk costs. We've already leaned in this direction too much. We might as well keep going. It is, after all, a truncated campaign. I'm stealing that line. Oh my God. Yeah, it's weird. I don't care. Fuck you. Might be the punchiest encapsulation of the American ethos I've ever heard. The ignorance, the apathy, the uncalled for aggression. Literally perfect. No, but that's it. Most Americans are just like, yeah, trans stuff is weird. I don't care. Fuck you for telling me. That is what it is. That is the majority position. Most people literally will be like, trans stuff is weird. I don't care about it. Also, they are literally being discriminated against. And also, they shouldn't participate in women's sports. That's it. Those are like, in terms of the trans issues, those are the four most common things that you hear from normal Americans, okay? So when you get into the fucking weeds of this shit, they're like, yeah, I don't care. Like, why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me this shit? What the fuck? It is not dissimilar to people who are basically locked in on intactivism, okay? The otherwise moral, not saying that being anti-trans is, but intactivism is a technically morally correct position that is objectively too weird for people to argue for. And that is the reason why so many people that are intactivists are gross. Because at the end of the day, your entire political advocacy revolves around baby penises. And most people are like, that's a weird thing to focus on, man. I don't want to think about that. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. At the end of the day, that's what it is. And that's the reason why so many of these fucking weirdos who are transphobic consistently talk about genital mutilation of children. And every single person that is also transphobic looks at them and goes, ew, what are you saying? What the fuck are you? I don't want to hear this ever again. I don't want to hear those words coming out of your fucking mouth. Your grown ass adult mouth. Shut the fuck up.
For more on the race for the White House and our latest poll, we're joined now by CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, the polling shows already close race has tightened further. Why is that?
Let me start by reminding people just how tight this is. When you look at our estimates across each and every one of the battleground states, one after another is effectively even. So it's a race that either candidate can and may win. But one reason I think this week was highlighted is that you see how differently these candidates and their supporters define what is, not just what ought to be going forward. Let me show you a couple of different examples. Start with the debate over hurricane relief. Trump supporters say that they believe hurricane relief is not going to people impacted by the hurricane. In fact, they accept the claim that FEMA money was diverted to people in the country illegally. And Harris voters say speed of FEMA was just about right and that aid is going to people impacted. But that's just one example. Take another, the economy. Harris voters say that the economy is largely good. They say, or are more likely to say, that the stock market is up this year, that the U.S. has been adding jobs. Trump voters much less likely to say those things. And one more example, the border. Harris voters say that crossings of the border, the U.S.-Mexico border, are down. Trump voters say that crossings are.
I don't like this false presentation because the ultimate argument here is that Trump voters are hallucinating an alternative reality, which is true. They literally are. The issue, on the other hand, is that the real takeaway from this is that the Democratic Party has a real messaging problem. They have a real credibility problem, and they have a more significant messaging problem. Part of that is coming from the capitulation to the right. When you literally frame everything from their perspective and you try to dance around in their waters, you're going to lose. You're going to fucking drown. And that's precisely what's going on here. Okay? You should have, a long time ago, been like, these motherfuckers are hallucinating. They are not real. They are making shit up. We are going to use real data. Look at what's going on. And then we're going to pummel you in the fucking head with emotional anecdotes about undocumented migrants who happen to be your fucking neighbors, who are taking care of their children, who are working 3-4 jobs, okay, to make ends meet, who literally deserve a pathway to citizenship. For every single one of the undocumented crimes, all 24 of the homicides that the undocumented people have committed on U.S. soil in this fiscal year, there are a million fucking versions of your neighbors that are coexisting with you peacefully, and Trump wants to fucking rip them away. Why can't the Democratic Party use anecdotes in the same way to communicate the actual reality of the matter? Are they woefully incompetent? Are they incapable? Are they oblivious to the reality? No, it's because they want to fucking lose. And they possibly recognize that immigration is going to become an even larger problem down the line as climate migrants, climate refugees start coming over the border, and we have to start getting Americans primed to killing them before it becomes, too much of a problem for either party. You can't let the Republicans capture that fucking territory entirely. That's it. It's not because they hate the leftists that bad, okay? Please understand. It's also because they are trying to capture that space, not realizing that you will never be able to capture that space, and you should be fighting desperately, tooth and nail, against the Republican priming against migrants.
Up. So what that does is it all underpins this idea. It's not just competing ideologies going forward. It's different views of what is right now in the country.
There's no agreed upon set of facts. So,
Exactly.
on things that are measurable, arguably. So if they get their information differently, who do these individuals trust to provide it to them?
We started by asking people how much they use social media. And both camps, both Trump and Harris voters, do use it. They don't necessarily trust everything they see on it. But one thing they say is that they feel social media makes it easier for them to find people that they agree with. And that's a reminder to everyone when we look at the role of information.
This is the reason why so many motherfuckers hate my coverage over the course of this election, because I keep telling them that like the Democrats are sucking dick, and they get really bent. They get really frustrated. They get really fucking butthurt when they hear that, because they're like, come on, man, just tell me it's fucking all right. Tell me how bad the Republicans are, please. Just shut the fuck up about the Democrats. And unfortunately, I can't shut the fuck up about the Democrats. And like, I don't know if you noticed this, but like, I rarely even fucking talk about how much the Democrats suck dick when it comes to Gaza. I keep that as a separate criticism, okay? Whenever I'm talking about the Democratic Party's performance in the upcoming election, of course I give adequate amount of coverage to Gaza in that context as well. But obviously there are still far greater problems in terms of the campaigning that the Democrats are implementing. And yet people still don't want to hear it. Okay? I have a couple low propensity voters in my orbit that talk about how much they love Donald Trump. And I poll them with regular frequency. It's totally anecdotal, and it's, you know, far from the most consequential way of doing this. But I like seeing what they have to say and the likelihood that they will go out and vote. The mid-propensity voter will be voting for Donald Trump. The low-propensity voter that has never voted, the mid-propensity voter has voted in the past for Donald Trump in 2016, didn't vote in 2020. Okay? The low-propensity voter has never voted. He is even more conspiratorial than the mid-propensity voter. He is not voting. The moment that he tells me he's voting, it's over. Donald Trump is definitely winning. Right now, Donald Trump may be winning. All I'm saying is, if you're a fucking Trump supporter who believes in conspiracy theories and like kind of is captivated by Trumpian rhetoric, Trumpian sentiment, okay, and you are going out of your way to fucking vote for Donald Trump in California. No, they're not in a swing state. They're in California. Okay? That means that there are a lot of fucking mid-propensity voters that are doing the same in swing states. That's the way I look at it. Okay, I hate how parasocial you guys are getting. You do not know any of these people. There are a shit ton of people that I communicate with on a daily basis that I will never have anywhere near the camera. You will never know about them. You guys are being incredibly fucking annoying right now.
Information. It's not just that people are maybe getting right or wrong things or are steered in a different direction. It's that sometimes they very affirmatively go out and look for things that reinforce existing beliefs. The other part is look at sources of information. For Trump voters, Donald Trump is a trusted source of information, as much as their family and friends, and more than a lot of, let's call them experts.
Wait, what? Feel what tells you is true Trump voters? Top answer is Donald Trump. Friends and family, conservative media figures, religious leaders.
As much as their family and friends, and more than a lot of, let's call them experts. But they're not as trusting across the board of all those things. Whereas Harris voters also trust.
Lame medical scientists. Boo. They trust Joe Biden. By the way, this is also just as fucking delusional. Make no mistake. Liberals like to put themselves up on this pedestal of like moral integrity and also intellectual pursuit. And it's like, dog, you just said Joe Biden. Like you trust Joe Biden? Joe Biden is not to be trusted with his bowel movements. Like Joe Biden's immediate family members don't trust him with driving a car. And you're over here being like, well, I trust that fucking 800-year-old little demon who has told me time and time again, he's working tirelessly around a ceasefire, Jack. We beat Medicare. I trust him.
Harris very much, but they also trust other sources like the ones that I mentioned across the board. One thing we saw that both camps share is they're concerned about foreign interference, that foreign countries are trying to influence them, the voters, to try to steer this election. And what tends to happen is each camp thinks that Iran, China, Russia wants the other candidate to win this. Where all this comes out is when you look ahead, what happens after the results are counted. Donald Trump's voters are more likely than Harris's to say that his camp should challenge the election if he loses. And they're more suspicious that there will be widespread fraud in this election. That's something, talk about different views of what is, that we need to keep an eye on once the race is over.
Interesting. Anthony Salvanto, thank you.
Thank you.
And for more on our brand new NBC News poll.
Bro, you don't understand. Yeah, Iran, dude. Iran is going to fucking interfere in American elections. Like, I feel like even Russia is too busy fucking, doing their own shit. And so is Iran to hyper focus on the American elections. They don't have enough cash, even on a good day, to swing in that favor. Maybe China, but even then, it's like, I think they mean Chinese interference is TikTok. That's it.
I am joined now by national political correspondent Steve Kornacki to take us through all of the numbers.
Let's
Steve,
go.
boy, this is a big one.
Yeah, Kristen, I mean, the numbers say it. It is a tie game here weeks before the election, and it's that shift. Our last poll taken in the wake of that September.
Dog, 44. He made up so much ground, dude. Fucking told you. I told you. What did I tell you? Never underestimate the ability of the Democratic Party to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Okay? And they did it. And they did the dang thing. And now it is an unnecessarily tight race with current trends showing a trajectory that favors the Republicans and a trajectory that does not favor the motherfucking Democrats. And the entire fucking time, the Republicans have been running the worst campaign of all time. Okay? Only to be met with the worst campaign from the Democratic Party. She can turn this around by campaigning with George W. Bush in Michigan? Yeah, that's right.
Debate, Harris had opened up that advantage over Trump. Gone in our new poll. What goes into that? What's behind that? I think this one is revealing. This is the basic perception.
Bro, I'm telling you right now. Okay? It's going to be real funny come November when the Democrats lose the general election and barely eke out a victory in the Electoral College. Okay? And then the next day, the Republicans are going to be like, we need to abolish this shit. We need to abolish this shit pronto. I'm telling you. Democrats are going to win a marginal victory in the Electoral College while losing the fucking popular vote to the Republicans, dude. Oh my God.
Voters have of these candidates. Is it positive? Is it negative? Now, these are not great numbers for either one. Trump 43 positive, 51 negative. He's 8 points underwater, you might say. But look at Harris. Exact same positive score and that negative number almost in the exact same place. And this is it. The last time we polled this question after that debate, Harris had really made up ground in this area. Look, she had a positive rating, 48 to 45. So that advantage has all in the last few weeks in our.
That is absolutely not going to happen, bro. No way, Law. I don't think you guys are looking at. I don't think you guys are looking at polling. Like, national polls overall do not favor the Democrats in the way that you think they do. That's number one. Democrats already need a fucking +5 advantage to win national, to win a national campaign in terms of the national polling anyway, the way that the Electoral College is designed. But having said that, the most consistent and the most revealing aspect of this is that low and medium propensity, mid propensity and low propensity voters greatly favor by wider margins the Trump campaign than high propensity voters favoring Kamala Harris. This means that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and no matter what propensity of a voter you are, you're going to still see a 3-minute ad break unless you subscribe. Okay? That's right. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I am saying I don't see an Electoral College win for the Democrats.
Poll washed away for her. Then there's some issues, some characteristics here. These are advantages in red here that you see for Trump now versus September. On the immigration and the border, we ask voters who would be better on this. In September, Trump had a big advantage. It's gotten bigger. On inflation and the cost of living, Trump.
I don't get it. Kamala Harris keeps talking about, 1, the opportunity economy, and 2, how she has the most right-wing border bill that she's going to sign first day in office. Why is it that these people don't hear the message? Oh, it must be because she's a woman and black. Yes, that is a part of it, by the way. Perhaps if there was a guy who ahead of time was saying, well, considering that you are, what? This Twitch staffer keeps trying to ask a question but gets hit by Fossabot. What is it? You've talked about less than evil voting a lot before. The other day you mentioned less than evil voting is less bad for Senate elections versus the presidential election. When you talk about presidential less than evil voting being bad, do you mean that voting for the less than evil candidate is bad, or settling for them, endorsing them because they're the lesser evil is bad, and the fight for legislation rather than the candidate? I hate lesser evil voting as an argument because it's a demonstrably unsuccessful argument. Okay. But in terms of down ballot races, in terms of like the Democrats maintaining the Senate, that one is a little bit more reasonable because that's where legislation happens, or blocking and pushing legislation and court appointments happen. Ultimately, it's still an inconsequential argument. It's not going to cause people to swing in one direction, but it is one that I'm like willing to entertain. A defensive voting posture is one that I'm willing to entertain. The issue, however, is that once again, my criticisms of lesser evil voting are not about like whether or not it is true in theory. It is more so about the fact that it is a idiotic way to argue because no one gives a fuck, right? No random American that is choosing the couch over going out and voting come election day is going to actually go out and vote because they personally have decided like, well, I got to protect American democracy. That's not how it works. In order to activate these people, you have to figure out where the harm is and explain to them how you're going to stop the harm. Anyway, you put it perfectly when you said, then holding one's vote for Trump is a vote for Harris. Then in the liberal reverse argument, you reverse Uno'd them. I know, but they don't care. They get mad because it's like, you take my vote for granted. Like the entire position is that, you know, your vote is taken for granted. Like they automatically have it. So now you're just not voting for one party over the other. If I was a Trump supporter, like openly a Trump supporter who was like, I voted for the Republican Party, liberals would be courting my vote so fucking aggressively. That's how you know. That's how you know all these dumbasses know I'm not a fucking Trump supporter, even though they go, Hasan seems like a Trump supporter. Yeah, right, dude. If you actually thought I was a Trump supporter, you would literally go, I am going to touches you. Okay. If liberals actually thought I was a real Trump supporter, they would be sucking my dick every day to be like, oh, what can we do to get your vote? Please, sir.
Trump's advantage now hits double digits. And on the question of who represents change, Harris had the advantage in September. She still does. but lower.
So significant because voters are telling us change is a critical issue for them, not the direction you want to be going in there, Steve.
No, absolutely not. And maybe a reason for that, too, is remember, she's the VP in an unpopular administration. Look, we asked Joe Biden's policies as president.
Impact on your family, Biden policies helping 25%, hurting 45%. I wonder, guys, I wonder if the person who replaced this guy should constantly talk about how she is exactly like Joe Biden. I can't seem to make my mind up on this. It's like, maybe, you know what? Maybe if Kamala Harris went on television and told Americans how close she is to the unpopular candidate that was so unpopular that she literally fucking replaced him on the ticket, then Americans will finally catch up.
Do you think they're helping or hurting your family? Look at that. Almost 2-to-1 say hurting more than helping. His job approval rating is in the low 40s. And then here's the twist. When you ask folks, when Trump was president, were his policies helping or hurting? Look at that difference. 44% say helping, 31% say they hurt. So retrospectively, Trump is getting some numbers here. Maybe he didn't even get when he was president. And then this is, in perspective, the challenge that Harris faces. These are the modern vice presidents like Harris, incumbent vice presidents, running while their boss was still in office. And just look, 88, George Bush Sr., his boss Reagan had nearly a 60% approval rating. Bush won. 2000, Clinton was at 60%. Gore didn't win, but he won the popular vote. We can say that.
It's not like you have been saying it over and over again for weeks, even before seeing the polls, these polls. Yes, I've been saying that because I think it's objectively a dog shit way to fucking campaign, because I've seen Democrats run that way and lose time and time again. So I was just simply looking at the past and looking at the mistakes of prior Democratic Party campaigns. And yet something that I can see clearly, they simply cannot. I don't know why. I don't know why they have this like obvious inability to recognize why this would be a fucking stupid idea, but there they are. Hasan, she isn't losing the popular vote when she's getting close to or right at 50% in high quality polling. Dude, what are you saying right now? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? First of all, I said it would be really funny, and it's not that crazy of a reality to assume that come November, Kamala Harris fucking loses the popular vote and then wins the Electoral College. That's the one thing I mentioned. Okay. Your counter to that is that she's getting close to or right at 50% in most high quality polls. Does that seem like she's going to definitely win the popular vote? Like, I know that there's a lot of junk polls out there. I know. Okay. But you're not making the argument that you think you're making. This is precisely why I said that if low to mid propensity voters come out in high numbers, because for one reason or another, they were activated by Donald Trump because they think Donald Trump is going to defend their interests. They think Donald Trump is going to fix the economy. They think Donald Trump is, going to do this or that. Somehow, Donald Trump is going to make podcasting legal again or something. I don't know. If they come out, Kamala Harris absolutely loses the fucking popular vote.
And here's Harris, and just look how different the atmosphere is. Biden's approval rating in our poll, only 43 points. She's running in a totally different atmosphere than previous incumbent vice presidents did. And then we could talk about issues. This is an interesting way. Typically in the past, we've just given folks a list of issues, said, are they important? Here we've asked a question, is this issue so singularly important that it's the entire basis of your vote for president. And you could see abortion comes in number one there.
And that's so significant. This is the first presidential election after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Hugely significant. Abortion is at the top. Usually we're talking about the cost of living as being the energizing factor.
Absolutely. And I think the Harris folks, if they're looking for good news in this poll, it's this, because this issue is her biggest advantage over Donald Trump. And you could see, as you say, potentially a motivating factor. And one more note here, just got to show this. The gender gap. We always talk about gender gaps in presidential races, but how about this? Trump by 16 among men, Harris 14 among women. That is a 30-point difference between those two. If that happens on Election Day, that's one for the history books. We've never seen it that high.
Yeah, an historic gender gap for sure. All right, Steve Kornacki, as always, great stuff. Thanks, you.
Kristen. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
For more now on the state of the race, let's bring in Rachel Scott to break down the numbers in our latest.
This is so funny. This guy, Ollie Winston, investigative reporter, criminal justice, privacy, whatever. Okay, says Hasan is dead right about this. Young men have been ignored as a demographic by Dems, the left, for roughly a decade, and the consequences have been abysmal. You've left them with no counter to Andrew Tate, Jake Paul, knuckle dragging, bro culture grifters. First of all, I literally am that counter. And then he responds to this person who has limited their post to me. Oh, he's a dipshit, but the rule of broken clock applies here. Perhaps your fucking idiotic approach to American politics is part of the problem. Because one, you do not recognize me as a counter to this, and you also personally think I'm a, dipshit. There you go. That's it. Like, all these people are like, oh, I wonder who's the fucking guy who's like reaching out to young men. This community is dominated by young men, okay? And a platform that is also dominated by young men. I'm the guy. It's just a lot of liberals will simultaneously be like, why is nobody reaching out to these young men? And then they turn around and look at a guy who is, and they go, oh, he sucks because I don't agree with a fucking clip chimp that I saw of him. The tweet you're missing, he's also somehow not part of the solution, which is more insightful observation than blaming the left, whatever that is in the 2010s, 2020s. There's been no shortage of left-coded bro culture figures. They don't take off because they're not antisocial enough. I've seen people on Twitter literally call you leftist Andrew Tate for saying the Democrats should improve on their messaging by stopping the genocide. These people are psychos. Yeah, exactly. Wait. No, Megaphonics, you misunderstand. To be fair, and not that this person is making this point, but you're not really the Andrew Tate for the left. You're just a personality figurehead. But it's not like you're stooping to the same levels of Tate with just a different bend. You're fundamentally better. No, but those people think I am the Andrew Tate of the left, and then they yell at me. That's the point. They yell at me because of my communication style. They yell at me because of my worldview. They think I am a bad faith grifter for being authentically myself, not recognizing that I provide a perfect counterbalance to the likes of these fucking POA podcasters. Because I am, in many ways, everything that they genuinely represent themselves as. A successful man, a cisgender, heterosexual, successful man who women aren't immediately fucking disgusted by, who isn't fucking running around showcasing his material possessions in an effort to, I don't know, accrue some kind of social capital. So they have no active or effective, the PUA podcasters and the bros don't have a legitimate counter. So all they can do is, oh, you're gay, dog. You wore a dress one time. And to that I say, yeah, I'm comfortable in my sexuality. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'll wear a dress and I'll look more brolic than you ever could. That's it. But when dumbass liberals see that shit, they also personally go, ugh, this guy's too broy. I don't like him. He's disgusting. He's nasty. Or, you know, I don't agree with the way he interprets American foreign policy, so I'm going to hate him. He's a terror supporter, blah, blah, blah. It's fucking stupid. The thing is, would they ever think you are good? They themselves are right-wingers or right-wing adjacent. They aren't neo-libs the main issue. Anyway, ultimately, a big part of the problem is that obviously the algorithms are fucking right-wing boosted. That's it. Come to the right, all love. Yeah, if I had no fucking morals, I would have been the absolute best right-wing grifter on the fucking planet.
This poll, and Rachel, this is a real toss-up now.
Yeah, when this race was close, it is given even closer now with just 22 days to go. Now just 2 points separating these two candidates in this final stretch. Vice President Kamala Harris at 50%. She still has the edge over former President Donald Trump at 48%. This is within the polls' margin of error. But I want you to take a look at where this race stood just a few weeks.
Yeah, the momentum favors Trump and does not favor Kamala Harris. But the reality is, of course, the momentum doesn't favor Kamala Harris and favors Donald Trump. Kamala Harris has been running a dog shit campaign. That's it. That's it. The funniest aspect of this, of course, is that Kamala Harris Harris's popularity has declined. Her negatives are up. Her popularity has started waning. Positive sentiment is going down. Negative sentiment is going up. I wonder what changed. She's constantly on camera. Okay, she's presenting herself in the worst way possible to a broader audience because she's listening to her fucking dumbass analysts in a goddamn closed circuit telling her that it's the smart thing to do. Okay, that you got to keep hugging and kissing the Republicans, not remembering that you are running against Republicans. Okay, you're running against the Republican Party. Hello. Why would you say that you like the Republicans when you were running against the Republicans? When she launched her campaign as a bold progressive that was going on offense against Republicans, she was a rocket ship. And then she cut that as quickly as possible. Every single advisor needs to be fired. Okay? Anyway, but you know what's even crazier? Abortion is a top motivating issue and the best issue for Harris. That's still carrying her and the reason why she's not underwater. Once again, this is such a Republican election that, one, both parties are saying that they're Republican, okay, to varying degrees. But what's funny is the only reason why it's even a contested election is because of the success of the Republicans in terms of abortion. If they had not overturn Roe v. Wade, this would not even be a conversation, okay? This would not be a conversation. Another thing that I'll say, if January 6th didn't happen, this would not be as contested of a race because there are a lot of Republicans that got picked off because they were like, ugh, I hate it. That's gross. I can't believe that they did that to the Constitution. I love the Constitution. I love hugging and kissing the Constitution. I love putting the Constitution in my ass every night. I love getting fucked by the Constitution. There's a lot of card-carrying Republicans that feel that way. They were like, ooh, it's crazy what Trump did. Okay? So, like, both of those reasons that Trump is not fucking doing incredible work right now in the polls are directly his own fault. Israel more important than guns or healthcare. Vast majorities want a ceasefire, and she's supporting an expansion of the war. Pathetic. Excuse me. Excuse me. Israel's military conflict against Hamas or Hezbollah seemingly is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th most important issue. But I'm going to read that as it's the 5th most important issue that Americans want and want to support Israel on. That's the way I'm going to read this as, okay? Sorry, you will never tell me that it's not that significant. Still the 5th? Yeah, of course it's the 5th. Americans do not care about foreign policy, okay? They don't care about foreign policy until it's the only thing they care about. We're not there. Seemingly, Israel can do as much death and destruction as possible as long as American soldiers are not fucking directly engaged, which they might be now that they have American soldiers doing operating missile defense systems inside of Israel. Okay? Until that fucking happens, is not, Americans, until they go directly into war, They're not going to give a shit. This is still pretty fucking high, though. They care about it more than guns, healthcare, Social Security, and Medicare, dude. Are you kidding me? Anyway. Hey, guess who's doing objectively better on Israel, by the way? Wait, don't they have this? Here. Handling Israel's military conflict with Hamas. What is this? 48% say Trump would do better. 30% say Kamala Harris would do better. Is that what it is? Am I reading this correctly? So 18 points? Nice. 50% say Kamala Harris. Wait, what? How did they do this? Deal with inflation and the cost of living. 50% say Republicans will do better. 39% say 39% say Democrats will do better. Kamala Harris will do better. The vice presidential debate did a great disservice showing what the reps are normal, likable, and relatable, and that they have more in common than you think and not weird fascists, etc. I know. It was a fucking major mistake. Yes, look at the top, dummy. No, the way that they did this is weird because they swap out the blue and the red. No, they don't. Blue is Dems and reds is reps. More than 50% of Americans appear to support Israel. Do you think that's actually true or what? No, I don't. They play fast and loose with the data whenever they bring up any kind of like support for Israel that's beyond marginal. Did you watch the New York Times interview with JD Vance the other day? Yes, I wanted to fucking die. Okay, it was so bad. Especially when, okay, I had to shut it off for like a little bit and breathe. When the interviewer said, how much time would it take for you to deport every undocumented migrant on U.S. soil, which you have officially lied about and said is 25 million? I was like, that's really the question? Like, that's the, like, how fast they can deport migrants? Like, that's the question you want to ask, New York Times? That's insane. JD Vance had another banger of an interview where he presented himself to a liberal audience as a normal liberal, for the record. Like as a normal conservative. Anyway, well, 50% sounds reasonable considering a lot of them seem to support Israel too. No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't sound reasonable. And no, what are you talking about? A lot of them support Israel? No, dog. It's only the fucking media and also the Democratic Party that actually actively supports Israel. Please talk to a normal person for once in your fucking lives. Please, I can't believe I'm the one who's saying this. I've been live for 9 hours today. Okay? Like, look at one fucking poll. Look at one poll that isn't like, look at the actual polling data and not what the article headline says the polling data represents. And you will understand that that is a ridiculous fucking statement. Half the time, the polls are like, do you support a full Islamic takeover of Hamas that will restore the Islamic Caliphate? Or do you support the most moral nation on the planet, Israel? And even then on those polls, it's like 75% being like, no, I said the Shahada. I believe in the Islamic Caliphate. What the fuck are you talking about? Earlier today, we talked to a content creator by the name of Asmongold, who said Palestinians have inferior culture and deserve their fate. He also personally believes, despite the Islamophobic sentiment, that Israel is doing a genocide and that is unacceptable. Please understand that most Americans are probably closer to fucking Asmongold than your friends are, okay? Than you are to most Americans in their attitude towards this. But even even then, most Americans are like, yeah, I don't really like what Israel's doing. Oh my God. Remember when there was a poll? Yeah, post October 7, when they asked like young, there was the Harvard Siena poll. Yeah. There was a poll that asked young people to pick between Hamas and the IDF, and everyone sided with Hamas. And they were like, young people support Hamas. What the fuck is going on? It's like, bro, you asked them. There is no other option there. Obviously, they're going to be like, okay, well, not the guys that have killed so many people. Yeah. No shit. Lesser evil voting, baby. You want harm reduction voting? You got it. You won't be shocked to learn that this Washington Post survey of 400,000 shows that Jews in America are voting overwhelmingly for Democrats, and the only ones voting Republicans cited Israel as support for being their main reason. Jewish Americans still overwhelmingly prefer Harris polls show, but surveys always suggest some softening this year compared to 2020. The contest is particularly pronounced in Pennsylvania, home to about 400,000 Jews. Jews have also said that Israel is the 9th priority out of the top 10 priorities that they have. I wonder why. You could say it's because both parties are pro-Israel unconditionally. That sure is probably some of the reason why some Jews are voting for the Democratic Party, because like they know they will also maintain Israel's protection. But in reality, it's probably simpler than that. And that is that Jews are not a mythical group of individuals that exist outside of the normal American plane of existence. They do not exist in a totally separate plane of existence where they only care about Israel, okay? They still got motherfucking food that they need to put on their goddamn tables. They still need to have a roof over their goddamn heads, okay? They are not magical, mystical beings that just live off of how many Palestinian babies are being killed by Israel. So I don't know why people act like that is the case. American Jews, and you're going to be shocked to find this out, live in America. And therefore, they are also susceptible to the same material conditions that the rest of American society are subjected to. Shocking. It's pretty funny because this is the same principle that stands for every group, every voting bloc, every marginalized community. That's why I always laugh when people talk about like trans issues from a hyper-specific perspective, whether to besmirch trans people and say that they are bad or whatever the fuck, or whether it is to do like a shitty liberal version of like defending trans people. It's like, you know what Medicare for all helps? You know what group it helps? Trans people, Jewish people, pretty much everyone. Harris and Trump vie for Jewish voters unsettled by Israel-Gaza conflict. The contest is particularly pronounced in Pennsylvania, home to about 400,000 Jews, more than 4 times Biden of margin of victory in the state of 2020. I love that we are doing the woke, like, dual loyalty shit. Okay? This is my favorite. This is my favorite type of article that people write when they're like, yeah, you know, Jews exhibit dual loyalty. Actually, not even dual loyalty, single loyalty. Loyalty to the state of Israel. And therefore, you have to let America do all the genocide because all Jews, they only care about this, okay? I promise you, nothing else. That is crazy. Like, it makes sense why victims of Israel's genocidal actions are single-issue voters, because they are victims of Israel's genocidal actions, okay? Like they're victims. Jon Favreau did it to your face. Yeah, I know. I reacted to it to the best of my ability. Besides some of the most rabid ultra-Zionists, ain't nobody is fucking running around being like, I want permanent genocide in the Middle East. That is what I'm voting for. Those guys exist. They're evangelicals, okay? And they're voting for Donald Trump anyway. That was a really weird point he made. Honestly, it didn't seem real. Yeah, it also doesn't like show up in the data at all. I read this article this morning, by the way. They're pointing to Vice President Kamala Harris' Jewish husband, Doug Emhoff, her role in crafting a national strategy to counter anti-Semitism and her work to pass billions in security funding for Israel. They're amplifying past comments by former President Donald Trump that many Jews condemned as anti-Semitic. Jewish Americans still overwhelmingly prefer Harris, polls show, but surveys also suggest some softening this year. Yeah, dude, it went from 80% to 75%. Wait, when I said this, you yelled at me? What? To be honest, Jews genociding Muslims all over the Middle East is basically just what Muslims did to other religions when they first took over the Middle East. It's basically 1,400-year-old karma for Muslim colonialization. What? Actually, Jews live underground with the lizard people. Remember the Jew tunnel story? I love that this guy is like deeply anti-Semitic, but also simultaneously deeply pro-Israel. That's cool. Like, he's anti-Semitic in a way that you would assume him to be like, oh, I hate Israel. But no, he's also like, he's a Nazi that falls on the other side of the equation. Cool, man. Thanks. Thanks for your input. I was referring to the Doug thing, although obviously I came from it from the opposite perspective compared to what you're saying in the article. People aren't saying, I will never vote for Democrats. Michael Schwartz, who oversees Pennsylvania voters for the Jewish Democratic Council of America. It's more, you need to convince me because some trust has been lost. This is a small trend, but it's out there. The question is how big it is. Yeah, dude. 75%. It went from 80% to 75%. That's crazy. And that's across the board. This isn't to mention like Jews in Pennsylvania specifically. It's just all Jews across the board. Polled. How stupid. Anyway, even 4 years ago, I don't remember the Jewish outreach machine being what it is now. That's the result of this moment for American Jews, said Schwartz, who for months has been running weekly phone banks to reach non-Republican Jewish voters. I think people at this moment see where if you're all in for Kamala or more skeptical, people want to have these conversations. Republicans and some other advocacy groups have mounted a giant effort on their own to attract Jewish voters newly unmoored from the Democratic Party. Particularly liberal Jews jarred by the ferocity of the past year's demonstrations against Israel, some of which tipped into anti-Semitism. I love this because in many ways, this is also super fucking like rushing to as right wing of a position as possible. And it's like kind of still losing voters to the Trump administration, which is crazy. Anyway. Republicans and some other advocacy groups have mounted a giant effort on their own to attract Jewish voters newly unmoored. They're using specifically developed apps that record which Jewish friends are registered to vote. Republicans doing an app to track Jews. Oh, well. That seems like a good idea, man. Come on, get on this application. We just want to track you for no reason. A family member of mine keeps forwarding me campus alert emails from ADL, which are so funny because it's just like daily, endless rage-based stories about minor incidences of college campuses. Most aren't even that. It's just like we saw the words Free Palestine in chalk on the sidewalk. Nationally, outbreaks of anti-Semitism have led to some Jewish voters to fear for their safety, a circumstance that can be pervasive in their voter behavior. I think there's nothing funnier than being like, I saw anti-Semitism increase. That's why I'm voting for the guy who literally said the group of people that said Jews will not replace us, some of them were very fine. Like, dude, there is, I mean, look, everyone has the capacity to be a fucking idiot, okay? You know? Yeah, I'm going to go with the guy that literally had dinner with Kanye West and another open neo-Nazi. That's the guy I'm going with. He's really going to fucking deal with anti-Semitism. The guy who said he's going to blame the Jews if he loses the election. That's awesome. But, of course, regardless of the way that like the media is trying to cover this, obviously most people understand the reality. Most Jews understand the reality. That's why they're literally fucking, 75% in the tank for the Democratic Party, as they always are. Like, historically speaking, the Jewish vote does not swing far away from 70 to 80% going for the Democratic Party. Anyway. You got a crumb of copium for us? Trump admin part 2 depressing as hell? I don't. Unfortunately, I don't feel like Israel can ever be dealt with without guaranteeing a Jewish state of some time. Honestly, it was completely returning to the stolen land as an overarching narrative among even Jewish people that a Jewish state isn't necessary. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like ultimately, if you're asking me what is right, then, I'm going to tell you what is right. And saying that, there has to be a Jewish demographic majority state in the region is not correct, because Israel, even within its own borders, is still going to have demographic concerns about the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the non-Jewish population of Israel. Okay? That's ridiculous. They can't just be like, all right, we're going to withdraw from the West Bank 750,000 Jews that live there, okay? And then magically create a two-state that surrounds Israel proper, and there's still going to be Palestinian citizens of Israel inside of Israel. You have to be interested in compromise. Christian Zionism doesn't have a path of compromise. No, it just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter that, like, it doesn't matter that the American Zionist social conditioning, the American Zionist predisposition that is baked into, like, the collective consciousness of a lot of Reform Jews here in this country as almost like with almost religious rigor. Like, it has basically become a substitute for a catch-all religious understanding for non-religious Jews in this country. It still doesn't change the reality that, like, it has to no longer exist this way. It can't. Like, it doesn't matter. Anyway. Love you guys. It's fucking nearing bedtime for me at 9 hours. I'm gonna be back Motherfucker takes one weekend off and does a 10-hour stream. Yeah. And that was a lot. I'll be back tomorrow, as always. Lots of guests this week. Felix Biederman, Stavi Baby, and the like. Get excited, get hyped. Glad to take a weekend off. And peace in the Middle East. Free Palestine. Love you all. Bye-bye.
The hole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded up. Dreaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming.